The package falls from the young man's hands, and its contents, unable to resist the laws of physics, scatter. At first, the boy, mesmerized by what is in front of him, cannot utter a word. But he still pulls himself together and starts talking, trying to understand what it is that he sees. The silhouette of a gigantic creature disappearing into the clouds brings to mind thoughts of a snake. And the guy says his theory out loud, still unsure of his own assumptions. However, they collapse with a crash when a part of the creature appears from behind the house, standing next to it. The boy is taken aback, a cold sweat breaks out on him, a new theory appears in his head, but it sounds like nonsense. And yet, the muzzle that appeared after the claws says otherwise. He was right. The boy is overcome with uncontrollable fear, and he stutters out in a trembling voice his disagreement with what is happening. And then he gets ready to run away, but he crashes into something with all his might and staggers back with a cry of pain. The guy he encountered turns out to be a human, and our hero tries to figure out who he is. When looking at this man, nothing adequate comes to mind, and meanwhile, the stranger speaks up. The guy's face changes when he hears the answer to his own question asked earlier. The mysterious man counters what was said earlier by saying that this creature is not a snake, but a dragon. The boy's eyes widen sharply, slowly beginning to realize that he is in a different place. He is helped in this not only by the environment of the room he is in, but also by the sounds coming from the street. Little by little, the picture standing before his eyes and the feeling of fear begin to leave him, allowing him to return to reality. And the boy comes to the conclusion that it was just a dream. He swings his legs over the side of the bed, cringing from the cold as he acknowledges the fact. To prevent himself from getting sick, the guy turns the temperature up. Feeling a persistent feeling of hunger, he goes to the multi-cooker and checks its contents. It turns out that there is not much food, which prompts the guy to take appropriate action. However, the bag offers him an even more bleak picture, giving rise to inconsolable thoughts in his head. Sighing heavily, the guy decides to put this question off for now. And trying not to think about hunger, he goes to the bathroom. And yet, the boy returns to pressing thoughts, so he promises himself to buy something to eat later. Sometime later, when he goes outside, she greets him with her usual sounds. As he climbs the steps, the boy tries not to think about his feeling of hunger. As he was already on the road, he suddenly heard smacking sounds and decided to check their source. It turns out to be a dog, licking the remains of someone's expired food with great appetite. This sight makes the guy feel uneasy, makes him shudder, causing him to feel disgust. Trying not to look at the mongrel, our hero throws his own trash into the container. And then, he takes one last look at the dog, and something inside him shivers sympathetically. On his way to school, the boy decides to stop by the supermarket. He is going to buy himself something to snack on, but something else attracts the student's attention. On the way to the department he needs, he comes across dog food, and the guy remembers the dog he met near his house. The stray dog won't leave his mind, and his hand automatically reaches out to one of the lamisters. However, looking at the price, the guy mentally becomes indignant, not understanding why dog food is so expensive. As a result, he buys sausages and hands them to the dog, asking him to eat them. He accepts food from strangers' hands fearlessly and surprisingly politely, immediately eating it. Once the sausage is finished, the schoolboy says that you shouldn't eat from the trash can. As a parting gift, the boy gives the dog another treat and continues on his way along the original route. The dog not only follows his benefactor with his eyes, but also follows him for some time. It's noisy outside. The sounds of the city are so loud that they drown out even your own thoughts. So, the schoolboy is going to drown them out with his favorite music, but suddenly, he notices something. He received a congratulatory message because today is his birthday. However, this does not affect the guy. Jewelry does not see the point in celebrating this date. There are more pressing matters than the number on the calendar, of which there are many, and he continues on his way. When the boy arrives at school and gets to his class, he is rudely asked to close the door behind him. One of Jewelry's classmates is taking a personality test, with a support group standing next to him. While the teenagers discuss the results, our hero calmly walks to his seat. One of her classmates asks another where she is going, and the girl answers that she wants to go to another class. A passing guy remembers Jewelry's birthday and congratulates him, who thanks him. When our schoolboy takes off his earphone, he hears the girls discussing a tarot reading session. Jewelry's face changes when he hears that the girls' predictions are coming true. It becomes even funnier for him when his classmates start discussing the price, which is too high. The guy starts to mentally think about this way of making money while simultaneously thinking about the abundance of charlatans. Closing the case with the headphones, the schoolboy is amazed that people can be such gullible idiots. Jewelry continues to reflect on this topic, thinking that if all this were true, many people would be similar to each other. He doesn't manage to finish his thought because a familiar voice is heard nearby. The bespectacled boy, accompanying his words with actions, gives his classmate a congratulatory slap with all his heart. Jewelry tries to ask him what's wrong with him, but he's already moved on to the bun part, giving them to his friend. The bespectacled man asks to accept this modest gift, saying that he bought different ones because he is not aware of preferences. One of their classmates, calling the bespectacled boy a blockhead, asks him who gives buns for birthdays, and he asks what's wrong with that, considering a slap and a bun the perfect combination. Javedri offers the boy some food, saying that he alone won't be able to eat it all and thinking that the issue with his breakfast has been resolved. And then he asks the giver if he brought anything to drink, and the bespectacled man says yes. Seeing a pack of juice, they ask him if he really spent all his money on buns. One of the kids suggests that the others celebrate after school, but another one stops him. The latter advises the initiator to think before proposing, assuming that Jewelry has a family dinner planned. Our hero, trying not to show his emotions, asks who spends birthdays with their families these days. Someone tries to continue developing the topic, but is pulled back, told to shut up and eat their bun. A man who came into the classroom congratulates Jewelry, and one of the bespectacled boys jokes that he will report his lateness to the class teacher. Ignoring this, the chubby one asks the boys to be careful today, as he had a bad dream. When Jewelry mentions teeth, she suggests that her classmate could simply grind them in his sleep. But he retorts. Pukliash says that his dreams usually come true, and someone suggests that they place bets on this. One of the school children bets 500 rubles that no one will get hurt today. The bespectacled man bets the same amount that one of them will get hurt today, and his opponent is amazed by this. This guy bets $5 that Jewelry will be in trouble today and calls him a genius. Another one joins him, asking if this counts as a win. Our hero tries to resist the onslaught. And then he runs away, causing outrage among the hunters for easy money and their orders to stop. The words of one of the school children hang in the air as the path of the pursuers is blocked. This guy bets $2,500 that Jewelry will be completely fine today. The fat man starts laughing, noting the seriousness with which these guys are determined to win. Closing the door behind him, Jewelry mentally calls his friends idiots, considering that kind of money to be enormous. Still lost in these thoughts, the guy turns around to continue on his way, but collides with someone. When the girl's cards fall out and fly in all directions, she gasps, and Jewelry yelps guiltily. By apologizing, he rushes to make amends for his guilt, but the schoolgirl also feels responsible. While the girl says she wasn't looking where she was going, Jewelry's gaze is drawn to something. This object turns out to be the Hanged Man card, and the guy realizes that it is a tarot card. Having collected the entire deck, the schoolboy hands it to the girl, offering to take it. But suddenly, instead of taking her things and leaving, the schoolgirl slides her hand over her interlocutor's skin. At some point, she freezes but does not take her hand away, and this makes Jewelry nervous. Starting to get more and more nervous and stuttering, the guy asks the girl what she is doing. And she hangs there for several long moments, falling deep into herself. This situation puzzles Jewelry more and more, and he asks the girl the question again. The schoolgirl remains silent, which makes the guy start looking around to make sure no one else sees them. Finally, the girl speaks up, stating the fact that today is Jewelry's birthday. The guy starts to hesitate, but answers with consent and mentally wonders what's wrong with her. To Jewelry's relief, the schoolgirl speaks up as she takes the deck from his hands. She offers him to choose a card, promising to tell his fortune for free, but the guy refuses. The girl insists, but Jewelry also stands his ground, saying that he doesn't really like such things. They call out to the boy, laughing ominously and offering to help him get hurt, which makes the schoolboy feel confused. One of the bespectacled men asks the birthday boy to stand still, and the second, calling him a friend, advises him to run. Of course, the guy chooses the second one's advice, which causes displeasure to his pursuer. By calling his friend by name, the schoolboy reminds Jewelry that their teacher will be back soon. Meanwhile, something attracts the girl's attention, and she turns her gaze to the object that attracts her. It turns out that not all the cards have been collected. For some reason, the last one was not noticed earlier. And when the schoolgirl picks it up, she turns it over to see the picture. This card turns out to be death, and the girl plunges into her thoughts. They call out to the schoolgirl by name. Her name is Joy, and ask why she is standing there. The girl turns to her friends, still deep in thought. However, as soon as her face becomes visible, she puts on a cheerful mask. Several hours pass since then. Lessons continue. Teachers teach their students. So one of them just finishes explaining the operating principle and announces that that's all he has for now. When the teacher asks the students to copy something, Jewelry can hardly cope with drowsiness. The teacher notices this and suggests that an open window might cheer the boy up. When the teacher announces his intention to open it, the students ask him not to do so as it is cold outside. Jewelry turns to her friend asking him what page they were on. But he doesn't hear him because he's sleeping, and the boy mentally calls the schoolboy a sly one. Suddenly, Jewelry's attention is drawn to something, and he is distracted from his friend. It seems to him that some huge shadow appears on the other side of the window and moves slowly. The guy is surprised by this, unable to understand what could be of such incredible size. When the outlines of the silhouette become clearer, he begins to feel completely uneasy. Jewelry is brought out of her thoughts by the teacher's voice, asking someone what their name is. It turns out that it is him they are talking about, since the teacher calls him a young man staring into the corridor. The man offers to open the windows on the corridor side, but Jewelry asks him not to do this. And he continues to speak, trying to tell about the fact that he managed to notice something outside. The teacher asks if the boy saw anyone outside, and he, now realizing how delusional it all sounds, mentally assumes that he imagined it. When it's time for recess, Jewelry goes outside and looks around the hallway. The student's gaze becomes tense and the thoughts in his head become confused. After all, the corridor turns out to be clear, and Jewelry can't figure out what the hell it was. When someone's figure appears behind him, he doesn't even notice it, and this person gives the birthday boy a celebratory slap without any problems. Jewelry curses and starts asking the man who came up to him if he's lost his mind, but stops short. After all, his acquaintance appears in front of him who says that it is just him. Jewelry is puzzled as she silently repeats the name of this guy, whose name is Rain. The latter, meanwhile, asks when our hero will get a haircut because it's hard to talk to him because of his hairstyle. Jewelry answers him silently, suggesting that he then pretend not to know him. His interlocutor looks at him silently for a while, as if considering what to do. And then he asks Jewelry what kind of face he made, assuming that he wanted to punch him. Calling him a freak, Rain repeats his question and continues to press, and Jewelry suddenly realizes that someone grabbed his hand. Joy pulls the boy back with force, causing the bully to immediately lose his footing and almost fall. Meanwhile, the schoolgirl demandingly asks the bully who he is, and her next question leaves Jewelry stunned because she asks why Rain is touching her boyfriend. The schoolboy is taken aback, trying to remember when such an agreement had occurred between them. Rain is also confused as to why this girl is saying that she and Jewelry are dating. Choosing his words carefully, he asks Joy if this man is really her boyfriend. Jewelry himself is very interested in clarifying this point, so he looks at the schoolgirl in anticipation. Rain comes up with an explanation for what's happening, suggesting that the girl lost the bet and is on a mission, but she denies it. And while they argue, Jewelry remembers that it was her he encountered just recently. Unable to believe the relationship between the two, Rain calls it bullshit, and Joy calls the other man's face bullshit in return. The guy doesn't like what's happening at all, but out of desperation he calls Jewelry a bastard. Seeing Joy's determination, Rain laughs theatrically, suggesting that he should back down. He makes a show of apologizing to Jewelry, but in reality he means something completely different. And he mockingly asks when his friend managed to get a girlfriend. Rain says that's great because, as far as he knows, Joy comes from a wealthy family, and the scumbag adds that this is in contrast to Jewelry himself, who is a lousy orphan. The guy leaves laughing, and our hero plunges into deep, joyless thoughts. Joy asks Jewelry if everything is okay and what that idiot told him. Breaking free from her grip, the boy asks the schoolgirl what she is doing anyway. And he asks another question. Why did she call herself his girlfriend, since they don't even know each other? Jewelry reminds Joy of how quickly rumors can spread and asks if it bothers her. The girl says that she doesn't care what the guy is surprised about and clarifies this point. And then the schoolgirl, addressing Jewelry by name, invites him to start dating. The guy asks the girl if she is really carrying out someone's task, but Joy vehemently denies this, saying that she really likes him. Thinking it's some kind of stupid joke, Jewelry apologizes and refuses. When he leaves, the girl stands there for a while, confused. However, no one passing by sees the look she gives Jewelry. The girl does not give up trying to get closer to him, and after some time she appears in the guy's class. She meets him, even near the toilet, as if she is waiting for him at every step. In the dining room, the girl chooses a seat opposite, greeting Jewelry for the umpteenth time. And when the guys notice a present on Jeverly's desk, his friend suggests being honest with them. The schoolboy asks Jewelry if he is dating Joy, but the guy refuses. And then the door to their classroom opens, and Jewelry is informed that his girlfriend has come to see him. Stepping inside, Joy greets her fake boyfriend once again. Following the schoolboy everywhere, the girl constantly repeats his name. Finally, Jewelry can't take it anymore, stops, and rudely calls out to her pursuer. He asks her to stop before she gets rude, and the girl asks what is wrong. Joy politely asks the student not to say such words, and he repeats his request to stop it and mentally wonders if she is crazy. The girl asks if he really hates her that much and promises to try even better from now on. Jewelry says that he doesn't need it because they're not dating, and Joy confesses to him that she really likes him. The schoolboy simply gives up after slapping himself in the face because he can't find an adequate reaction to this. After a short silence, he agrees to play by this girl's rules. Cursing, unable to collect his thoughts right away, the guy says that he is leaving her and that everything is over between them. The girl is silent, and Jewelry, taking advantage of this moment, leaves. For a moment, Joy holds her hands out in front of her and looks at them carefully. And then she covers her face with her palms and pretends to be a suffering girl. When classes are over and Jewelry goes home, he receives messages from his friends. Seeing what they write about, the guy gets turned on because all the school children's thoughts are about their relationship with Joy. At first, two start, but then others join in, asking Jewelry to tell them everything. Classmates continue to develop this topic, and the guy tells them that everything is not so. While chatting like this, Jewelry doesn't notice how she gets to her home. But then his peripheral vision catches something, causing the guy to look up from his phone. Noticing a familiar dog nearby, Jewelry makes a mental note of this fact. The guy assumes that the animal is still eating trash because she is sitting next to the garbage dump. But to be honest, Jewelry doesn't really care about that right now, so he just walks past. While the boy is fiddling with his keys, his attention is drawn to a sound in the air. Looking up at the sky, the schoolboy sees clouds gathering and hears thunder rumble. This sows some doubts in his soul, but the guy still goes into his apartment. Anxious thoughts do not leave the guy's head even when he is already taking off his clothes. Approaching the window, he notices how the first drops begin to drum on it. The rain does not stop even after a few minutes, but on the contrary, only gets stronger. Eventually, Jewelry gives in and is soon drying the dog's now wet fur. Tom doesn't like this method, and he fixes everything using the usual method. The dog gives his savior a long, uncertain look, after which he throws off the kindly borrowed towel and rushes to the place he noticed. Jewelry asks his new friend if he has been living on the streets all this time. Of course, the dog doesn't answer him, but his happy face is enough for the guy. Wanting to do another good deed for him, Jewelry involuntarily starts a conversation with the animal again. The guy assumes that the dog's owner used to live in the place where it was located, although at the same time he comes up with a theory that the dog could have been abandoned. Or, Jewelry suggests the dog never had an owner at all. Having quenched his thirst, the dog slowly approaches the guy, and at some point, she climbs right onto him, staring into his eyes. This makes Jewelry, to her own surprise, begin to feel warm feelings. But the oddities don't end there, because the dog rises, placing first one paw, then the other on the guy's chest. What the animal does next makes the schoolboy swear. He asks the dog, puzzled, what she is doing. Jewelry curses, noting that today is full of surprises. The schoolboy reproachfully calls the dog one of these very surprises. The dog doesn't listen to him and doesn't even look anymore, turning towards the window. However, contrary to the alarming thought that had already arisen, there is no one there. But the next moment, there is an insistent and confident knock on the door. The dog starts barking angrily, and the boy wonders what happened this time. The animal does not calm down, and Jewelry asks him to be quieter. The knocking also does not subside. Glancing at his watch, the guy tries to figure out who has arrived at such a late hour. He asks himself this question, mentally going through the possible options, but no one suitable comes to mind. The schoolboy walks towards the door carefully, and as soon as the knocking stops, comes closer. Trying not to give away his presence in any way, not even breathing, he tries to make out the night guest. But it's already so dark outside that there's absolute blackness in front of him. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard on the other side, saying that it is she. And although the voice seems familiar to him, Jewelry cannot remember who exactly its owner is. So the guy asks who exactly is standing behind the door and gets the answer that it is Joy. The schoolboy recoils in fear, refusing to believe his ears. And yet, remembering what the weather is like outside, he opens the door. The first thing that catches the guy's eye is the girl's wet feet. Jewelry asks, pausing in shock, what Joy is doing here. And she admits that she decided to play the fool who came to the guy who dumped her. Jewelry can't believe her ears, so at first she stupidly asks again and then begins to speak angrily. But suddenly he stops short as his gaze involuntarily catches on something that shouldn't be there. And the schoolboy, flying back into his apartment, asks the girl to wait a little. He returns after a while, silently throwing a towel at Joy. And then he carefully gives her an umbrella, asking her to take it. The girl asks Jewelry to go under one umbrella, arguing that she is cold. Then the guy takes off his sweater, offering to put it on to warm up. And then Jewelry asks how the girl knew where he lives. And she replies that she followed him, which causes even more confusion in the guy. The schoolboy decides to ask the question out loud and asks the girl if she is really crazy. Jewelry is not happy with this arrangement and rudely asks what came over this girl. The guy asks her to stop talking nonsense and tell him directly what she wants from him. Joy asks if he'll agree if she confesses, honestly, but Jewelry asks her to answer the question first. When the girl calls his name, the guy is at a loss, and the schoolgirl explains her words, saying that she wants him. Jewelry simply falls out of reality for a moment, looking at Joy with a dull gaze. And then the guy comes to his senses and asks her if she's really out of her mind. He asks her to just go home, wondering silently what made her think he was so easy. When the schoolboy is already leaving, the girl asks him if he needs money. This triggers the guy even more. He stops and stupidly asks Joy to repeat it, and the girl offers him $5,000 for an hour of time spent with him. Jewelry asks the amount again and says that it's not funny at all. He says he doesn't believe that an ordinary schoolgirl has that kind of money, but Joy immediately shows him otherwise. Along with the sudden shock that overwhelmed the boy, Jewelry recalls Rain's words about this girl being from a rich family. The schoolboy asks what's wrong with her. Has she really been watching too many teen TV series, and what will happen if her parents find out about it? The girl notices that she didn't hear a refusal and shows Jewelry the transfer message. Literally a couple of minutes later, the guy is already thinking that maybe something is wrong with him. He thinks about the large sum he received in just 1 hour, but the price still doesn't suit him. Jewelry is already imagining friends who find his selling out for money disgusting. And he tells Joy that he agrees to walk her only to the bus stop and at school to pretend that they don't know each other. The girl is interested in the reason. She assumes that the guy is so afraid of rumors. Joy believes that he would agree even without money because he doesn't have parents. The schoolgirl pretends to have let it slip, noting that it was the schoolboy's secret. She suggests that Jewelry be a good boy if he doesn't want everyone to find out. The guy looks at the hand extended to him, beginning to understand what they want from him. And Joy asks him why he's frozen because her hands are cold. Overwhelmed by doubts, the guy tries to fight himself. And in the end, he succeeds. Instead of grabbing the girl's hand, he gathers his strength. Jewelry tells Joy to get lost, saying he'll wire her the money back. The guy assumes that this girl has no boundaries at all. He lets her take the umbrella and talk whatever she wants at school, saying he doesn't care. Joy repeats the trigger word after the guy, listing that he doesn't care about girls or money. And then she calls him a prude and says words that knock the wind out from under Jewelry. The girl says that no matter what he is, he will still die. The stunned guy asks her again what all this means, and Joy says that he will die today. Taking a tarot card out of her pocket, the schoolgirl offers to look at it. Showing the major arcana, the girl says that her tarot readings always come true. Hearing again that today he will meet his death, the guy makes an attempt to parry his opponent's words. But the girl suddenly bursts into a piercing scream, drowning out his words. She screams, telling Jewelry to stop and saying that she has had enough of this. Joy says that the guy just irritates her beyond belief, even though all he has is a pathetic carcass. While she is amazed at his pride, the schoolboy tries to understand what came over the girl. She, throwing a card in his face, asks why he still doesn't understand. Jewelry tries to snap back, but the girl interrupts him, calling him by name. She asks him to give her his body because he doesn't have much time left. These terrible words and the schoolgirl's suddenly changed behavior awaken horror in the guy. Meanwhile, Joy holds on to Jewelry's hand with a tight grip. An unknown force pulls the guy forward, and he tries to understand where so much of it comes from in the fragile girl. Jewelry, not expecting this, falls to his knees, unable to hold the umbrella in his hands. He stutters, asking what the hell, and winces at the pain with which his hand is squeezed. But he has a strange feeling that it is not only Joy who is holding him. And then the guy slowly lowers his gaze, guided by some sixth sense. A wave of shivers runs through his body when he sees a terrible picture in the reflection of the puddles. And while the guy is trying to comprehend what is happening, the girl standing in front of him speaks up. When she addresses him by name, Jewelry slowly looks up at her, and the one who took Joy's place asks if the guy feels how cold her hands are. This terrifying sight makes Jewelry feel completely uneasy, and he can't even utter a word. And the creature standing in front of him continues, saying that the reason is that the guy did not warm her hands. 100 questions arise in Jewelry's head, her brain trying to find an adequate explanation for what is happening. Trying to understand what is happening, the guy assumes that Joy is wearing a suit, but does not understand where it appeared so suddenly. However, looking down, Jewelry notes that the girl's lower body remains unchanged. Joy, meanwhile, says that she will ask the guy one last time. Asking if he would give up his body, the incomprehensible creature orders him to answer right now. Jewelry would be glad to answer, but his voice won't obey him, and the woman standing in front of him is rushing him. Telling him he has 3 seconds to think, she begins the countdown. The guy turns around to check his possible chances of retreat. Meanwhile, the creature finishes counting and lets out an otherworldly howl. The instinct for self-preservation proves stronger, giving Jewelry strength, and the creature rushes after the schoolboy, literally breathing down his neck. Jewelry refuses to believe what is happening, wondering if he is dreaming. Meanwhile, a familiar voice calls out to him, making him turn around. As he does this, the guy sees a fist raised to strike, with which the creature is clearly about to slap him. And the blow does indeed occur, but fortunately, a direct collision is avoided. The creature's fist breaks the asphalt as if it were a cookie and not hardened bitumen, and that's enough to get under Jewelry's skin. But the creature doesn't stop there, grabbing the guy like a toy. It laughs disgustingly, noting the fact that the schoolboy was caught. However, the creature is clumsy enough to slip. Cursing, it falls and does not hold its victim in its hands. Realizing this is his chance, Jewelry tries to get up. This is given to him with great difficulty because his whole body has become disobedient from unbearable pain. However, the creature behind gives motivation to run, and the guy trusts his instinct for self-preservation while realizing that this is not a dream at all. Jewelry is sure that if he lets himself be caught, he will definitely die, but fortunately, he sees salvation. Assuming the creature is too big to fit between the buildings, he runs in there himself. Allowing himself a break, since he can't see or hear his pursuer, the guy tries to bring his ragged breathing back to normal. But he still turns around periodically, afraid of being caught off guard. Estimating the distance between the buildings, the guy notes the fact that it is very narrow here. And yet, doubts remain that this creature will not get him here. The guy's legs begin to shake violently, and he allows himself to collapse to the ground. But at that moment, a familiar voice permeates everything inside with a terrible question. The creepy creature asks Jewelry if he really thought he could hide from it. The guy is speechless again because he was not expecting anyone to appear from this side at all. Meanwhile, his ugly interlocutor asks Jewelry if it seems a bit cramped in here. The guy tries to get up quickly from his seat, but because he lacks strength, his knees give way. Jewelry mentally cursed harshly as he realized that his legs were not obeying him. Meanwhile, the creature, stretching out its icy hands towards him, calls the schoolboy poor. It notes that Jewelry grew up in a dirty basement room without a mother or father, and he hid all this from his friends because he was ashamed. The creature asks why the guy lives at all. And then Jewelry becomes truly scared, and he tries to speak, but stutters. And yet, gathering his strength and taking a deep breath, he cries out a request for help. However, the streets are deserted. No one goes out at such an hour and in such rain. What's more, behind the wall of such a strong downpour, no one even heard the guy's scream. And the creature, having allowed Jewelry to understand all this, puts pressure on the sore spot. It points out the fact that no one will come to the aid of the student. The creature asks Jewelry to simply give in, not to torture herself, and to surrender to him. She promises to live this life for the guy, but he does not accept this arrangement. These words become the catalyst that gives Jewelry strength, and the creature is amazed by this. But the surprise doesn't last long. It's replaced by anger, and the creature calls the guy a scoundrel. The creature cannot understand why the schoolboy is resisting so desperately and asks him about it. It says it's not going to kill him, it just wants the body. The creature says that the guy won't even feel pain, just like Joy. But Jewelry doesn't even listen to him, and the creature tells the schoolboy to stop. And then something strange, like confusion, appears in his voice. But then the creature, with even greater fury, orders the guy to stop running away from it. And suddenly, it takes action, succumbing to impulse and not calculating the force. A strange feeling permeates the guy's body, and the smell of something metallic hits his nose. The creature belatedly realizes what it has done and freezes for a moment. And then he tenses up seriously and starts shaking. Cursing in frustration, it reminds the guy that it asked him not to stop. The creature says with annoyance that it has spoiled him. It speaks of Jewelry's body as its own, with annoyance and remorse. And then he shouts, asking how this kid is going to fix it now. The creature blames Jewelry for everything, saying that because of him, his body is corrupted. The schoolboy mentally asks himself why this is happening to him. Already on the brink of life and death, he assumes that this is how he will die. However, he wonders if he actually had any reason to live. After all, his existence was truly incredibly miserable. Jewelry thinks that maybe he really should die. And then the guy remembers the words of his friend, who said that his acquaintances could suffer today. Based on this, the student suggests that perhaps there is a grain of truth in these superstitions. Meanwhile, a creature approaches him and addresses the guy by his full name. It starts talking about what it will do since it can't get his body. Jewelry opens her eyes with the last of her strength to look into the face of her death, and the creepy creature ends its sentence by saying that it will simply destroy him. And the guy, already reconciled to this, closes his eyes to finally feel relief. However, it doesn't follow. Instead of the sound of tearing flesh, Jewelry hears some kind of splashes. They keep getting closer and closer until at some point they are very close. The splashing sounds turn out to be the dog Jewelry rescued running through puddles. And this dog runs purposefully towards the creature, and even then, from this turn of events, it gets lost for a moment. She only has time to think about what she is doing here when something unexpected happens. The first blow is followed by a second and a third, and now all the monster's limbs are flying in different directions. Jewelry is still alive, so he opens his eyes to see what's going on. He cannot clearly discern his savior, but his distant features seem familiar to him. And yet, with his weakening vision in mind, the guy tries to remember where they had already met this man. Meanwhile, the fearless warrior quickly shakes the viscous blood off his blade, and he names the year of the dragon, the month of the rabbit, and the day of the dog. It's difficult for Jewelry to absorb information right now, so the familiar stranger speaks more simply. Calling the schoolboy his descendant, he congratulates him on his birthday. The words coming from this silhouette reach Jewelry's consciousness as if from under a thick layer of water. One way or another, they sound like nonsense because an unknown person congratulates him on his birthday and calls him his descendant. At the same time, his hand reaches closer and closer to the schoolboy until it reaches its target. The picture changes abruptly, and Jewelry almost forgets what he just saw. For some reason, his vision is blurry, but little by little, it begins to clear. The guy breathes heavily, trying to understand what is happening to him. But for now, the only thing that is absolutely clear to him is that he is unbearably hot. Looking at his hand, the guy wonders if he is really sweating that much. And, unable to understand anything, he relaxes his limb, allowing it to plop down onto the mattress in free fall. Hearing the sound of the message, the guy checks who has already missed him. Glancing involuntarily at the time, Jewelry realizes with horror that it is almost lunchtime. Cursing, he begins to quickly get ready, trying to remember what time he went to bed last night. But another mention of yesterday makes the guy stop, and a sickeningly unpleasant picture from the very recent past comes to mind. Jewelry quickly glances at her hand and is amazed that it is still there. The guy starts squeezing and unclenching it to make sure the limb is okay. Then he doesn't understand what it was. Mentally replaying the events of yesterday in his head, he remembers the girl with whom this strange story began. But suddenly, the guy is pulled out of his thoughts by a phone ringing, causing him to flinch in surprise. Checking the contact, Jewelry notes that it is his homeroom teacher calling him. At the school where the boy studies, the repairmen are grumbling because the wire has come loose again. They assume that someone is probably playing around there while Jewelry is rushing to class. Along with thoughts about being late, the guy's head is spinning with the question of whether Joy is at school today. But he decides to let go of thinking about it for now and sighs heavily. While someone is discussing what to have for lunch, Jewelry is listening to other conversations. The girls discuss what's wrong with Joy, but none of them have a clear answer to this question. It turns out that they are more concerned not with the schoolgirl's condition, but with her fortune-telling. And as they run away, Jewelry cautiously looks into the classroom. What the guy sees there puzzles him while the fortune-teller talks about everyday topics. But instead of happily agreeing to tell these guys fortunes, she refuses. But Jewelry doesn't really listen to the words, being primarily carried away by her appearance. The guy wonders if he should just ask the girl about yesterday. And at that moment, the voices of friends are heard from behind, calling Jewelry's behavior inappropriate. They ask him why he didn't answer the messages, because they were worried, and the guy is at a loss. The guys are upset that Jewelry came to his girlfriend first, and he is trying to justify himself. He starts talking about what happened yesterday, but stops short, and his interlocutors ask the guy to finish. The students assume that Jeverly only pretended to go home, but in fact he spent time with Joy. The faces of his friends change, depending on what the guy does next. One of them asks Jewelry what he is doing, and the second one suggests that the guy is so nervous in front of Joy that he can't even look her in the eye calmly. Calling his friend's appearance pathetic, the schoolboy says that it is not something to envy. Sometime later, already in class, Jewelry thinks about what he definitely remembers, and the way his arm was torn off and the terrible pain from the loss of the limb. However, Jewelry has no memory of what happened after that. The guy is interested to know how he managed to get home. He wondered what kind of creature it was, because he was sure that yesterday's incident was just an ordinary nightmare. However, there was something that confirmed the reality of what happened yesterday, and that was the transfer of money from Joy. The guy thinks about asking her about it directly, but dismisses the thought since his hand is fine. Ultimately, Jewelry comes to the conclusion that it is not worth making hasty decisions. Later, the teacher asks him if he is sure he is okay, and the boy says yes. He says that he simply went to bed late, to which the woman asks about breakfast and eventually calms down. Dismissing her student, she orders him to hurry to class, reminding him that the lesson will start soon. Looking at the time, the guy mentally notes that today's classes seem very short to him. Continuing to stare hypnotically at her phone, Jewelry pays no attention to her surroundings, including how a girl appears in front of him and politely asks for forgiveness. Jewelry gasps in fear and Joy apologizes to him, saying she didn't mean to scare him. The girl admits that she was waiting for him, which makes the guy even more scared. Assuming she's stalking him, Jeverly asks Joy what she's up to again. While the girl, her voice trembling with emotion, apologizes to him for the inconvenience caused, he looks around. Meanwhile, Joy switches to the topic of what happened yesterday. The schoolboy feels uneasy because there is no one around, and because of this, he curses mentally. He suggests that the girl talk in a more public place, adding that it is not because he is scared. But Joy asked the guy to wait, explaining that yesterday it was not she, but an evil spirit. To this, Jewelry asks a skeptical question, and the girl says that it would take a long time to explain. Joy says that first of all, she wants to apologize to the guy for the harm caused. She says she's truly sorry, and Jewelry is puzzled, but not by her words. Referring to the statue, he points to it and asks what it is. The guy's explanations are not very clear, so the girl clarifies what he is talking about. Then Jewelry begins by saying that this statue used to stand at the main gate. And now, somehow, she ended up here, and the girl also agrees with this. Meanwhile, right before their eyes, the statue begins to move, assuming a ready stance. And the very next moment, he rushes at the schoolchildren, causing them to scream in shock. The girl comes to her senses first, suggesting that Jewelry run away. The guy agrees with her and, following her advice, begins to swear in the process. But the statue doesn't even think about falling behind. On the contrary, it speeds up its run. Jewelry assumes that this is Joy's doing, but the girl replies that she has nothing to do with it. The guy asks what she means, not her, because yesterday, roughly the same thing happened. Joy justifies herself by saying that she can explain everything to him. The girl says that she never even intended to harm Jewelry. She was simply possessed by an evil spirit. Jewelry asks Joy to talk less and run, mentally noting the speed at which the statue moves. The guy is already starting to think about sad things when suddenly an idea occurs to him. Not understanding his plan, Joy asks Jewelry what he is doing, and the schoolboy, overcoming the effort with all his might, pushes the cart with the balls straight towards the statue. His plan is being implemented, but it is not yet clear whether it will be a success or a failure. In any case, as planned, the balls roll towards the statue, blocking its path. However, tilting its head to the side, the stone runner begins to look as if it is analyzing something. Jewelry notices how the huge legs tense up, gaining more support. The next moment, the statue pushes off the ground with force and jumps. Jewelry couldn't help but admire him because he didn't expect that this giant could do that. Reaching the end point, the statue suddenly breaks with a nasty screeching sound. Realizing that his plan had failed, the schoolboy swore harshly. Joy slows down, to which the guy calls out to her, reminding her that they need to get to a crowded place as quickly as possible. But the schoolgirl doesn't seem to hear him, instead taking a bag out of the inside pocket of her jacket. When she's full of enthusiasm and about to do something, Jewelry gets really tense. By scattering some small objects, the girl expresses confidence that this method works. However, the statue has a different opinion on this matter, which it demonstrates in the next moment. Each of Joy's small projectiles is repelled. The giant does not miss a single one. And the girl gasps, realizing that her plan also failed. Jewelry yanks her back, calling her an idiot and asking what she's doing. Noticing the open gate, the guy pushes her forward, urging her to get outside as quickly as possible. And the statue continues its pursuit, accelerating in order to catch up with its victims faster. Making a final dash, Jewelry tries to lock the gate to at least delay the runner a little. He succeeds, but the guy is not sure that the statue will not come up with something to get around the obstacle again. And yet, the students do not give up hope, giving themselves a break and trying to bring their ragged breathing back to normal. Oddly enough, the statue freezes for a while, taking absolutely no action. Unfortunately, it is impossible to understand what is going on inside this stone head. The giant's face is impenetrable. The boys are still scared, because literally the next moment, the statue starts moving again. But, fortunately, the statue is not heading towards them, but in the opposite direction, giving hope. Jewelry lets out a sigh of relief, allowing herself to relax so she doesn't see the same thing as Joy. And the girl warns the guy that the statue is going to jump over the fence. The guy can't believe what he hears, but soon he is convinced of everything himself. Jewelry starts to panic, trying to figure out what to do in this situation. Looking around, unlike Joy, frozen in a stupor, he tries to find a way out. Meanwhile, the stone athlete has already found his footing and pushes off the ground with force. And then he makes such graceful movements in the air, as if he wasn't made of stone at all. Jewelry calls out loudly to the frozen girl, drawing attention to herself. Having found a way out, he orders her to get out of the way immediately. And the stone statue is already descending in its graceful fall. But this time, Jewelry calculates the distance precisely in advance, and he literally knocks the statue off its feet, forcing it to end its performance in disgrace. Falling into a pile of rubbish, the statue stops moving. The foul smell makes school children cover their noses, unable to help themselves. Meanwhile, the statue begins to move again, causing the teenagers to flinch. When the statue turns its head in their direction, the boys feel that its gaze has changed, becoming angry. Jewelry comes to her senses again before her friend in misfortune, telling her to run quickly. However, he miscalculates, barely managing to notice how something rushes past him. The enraged statue anticipates the student's trajectory, acting in advance. Not intending to stop there, she moves on to more active actions. Joy lets out a thin cry, frightened as she says her partner's name. He doesn't even notice the statue's gaze, being too busy taking a breath. Joy screams again, asking the statue not to do this, noticing that Jeverly is already running out of oxygen. Then she remembers that she had something else hidden away just in case. When she takes out her secret weapon, she hesitates for just a couple of moments. And then, with all his might, he calls the statue a bald head, drawing its attention to himself. It works, and the statue's grip loosens slightly, allowing Jewelry to breathe. Well, Joy, just like last time, throws her formidable weapon at the enemy. As it flies past, the statue realizes that this time he won't get away so easily. And indeed, the very next moment there is an explosion, marking the success of Joy's plan. The statue clutches its scorched face, but still makes no sound. Jewelry manages to take advantage of this moment and get away from the enemy. A girl rushes to him, asking the guy if he is okay, and he begins to talk about his possible actions. But Joy doesn't let him finish, trying to get Jewelry as far away from the statue as possible while there's still time. As they retreat to safety, the boy remarks that the girl should have used that thing from the very beginning. Noticing smoke coming from Joy, the schoolboy asks her if she smokes, but the girl fiercely retorts, saying that it is incense and demonstrating it clearly. Noticing the strange actions, Jewelry asks her what she is doing and learns that Joy is performing a basic ritual. The guy is amazed that the girl keeps so many things in her pockets. Joy doesn't feel the need to answer his question, taking it for rhetorical. She suggests that this should be enough for a while and asks Jewelry not to take this thing off under any circumstances until midnight. The guy casts a skeptical glance at his wrist and hesitates a little. And then he asks Joy if she really is crazy. The girl tells Jewelry that she understands his skepticism, but she really wants to help him. She invites the guy to meet after school so that she can explain everything to him, but he is categorically against it. However, a little later, Jewelry sighs and agrees to assume that Joy was possessed yesterday. And he even agrees that she is not to blame for today's chase, but he is interested in the conclusion that comes from all this. Jewelry assumes that when he is around her, he will continue to find himself in strange and incomprehensible situations. Joy says it's really not because of her, but the guy interrupts her, expressing gratitude for saving her. But he is sure that all the strange things happen because of the girl and suggests that she stop their strange communication. And Jewelry leaves without even letting Joy get a word in edgewise. And the girl, already feeling guilty, does not find the courage to stop him. Returning to his home, the guy approaches the door and begins to unlock his closet. As the sleeve rises, his gaze is drawn to a strange cord. Joy's orders to never take this thing off under any circumstances immediately come to mind. But Jewelry doesn't care. Mentally, he frantically wonders what's on this girl's mind. And the torn rag is immediately sent to the nearest trash can without regret. Finally inside, Jewelry flips the switch to turn on the light, and at the sight of the creature sitting on his bed, he becomes so frightened that he screams. Realization comes to the guy slowly, but nevertheless, he soon remembers everything. Jewelry remembers how yesterday he decided to take pity on the poor mongrel. And calling the dog a friend, he asks her if she really was here all this time. Unlike yesterday, this time the dog stops at some distance from the owner of the apartment. Jewelry suggests that during all this time, the dog had time to get hungry. Finding the sausages that he had already offered the dog yesterday, the boy asks him to help himself. As he approaches the feeding trough, Jewelry falls onto the bed, getting ready to watch something. He doesn't attach much importance to the fact that some voice expresses dissatisfaction with the repetition of the previous time. But when he asks to finally bring him some normal food, the guy becomes wary. He looks around questioningly, but cannot find the source of the voice. And he speaks again, agreeing to close his eyes to it, this time as he is very hungry. Unable to bear it, Jewelry begins searching for the source of the voice again, and it asks him what he is looking for. The guy asks out loud where this voice is coming from, and he, realizing that he is finally being heard, says that he is here and asks Jewelry to turn around. The guy actually does it, but is puzzled, because there is no one behind him except this dog. Jewelry hesitates for a moment, then moves away from the window, and he lifts the dog, starting to examine it from all sides. He examines the dog carefully, checking every fold, every crease. Out of desperation, the schoolboy even checks the back of the friend in his arms. And then he suddenly asks Jewelry, in a rude manner, what he is allowing himself to do. Carefully returning the dog to its place, the guy sits down opposite it just as carefully. Carefully studying this disgruntled face, the schoolboy thinks that the dog is talking. This makes Jewelry think that he is actually going crazy. The guy gets scared when he admits the thought that he will become a schizophrenic. Meanwhile, the dog starts talking again, suggesting that Jewelry is deeply perplexed. But she understands this because for a schoolboy, everything happened very suddenly. When a torn rag flies out of the chest of drawers, Jewelry screams in surprise. The guy isn't even that surprised because he's more concerned about something else right now. These clothes evoke memories of yesterday in the student's mind. And remembering this whole nightmare, Jewelry has only one reaction. He stares at the rag, trying to calm his wildly beating heart. Meanwhile, the dog starts talking again, asking if these memories are still fresh in the boy's mind. The dog asks if Jewelry remembers what happened last night. The guy involuntarily grabs the hand that should now be torn off and begins to speak. The dog approaches him, asking the schoolboy to judge for himself why he is still able to walk. The dog asks Jewelry why he is still breathing after what happened. By asking the next question, the dog is more of a statement of fact that this is all a first for the guy. And the next moment, the question hangs between them. Who is asking whom here? The dog agrees that Jewelry should call someone else, but he doesn't understand what he's talking about. The dog politely explains what he means by saying that he is talking about the boy's parents. The dog says he needs to sort things out by talking to his family, but Jewelry counters that he has no one. For some reason, the dog is surprised by this and asks if the schoolboy's entire family really died. Jewelry doesn't like this topic, and the dog asks about other relatives, but there are none either. The dog challenges the guy, preparing to attack, but falls silent. She thinks that it would be unlikely that she would have made a mistake with the place because her strength helped this boy. The dog wonders in his mind what happened while he was away. He asks Jewelry if he won't even thank him for saving him. The guy asks again the word that grates on his ears, expressing almost certainty that this dog is the same monster. He snorts and asks how the schoolboy even got such an idea into his head, and he says that he is the ancestor of Jewelry. While tasting the word that the dog introduced himself with, the guy falls into a stupor for a while. He can't believe that his ancestor is a dog. Jewelry asks if he is descended from a dog, and his ancestor calls him an idiot. He says that he is not a dog at all, to which the guy asks if his interlocutor has looked in the mirror. Then Ancestor Jewelry says that he is using this body so that the student can hear his voice. And the guy then asks why the dog's mouth is moving. The ancestor says it's because he's in a dog's body, and Jewelry notes that then he is a dog. The guy's interlocutor says that he can be in a human body and that he was not originally a dog. When Jewelry suggests that he is a ghost, he calls him a fool. And the guy asks what he needs to perform a ritual or to calm the soul, adding that he doesn't have money for it. But that's not all. Jewelry advises that if his ancestor needs help, he should find another descendant. The student's interlocutor doesn't respond to this, but suddenly starts walking around the bed. He walks around in circles for a long time until Jewelry addresses him. As if, by the way, the guy points to the side where the restroom is located. and his ancestor suggests that his family no longer honors his memory. Jewelry asks the dog why he keeps saying this, since he said he doesn't have any family, and he has no idea what the so-called ancestor is talking about, and the latter decides something for himself. To make it clearer, he says that from this day on, Jewelry will help him. The guy clarifies that his ancestor will stay with him, and he asks in response where else he should go. Jewelry, sarcastically calling the dog Mr. Ancestor, asks him to finally get lost. The dog calls the guy an ungrateful brat, reminding him that he saved him. Feeling guilty, Jewelry says that he is extremely grateful to him for this, but he has been staying with him for too long. Saying he's just an ordinary schoolboy, the boy Googles talking dogs and signs of schizophrenia. Jewelry says he can't afford to feed another mouth. At first, while preparing to respond to this with something strong, the ancestor suddenly notices something. He clearly feels that something is wrong on the street and begins to listen to the sounds outside. As the dog takes off, it starts barking angrily, and the guy curses, saying that he scared it. Jewelry asks the dog what's wrong and what he's barking at. The ancestor honestly says that there is someone strange on the street. The student immediately tenses up, stupidly asking again, but intuitively, he already guesses everything. The ancestor suggests that it was Jewelry who brought him here. The guy becomes even more uneasy. He asks who they are talking about and asks the dog to stop talking nonsense. The same one, jumping on Jewelry, encourages the schoolboy to go, and the latter asks where. When the ancestor replies that outside, the boy asks him why. To this, Jewelry receives the answer that the uninvited guest is standing in front of the entrance and is not moving. The guy growls and tells the dog to get off him and let go, but the dog holds on tightly. Meanwhile, a sound is heard outside, causing them to freeze for a moment and listen. The sounds repeat, evoking memories of the current day in the student's memory. And the dog is back at it again, calling Jewelry an idiot and telling him to get up already. Sometime later, the ancestor finally manages to persuade his descendant to come outside. Jewelry doesn't see anything strange until he's pointed directly at the target. And then the guy tenses up even more than before. His guess, beating on the edge of consciousness, is confirmed. Jewelry didn't want to believe it, but it really was the school statue patrolling the grounds at the entrance. Taking a look at the visible part of the sculpture's face, any doubts are completely dispelled. Jewelry asks why he is here, and his ancestor realizes that they have met before. The boy confesses that it is a statue from school that suddenly came to life and became a monster. His interlocutor retorts, saying that it is not a monster at all, but a spirit. Jewelry is surprised by this, asking if it is normal for spirits to look like this. The ancestor calls the schoolboy a blockhead and begins to explain everything to him in detail. He tells Jewelry that spirits are able to inhabit inanimate objects. That is why they exist in different forms, and in this world there live countless numbers of such spirits. The ancestor invites his descendant to think of them as part of nature. Noticing a familiar face in the window, Jewelry repeats what his interlocutor said with a bitter smile. The ancestor corrects himself, saying that it is purely technical, and asks the guy what he did to anger him so much. This seems almost unreal to him, because spirits are very refined creatures. It is difficult to upset them. The supposed reason immediately appears before Jewelry's eyes. But the guy refuses to admit his guilt, saying that this spirit attacked first. A moment before it happened, the ancestor desperately asks Jewelry to look ahead, but it is too late. The guy flies to the side, screaming abruptly, and closes his eyes tightly to avoid getting hit by shrapnel. The spirit itself suffers from its own plan, which makes Jewelry surprised. But what puzzles the schoolboy more is that the statue broke down the door, and the ancestor asks him why he froze and advises the guy to immediately run away from here as far as possible. The statue turns around as if confirming the fact that Jewelry needs to run. This piercing and angry look makes the guy feel uneasy, but he hesitates, and the ancestor steps forward, covering his descendant with himself, and repeats his instruction. This also puzzles Jewelry, and the schoolboy asks his interlocutor what he is planning. The ancestor gets irritated, asking the guy if he has really gone deaf since he was told to run. And he comes to his senses, but only when the stone giant himself begins to move. Before moving off, Jewelry glances at the dog's back and remembers his words about him being his ancestor. And then the question arises in the guy's head, what is on the mind of this creature, whoever it is? Meanwhile, the ancestor, raising his voice and making it stern, addresses the statue, calling it a bastard. Leaning his dog's paw harder on the earth's surface, he asks the spirit how he dares. He asks him if he understands whose path he dared to cross. Opening his mouth wider, the dog takes in more air, and suddenly he starts barking, which actually makes the statue stop for a while. But this does not last long because the next moment the giant decides not to tolerate such insolence. When the dog hits the wall, it bounces off it and then jumps up on all fours. And he runs away, realizing that in such a state he will hardly be able to help his descendant. Catching up with Jewelry, his ancestor hears the question of what happened and feels internally ashamed. Changing the subject, he asks the guy why he didn't run away and learns that less than 10 seconds had passed. Jewelry doubts the dog's abilities, and his interlocutor asks him not to be rude. He asks the guy, calling him a brat, if he really decided to make fun of him. And in the midst of these squabbles, they do not notice that their pursuer has already caught up with them. Jewelry curses silently, noting the fact that he's been caught. However, he comes up with an idea on how to buy a little more time and prolong his existence. The ancestral dog barely manages to jump aside in time to avoid being crushed. The spirit freezes for several long moments, staring at the schoolboy's windbreaker. The ancestor tells Jewelry to get up quickly, but he breathes heavily, unable to come to his senses. The guy is even more impressed by what the spirit inside the statue does. The schoolboy does not understand why he needs all this, what goals this entity is pursuing. The expression on his stone face changes again, making him tense up even more. But the statue takes up a familiar position, preparing to squeeze the maximum out of itself. And it was here that both fugitives, groaning, decided not to hesitate in order to save their skins. When the giant takes off, the dog notes the fact that he has become even faster. It seems that this is definitely the end for them, but something happens that none of them expected. Something incredible happens because the statue freezes, bending into an unnatural pose. This is accompanied by something similar to an explosion, only it is not an explosion in the usual sense, but a sound wave. The schoolboy and the dog freeze in surprise, trying to digest everything. And while searching for the source of the sound, they come across a girl familiar to Jewelry. The guy can't believe his eyes because she came after what he told her. And yet Joy Plum doesn't look at all offended. The most powerful Buddhist dharanis continue to sound from its speaker, causing the statue to writhe in hellish torment. Jewelry stutters and asks in disbelief if it really worked. But suddenly, he remembers something important and asks to stop. After all, in these tongues of sacred flame, his sportswear burns along with his spirit. However, Joy's gaze is unwavering, even despite the slight tremor inside. While Jewelry continues to experience conflicting emotions, his ancestor is more interested in the more pressing question of whether this spirit is finished. The schoolboy glances at the dog, realizing that he is right and this should be a matter of utmost importance. However, it turns out that this is not all, and the first limb appears from the tongues of flame. Jewelry lets out a puzzled groan, convinced that this isn't the end. But now the even more disfigured stone gaze is not directed at the guy at all. Joy is puzzled and, swallowing nervously, begins to tremble slightly. Fearing the consequences, the girl takes a few timid steps back, but the creepy and angry monster even now turns out to be very agile. Realizing that the girl is unlikely to be able to do anything, Jewelry acts preemptively. He manages to take Joy away from the attack and even survive together with her. But only such heroism has its price, and the guy groans in pain from the blow of a stone fist. The girl doesn't see this, because now she is fascinated by what the monster is doing, and the giant approaches the column with the sacred texts still sounding from it, wanting to eliminate the interference. His anger and hatred towards her are so strong that even the earth suffers from the statue's wrath. And then a plan appears in the stone head, and the statue tilts. It does this to lift one of the heavy pieces of asphalt. But to be on the safe side, he takes a few more and starts aiming. The young people are both already looking at this spectacle, realizing that now they are in trouble, and the monster is already swinging, wanting to unleash all his wrath on his offenders as quickly as possible. Along with the stones flying towards them, a warning cry cuts through the air. But there is no way to hide from them. There is simply no time to take any action. The guys cover themselves as best they can, but this doesn't minimize the damage much. They end up simply drowning in a pile of dust created by the active attack. Oddly enough, Jewelry is still conscious, coughing and choking on the pain and dusty crumbs. Noticing that the girl is less fortunate in this regard, the schoolboy crawls up to her and tries to bring her to her senses. Jewelry desperately calls Joy's name, trying to wake the schoolgirl up. He tries to get up, but any movement causes the guy severe pain, causing him to groan. Meanwhile, their enemy makes his presence known, reminding them of his existence with his heavy tread. As soon as Jewelry heard this piercing sound, she involuntarily twitched. But suddenly, other sounds are heard from somewhere behind, and some kind of commotion can be heard from there. The guy turns back with apprehension, afraid to guess what it could be. But his fears are in vain because it's just Joy about to light the incense. And yet the guy becomes afraid for the girl, and he asks what she is doing, telling her to run. But the schoolgirl doesn't listen to him, and Jewelry screams out her name in despair. But there is no time for this anymore, as a terrible sound is heard from somewhere in front. Noticing what is happening, Jewelry's heart sinks because the giant is about to crash the car onto the schoolgirl. And she, trying not to pay attention to the sword of Damocles hanging over her, continues her attempts unsuccessfully. Jewelry can't stand to watch the murder, so she finds the strength to somehow get up. The guy remembers that it was his supposed ancestor who told him to go outside. But he himself does not intend to sit on the sidelines while someone suffers, and the guy decides to take a desperate step, asking his ancestor to help them. At the last moment, the schoolboy jumps, trying to quickly cover the girl with his body, and the thought flashes through his head that this time he won't get away with it. It's definitely the end for him. However, the next moment, the guy realizes that something is wrong, and even the surroundings are perceived differently. He begins to look around, simultaneously trying to understand where he is. When the schoolboy tries to speak, his voice trembles treacherously from fear of the unknown. Seeing nothing familiar in front of him, he tries to figure out where everything went. And then the guy starts calling his friends by name, but none of them answer. Sometime later, a voice is heard from behind, suggesting that Jewelry was on the verge of despair. He seems familiar to the boy, and soon the schoolboy realizes that this voice belongs to his ancestor. Jewelry turns around sharply, addressing his ancestor, but suddenly stops. The thing is that instead of the usual dog, a young man appears in front of him. Jewelry peers into his face, trying to figure out if he's seen him before and who he is. But nothing useful comes to mind, and then the guy, after a pause, asks the man a direct question. He asks him who he is and what strange clothes he is wearing. The man asks if Jewelry can't recognize him even by his voice, and the next moment he calls the schoolboy his descendant. Jewelry gives himself time to think, and in his imagination, the dog's voice is superimposed on the image of the man. The schoolboy, hesitantly, because it is difficult for him to believe it, assumes that an ancestor is standing in front of him. He agrees, confirming the guess, and in an instant finds himself behind the guy. Jewelry is surprised by this, but doesn't have time to say anything. His ancestor gets ahead of him. Taking his hand, the man says that originally there were 12 gods. Ancestor Jewelry says that he is one of these 12 gods, and those over whom he rules are creatures called dragons. Somehow filling Jewelry's hand with magic, the man says his name. He introduces himself as Shur and says that he will help his descendant. The very next moment, Jewelry realizes that she is returning to the real world, and in his head, he hears Shur's words about how he will lend his strength to his descendant. Joy screams in fear, realizing that only moments remain before their death. Well, Jewelry operates on adrenaline and inspiration, feeling the power of her ancestor within herself. The stone giant carries out his plan, putting a bold end to the implementation of his plan. However, the outcome of this plan turns out to be unpredictable due to outside intervention. Jewelry easily manages to cut through the machine with the blade his ancestor lent him, but that's not all. This time, he has no intention of letting the mad spirit go alive, but intends to deal with him once and for all. But he still cannot properly distribute and control the alien force. And since the guy acted on a whim, he is now amazed at what just happened. But while he is lamenting, the ancestor asks him what he is doing and tells him to quickly get to his feet. Surprisingly, Jewelry listens to him but does not stop lamenting, this time about the weight of the sword. But the guy is not allowed to whine about it for long, and he realizes his mistake literally the next moment. The stone giant turns out to be surprisingly durable and has no intention of going to the next world. The force of his attack sends the teenager flying far away, and when he collides with an obstacle, the air is knocked out of his lungs. But the guy quickly comes to his senses when he hears a familiar heavy tread nearby. However, his body is paralyzed with fear, and Jewelry cannot force himself to move. His ancestor comes to his rescue, intending to buy his descendant at least a little time. Sure shouts to Jewelry, urging the boy to attack the spirit while it is distracted by him. Seeing that the boy is running away, the ancestor asks where he is going, and he says that he believes in him. Hearing the words that his target was about to flee, the statue instantly switches. She has no intention of letting Jewelry go unpunished, but wants to carry out her revenge as soon as possible. Yielding to instinct, the boy turns around to check how far away his pursuer is, and the ancestor, turning to him, shouts at the top of his lungs for the student to use the sword. Turning around once more, Jewelry realizes that he didn't really have a choice. The spirit was already close. And then he grips the handle of the weapon he was given alone to him, more tightly to gain strength. Jewelry is trying to do everything she can, but nothing good comes out of it. The stone statue's face is distorted by a satisfied grimace, but the guy doesn't see it. Because the student squints out of fear and diligence, wanting to achieve a better result, Joy comes to his aid, shouting to attract attention and asking the guy to hold on. And he keeps pounding the air in the hope that one of his blows will accidentally reach its target. At some point, these pathetic attempts come back to haunt Jewelry, and he loses control of the weapon. Realizing this, the guy groans in annoyance, already roughly imagining what is about to happen. He still has hope for the best when the sword whistles centimeters away from the spirit, who also tenses slightly, and only Sure understands that nothing good will come out of such a somersault. Because Jewelry's ancestor knows the sword's flight trajectory in advance, he foresaw it from the very beginning. Well, the statue, not wanting to see how it all ends, rushes off without warning. She runs after Jewelry persistently, not paying attention to her surroundings, but the incredible happens. Suddenly, the spirit inside the stone statue begins to feel something. The petals cut by Jewelry flying past him make him remember something. The statue involuntarily slows down, plunging into distant memories. They flash before my eyes like these flickering petals, wanting to slip away from memory. But the spirit inside the statue wants to remember everything. It does not allow the memory to go away. And the very next moment, the consciousness of someone who was once human flashes through the stone eye sockets. He recalls how the photo was taken, based on which they decided to make the work, the way they carefully and reverently polished every part of his future body. And then he was admired, called a truly great athlete and the pride of the entire country. But it remained a mystery why this man was made bald. And then years gave way to others, and generations to generations. But one way or another, he was not forgotten. Over time, everything changed, his whole life. But the athlete's popularity did not fade even after his death. One day, he himself came to his statue and was asked to adopt the same pose. Then they laughingly told him that it was funny to see him next to his own statue. And then, having captured the moment, the conversation between the photographer and the model continued. The woman said that her son is also an athlete and a big fan of her interlocutor. She thanked the man for serving as an example to their youth. And then, even more years later, they decided to move the statue of the once great athlete. And she was forced to become an adornment to the school, losing the meaning that was originally put into her. Having remembered his whole story, the spirit stops and thinks deeply. And in front of him, this boy continues to run, saving his life from a terrible monster. And then, having decided something for himself, he moves again from the spot, but no longer runs, but walks at a calm pace. He sees the boy fall from helplessness and making a bitter sound from frustration and pain, curses. The boy turns around in fear, checking how far away the one who will become his death is. And, closing his eyes tightly and covering himself with his hands, he tries to protect himself, at least a little. However, his former pursuer doesn't even think about harming the boy as he passes by. And Jewelry even rises up from shock, silently asking herself a question. He watches as this strange statue takes off and runs like it's running a marathon. And the spirit inside it imagines itself in a completely different place. He imagines himself taking first place and the crowd of his fans erupting in uncontrollable, joyful screams. He also recalls how the same woman spoke to him as he stood by his own statue. And it seems to him that it was he, in his original form, who conducted the autograph session. Now he does not separate himself from the statue, so he believes that it was he who took pictures with his fans. And all this flashes through the stone head in just a couple of moments as it crosses the finish line. Jewelry feels uneasy about such a sudden change, and a lot of questions arise in the guy's head. Joy shares his friend's bewilderment as he tries to figure out how to act. Well, the spirit suddenly evaporates, forcing Jewelry to ask what that was all about. Before answering, Sure thinks, but then he has an idea. Ancestor Jewelry suggests that this spirit was able to find peace because it achieved its goal. This surprises the boy, and Sure explains to the descendant that spirits are harmless as long as we follow their rules. The schoolboy's ancestor says that these rules directly depend on what caused the spirit's appearance. It was for this reason that he asked the guy what he had done to anger him so much. After a short pause, Jewelry says that she thinks this is all complete nonsense. Later, returning home, the guy touches his chest and lets out a groan of pain. He expresses hope that his ribs are not broken, and Shire tells him to stop whining. However, Jewelry's ancestor immediately changes the subject and addresses the third person in the room. He addresses Joy, calling her girl and asking how she is feeling. Before answering, the schoolgirl hesitates for a while, but finally gets ready. She expresses her gratitude for her salvation reverently and boundlessly. This behavior seriously puzzles Jewelry, and a pressing question arises in his head. And Joy, after a short silence, carefully turns to Sure with a question. She asks him inquiringly if he is Jewelry's ancestor. Meanwhile, as deep night falls on the city, something mystical happens. The barrier, broken by the athlete's spirit, miraculously begins to recover. Something similar happens with dents in the ground, returning even the smallest and most distant stones to it. The car also fails to escape their fate, and literally a couple of moments later, it becomes as good as new. A wonderful wizard works at close range above the door of a residential building, zealously assembling it. It even restores broken branches, returning the plant to its original appearance. And then, rejoicing in their creation and discussing it, the mysterious guardians of order disappear into thin air. When the girl asks Shiru a question, it puzzles Jewelry. He is surprised by the schoolgirl's insight. His ancestor suggests that Joy is a shaman, since she can hear him. The girl says that this is not entirely true, and that she is just learning from her mother. Sure expresses understanding, stating the fact that Joy is the daughter of a shaman. The girl remembers how yesterday Jewelry's ancestor saved her from an evil spirit. However, she lost consciousness and was unable to thank him properly, but now she can. Jewelress pulls the girl up and asks her if she can hear that dog too, and she agrees. The guy breathes a sigh of relief, glad that he is not schizophrenic, and Joy is puzzled upon hearing this. Shiru becomes curious about something and asks the girl how she knew he was Jewelry's ancestor. Before answering, the schoolgirl begins to hesitate, but still speaks the words with embarrassment. Looking at them both again, she replies that they are very similar. Jewelry asks if he really does look like a dog, and Joy asks him in return if he doesn't see his ancestor. When the boy looks at the dog, he asks if the boy can't see his irresistible beauty. Sheer continues, saying that he is already used to it when girls blush in his presence. Jewelry laughs sarcastically. Showing the dog his own reflection, the boy calls it irresistible beauty. And while these two are fighting, Joy finds a way out of the situation, but is still trying to figure out the settings. In the end, she succeeds, and the girl invites Jewelry to see for himself. She points the camera and mask at both of them, but at first, everything looks as it should. When the dog turns to the camera, a second mask appears much higher than the level of his muzzle. Jewelry understands what this means, but he refuses to believe it, although he does not hold back his emotions. To somehow justify himself, the guy suggests that Joy's phone is glitching. Then the girl changes several masks and asks the ancestor to move closer to his descendant. Even then, Jewelry cannot accept this fact, trying to feel his ancestor in the air. Later, glancing at his watch, the guy asks the girl if it's time for her to go home, and she groans. And then she starts to hesitate, saying that she can't go home. Jewelry wearily asks the girl what the reason for this is, and before answering, Joy hesitates again. And then, turning away, she says that her mother is possessed by a demon, and it is very strong. He can summon creatures similar to the evil spirit that possessed Joy recently. Therefore, if she returns to that house, she will definitely become possessed again and come for Jewelry, like last time. The guy asks why exactly he is the one and is told that they want his body. Jewelry asks about this too, and Joy says that his body is a perfect vessel for spirits. The guy still doesn't understand anything, but he doesn't ask anything else either. Approaching him, Joy says that she will now try to explain everything to him. Sure watches the two in hopes of gaining useful information for himself. While filling a bowl with water, Joy asks Jewelry to imagine that she is an ordinary person. After this, the girl goes to the sink and pours out all the water from there and continues her explanations. She explains these actions by the fact that Jewelry's cup is now empty. The girl says that a huge number of spirits would gladly occupy such a pure vessel. She justifies her past omissions by saying that she couldn't think of a way to explain everything clearly before. But now Joy is capable of it, and she says that the spirits need Jewelry. The boy still doesn't understand, and his ancestor asks him a question about it. Sure directly tells Jewelry that he himself is the cause of all the recent events. And before the guy's eyes, images from the past involuntarily flashed when he blamed Joy for all his troubles. Sure says that nothing happened until Jewelry's 16th birthday, but the boy can no longer hear him. Joy hesitates for a moment, looking as if he is considering something serious. And then she approaches Ancestor Jewelry and addresses him respectfully. Calling him sir, the schoolgirl politely asks Shira to help her. Joy's interlocutor recalls that she said that her mother was a shaman. And, trying to be careful, he suggests that this woman worshipped demons. The girl does not speak directly, justifying her mother by saying that she did it unconsciously. Joy pauses when she starts talking about her mother, but continues almost immediately. She says that her mother was an unknown fortune teller, but she always humbly brought gifts and prayed. But one day, returning home, she declared that she had received the sacred spirit from the gods. After this, a wave of customers flooded into their extremely unpopular temple, and Mama Joy became highly sought after. The excitement was so impressive that the waiting list for those signing up stretched out for a year, but not without reservations. Joy, who was watching her mother, saw that it was not the gods who were helping the woman. And one day the girl decided to ask her mother if she was sure that she worshipped a deity. The woman then raised her hand to her daughter and ordered her to stop blaspheming. And Joy had no doubt that this creature was not a holy spirit at all, but a demon. From that very day on, the girl made attempts to drive him out, but all in vain. After listening to the schoolgirl's story, Sher speaks up, voicing his verdict. He says that normal methods will not work on someone who has a shamanic spirit. However, Jewelry's ancestor agrees to help Joy. After this, he praises the girl's bravery because she tried to help his descendant, even putting herself at risk. Sher asks Jewelry if he agrees that Joy should be thanked, but he ignores it. For such kind words heard from the descendant of Jewelry, the girl again respectfully thanks him. And the guy himself reminds those talking that it's high time to go to bed. When the girl lies down on the toilet paper roll, Jewelry asks her to stop. He asks her what she is doing, and Joy replies that she is going to bed. The guy says he gets it, but he's curious why she's going to do it here. Joy reminds him that she can't go home and that she has no friends or acquaintances. Remembering the girl with the curlers, Jewelry asks if they weren't friends. Joy says that it wasn't she who was friends with her, but that evil spirit, and the guy asks her to pretend and act like that spirit. The girl says that she is an introvert and she won't be able to do it, but Jewelry asks her to do without it. Joy turns to the guy, but he responds sharply and categorically negatively. The girl asks him to listen to her first, and he asks what she wants. Joy asks if she can spend the night at his place. Guy isu idoa predikisida stem im trishbastes stein rafrons ans enoma warinas disashimenses. The girl says that she only needs a place to stay for the night and asks pleadingly, and Jewelry is about to refuse her again. But something still makes him change his mind. But the guy says that the service will not be included in the overnight stay. Hearing that the students will be sharing a roof, Sure says he can leave them alone. Jewelry responds to this irritably, and Joy asks the guy for a change of clothes, if he has any. She quickly adds that anyone will do, even a very old one, and the guy exhales heavily. Still, Jewelry gives the girl clothes and allows her to stay with him for the night. And at first, nothing foreshadows trouble, but at some point, Joy begins to have a nightmare. She can't understand whether this is a dream, a memory, or maybe even reality, but everything is felt too clearly. She can't escape from the iron grip, and the girl can only ask her mother for forgiveness. However, the woman leaves these words unattended and ignores any appeal to herself. Seeing such a familiar smile on a woman's face, Joy does not stop trying to reach out to her mother. But in vain, even at the moment when it would seem that her request was heard, the door slams with a loud bang. Joy continues to try, frantically turning to her mother and telling her that she understands everything. She asks, desperately asks, and begs to be let out of this room. When all her endurance runs out, Joy is left with nothing but tears. The girl barely audibly admits, without knowing to whom, that she is very scared. And then at some point, Joy realizes that she is no longer alone in the room. The creepy creature, approaching the girl like a predator, greets her, calling her by her full name. Looking straight into Joy's eyes, it expresses its joy at meeting her. And the poor girl continues to call for her mother, but not in a dream, but in reality. And just like that, in reality, tears begin to flow from her eyes. Joy Plum sobs. But at some point, everything suddenly stops, and she feels good and calm. And all because Sure decided to thank the girl, at least in such a modest way. And somewhere in a completely different place, at the same time, Rice wakes up in front of the woman. She looks at the grains of rice lying unevenly on the flat surface for a while in silence, and then explodes. Slamming her fist on the table, the possessed woman calls Joy a mean girl. She wonders where the hell she is and resorts to threats. The woman promises to give Joy a sweet life as soon as and if she returns. The next day, Jewelry wakes up, huddled in a corner from the cold. Barely forcing himself to open his eyes, he tries to figure out what time it is. Feeling for his phone, the guy checks the time and realizes it's time to get up. Opening the bathroom door, he yawns loudly and indecently. But then his gaze meets the girl's gaze, and for several long moments, there is silence between them. However, the girl gasps, and Jewelry quickly slams the door. A girl's voice can be heard on the other side wishing the guy good morning, and his ancestor joins in. A little later, Joy watches Jewelry in silence for a while, but then asks a question. She asks him where he is going and receives a comprehensive answer. Jewelry admits that he has no food at home, so he needs to at least go to the store. At the same time, the guy adds that his ancestor has been complaining about his diet for a long time. Besides, Jewelry doesn't forget about Joy, who is also his guest. Sure agrees that they need to eat well before the upcoming test and asks his descendant to prepare 7 meat dishes. Jewelry responds sarcastically, and Joy says that if he's going grocery shopping, she'll go with him. So they do, and sometime later, when the guy is throwing out the trash, the girl approaches him. She tells him that she considers him very responsible. Embarrassed by the unusual compliment, Jewelry brushes it off, saying that he doesn't think so. It's unusual for him to walk like this with someone, and the guy involuntarily glances at the girl's voice. Looking as if nothing out of the ordinary is happening, Joy remarks on the fine weather, and Jewelry remembers her own words about how she is to blame for all the troubles that have happened to him recently. Then the girl timidly said that this was not so, and she was not guilty of anything, and Jewelry begins to feel not only guilt, but also awkwardness and embarrassment. Thinking that in fact it was all his own fault, the guy stops. The girl doesn't notice this, so Jewelry calls out to her, and only then does she respond. The guy starts to speak but stops, feeling that the words are stuck in his throat. And although Joy patiently waits for his answer, she actually has no idea what he wants to tell her. Jewelry, meanwhile, is experiencing a simply terrible feeling of awkwardness, trying to force herself to pull herself together and speak. And finally, he curls up into a ball, as if it were easier for him, and apologizes to the girl. She asks what he's apologizing for, and Jewelry says it's for accusing her and saying nasty things. He adds that in the end, it turned out that it was all about him. And then Jewelry thanks the girl for the fact that despite his words, she still decided to help him. He pulls his hood tighter, noticing that it wasn't even her concern. And Joy, addressing Jewelry by name, says that it is very brave of him. Taken by surprise, the guy pulls her back as usual, and the girl assumes that he was very worried about this. However, Joy says that everything is fine and asks Jewelry not to worry about anything. She believes that anyone in his place could have come to a similar conclusion. Besides, now Jewelry himself agreed to help Joy, although her problems do not concern him, and this is worth a lot. The guy allows her to rely on him, mentally correcting himself to his ancestor. At the store, when the girl picks up a pack of candies, Jewelry asks her to wait. He asks her why they need them, to which Joy replies that candy is good for raising low sugar levels. The girl is wondering what else to buy, but the guy asks her to stop because they have already bought enough. Jewelry decides to confess to Joy that he simply doesn't have any money. The girl asks not to worry about this, saying that she will pay for everything herself. The guy is surprised by this and asks why she is going to do this. Joy suggests that they consider it rent, but Jewelry thinks that's too much. Then the girl asks, how about this being the price for saving her from the evil spirit? As Jewelry leaves the store, he thinks that this is the first time in his life he has bought so many products. Joy suggests that the guy is a good cook, but he denies it, saying that she probably won't like it. The girl says that if he manages to make bad dishes from these ingredients, it will be impressive in its own way. Suddenly, Jewelry notices his friend nearby, and it's as if he's struck by electricity. The guy thinks about how awkward it would be if he and Joy were caught with their groceries heading to his house. And, to his misfortune, his friend looks up from his phone, looking for the right place. Noticing a familiar face in front of him, the guy almost shudders in surprise. He is puzzled by the fact that the girl in front of him is Jewelry. Joy is a little confused, but still politely greets her friend Jewelry. Having run away and trying to catch his breath, the latter thinks about such an unfortunate encounter with Dory. But suddenly, the thought that he left the girl there alone pierces his head. However, the guy calms down pretty quickly, thinking that Joy is able to get home on her own. During a general conversation with his friends, a message from Dory arrives, the latter asking him to guess who he just met. The schoolboy shares that he saw the girl Jewelry and even talked to her, and also adds that it was unexpected. Having waited until it became clear that everything worked out, the guy sighed with relief. Lost in his own thoughts, Jewelry doesn't notice someone appearing behind him. However, the next moment, a ball flies at the guy from the same direction, which still makes him turn around. As the ball bounces off Jewelry, he swears harshly. Noticing a group of children in front of him, the boy asks the oldest of them if he threw the ball at him. He does not answer the question asked, but asks Jewelry to be careful. The guy is outraged by such impudence, and he remarks that he should be the one to say something like that to his interlocutor. But the younger children, saying they were worried about him, ask Jewelry to be more careful. When they say goodbye to the guy, they ask him again to be more careful next time. Jewelry sarcastically replies that next time he will try to head the ball more carefully. In his mind, he annoyedly calls his little interlocutors small fry. When the kids run away, this teenager's behavior makes Jewelry tense. The boy doesn't understand why this child is looking at him as if he wants to say something else. And just as he is about to ask the teenager a question, he turns around and leaves. Jewelry, watching him for a while longer, mentally wonders what is wrong with him. Joy, looking around, notes to himself that Jewelry has already left. She picks up her phone, checking the time and thinking about contacting the guy. And carried away by this, the girl does not notice the alien presence that has appeared behind her. Joy doesn't have time to do anything, and the moment of delay ends dangerously. And at Jewelry's home, his ancestor is sweetly snoring, but wakes up when the front door slams. Taking a casual pose, Sure acknowledges the fact that his descendant has returned. He is sullenly silent, and there is no girl with him, and this puzzles the ancestor. And he hurries to his descendant with the question of why the boy returned alone. Remembering what he didn't say, Jewelry says that the girl will come soon. Thus 15 minutes pass, forcing the guy to call her. Instead of beeps, the other end of the line says, "The subscriber is unavailable." Sure becomes wary when Jewelry curses in confusion. Without further ado, the guy sets off to find the girl, while simultaneously trying to call her. He still can't do it, but that's no longer necessary. At the sight of the girl, Jewelry initially loses his speech, but he pulls himself together. And yet, the boy shouts Joy's name uncontrollably, and she greets her friend in return. She continues, saying that she has already looked everywhere for him, and Jewelry apologizes to her. In his defense, the guy says that he didn't want to catch Jory's eye, and the girl asks who he is. Jewelry explains that it's his friend, the guy with glasses, and Joy drawls, expressing his understanding. She clarifies that this child is a bad boy, but the guy says that this is not true. He would just probably start pestering him. Suddenly, Jewelry feels uneasy. Some sixth sense inside him tells him that something is wrong. For some reason, it seems to him that something is wrong with the girl, that she is somehow not right. And the guy's attention is drawn to one detail that clearly stands out from the rest. Jewelry thinks for just a few moments before making a decision. Taking a step back, the schoolboy addresses the person who is now standing in front of him. Jewelry asks the unknown creature who it even is. When Joy starts laughing, her voice also becomes distorted along with her external transformations. And the very next moment, the schoolboy is finally convinced that the person in front of him is not a schoolgirl at all. The creature that appears before him is called the grandfather sacker, who steals naughty children. The fact that he encountered a folklore character in person literally paralyzed Jewelry. Somehow, Sharu manages to find himself outside, and he desperately screams out the name of his descendant. However, he doesn't make it in time by just a couple of measly moments, and freezes in indecision. Shur mentally cursed himself in annoyance for being late. However, Jewelry's ancestor is not going to remain idle, immediately trying to find a loophole. At some point, a voice behind him is heard remarking that Shur looks good. Ancestor Jewelry pretends not to hear his interlocutor because he has other things to do now. The same one comes closer, asking Shur how he likes life as a dog. Ancestor Jewelry is silent for a moment, then calls the name of the person standing next to him. His name is Prathrim. And Pratrim already officially greets Shur, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Ancestor Jewelry turns completely to face his interlocutor, casting a surprised glance at him. Climbing higher, Shur asks Prathrim a question. He asks his interlocutor about what happened to his body. Pratrim can't contain the strong emotions that are bursting out, so he sarcastically clicks his tongue. And then he asks Shira if he really doesn't know, or if he's just making fun of him. Ancestor Jewelry's reaction is ambiguous as he holds back, realizing the situation he finds himself in. And Pratrim, without waiting for a clear answer, asks his interlocutor how he managed to destroy the seal. At first, Shur's answer is vague, but then his response becomes more and more like a provocation. Ancestor Jewelry says that one of them could have changed their mind, or even the sky god himself. Pratrim cannot stand such blatant impudence, so he takes action. When he waves his fan, its nimble currents rush straight towards the Shire. At the same time, some changes occur in the boy's appearance. When they reach the Shire, the currents are so merciless that they cause the dog's body to become deformed. And the very next moment, instead of the dog, Jewelry's ancestor appears before Pratrim in all his glory. His interlocutor reminds Shuru that he is capable of tearing it apart and sealing it again at any moment. The children around him are also transformed, but they remain silent. Shur looks at his interlocutor silently, as he knows perfectly well that he has not finished. And Pratrim does indeed continue, saying that, given the current state of his interlocutor, he alone will be more than enough. Ancestor Jewelry asks to be allowed to ask him one question, and does so without waiting for an answer. He asks if he was the one who did this to him with this body. Pratrim doesn't answer out loud, but his smile is more than eloquent. Having shown off enough, he quickly folds his fan, calling off the magic. She also steps back from Shire, allowing him to breathe freely. When the teenager puts the fan behind his back, the remnants of his magic disappear along with it. And only then does Pratrim answer the question asked earlier, suggesting that Shira ask the Sky God about it. He admits that even he has never seen anything like it. Ancestor Jewelry can't keep silent. He's grieving, so he asks a question, causing the children to turn around. He asks why they sealed him. Is it because they are so afraid? Before saying goodbye for good, Pratrim turns around to call Shur an idiot. As he disappears, Ancestor Jewelry asks who he called an idiot. Noting the fact that Pratrim simply took off, Shur says he got lucky this time. But then he comes to his senses, remembering that now is not the right time for talking. Sure continues to search for traces of his descendant, but someone approaches him again. The child who appeared right in front of him calls him Doggy and scares him terribly. And then, expressing their knowledge that Sure is looking for jewelry, the children say that they will help find him. After all, they know exactly where he is. The old man sharpens his knife, humming something that only he can understand. From these sounds, Jewelry begins to slowly come to her senses. Opening his eyes with difficulty, the boy hears words about good children. Grandpa the bagman says that obedient people are supposed to eat pies. As the spirit begins to talk about whiny children, Jewelry comes to his senses, trying to understand what is happening and where he is. Hearing the words that such children are carried away by a tiger, the boy glances at the back of the creepy old man, and the last one, half turning and showing that he sees Jewelry, says that bad children are put in a bag. And then the boy is overwhelmed by memories that were the last ones before he opened his eyes. Realizing that nothing good can come from this old man, Jewelry gives herself just a couple of moments, after which he begins to actively resist, but suddenly a voice is heard nearby calling his name. The guy suddenly freezes because he seems familiar to him and turns his gaze in his direction. And indeed, there is a girl next to him, and now Jewelry calls her by name in surprise. He becomes afraid not for himself, but for Joy, and out of desperation, the guy asks a stupid question. He is about to say something else, but something is poured right in front of him, and the smell of salt hits the schoolboy's nose. To confirm his guess, the old sackmaker continues his song, saying that such children are salted. Hearing the words about how bad children are later turned into pickled food, Jewelry is completely at a loss. Joy, meanwhile, says that this old man has been muttering the same words for the 4th time already. And then she confirms that they want to make pickles out of them, making Jewelry doubt these words. The schoolboy immediately tries to get up, and because of this movement, the salt spills. Jewelry feels something is wrong. He has a strange sensation that makes him look down. Everything becomes clear as day, and cursing harshly, the guy hurries to lie down again. He belatedly realizes and acknowledges the fact that he is not wearing any clothes. And then he asks Joy if she saw him, to which the girl answers negatively and asks him not to look at her either. Meanwhile, the old man makes the final move, finishing sharpening the knife. After this, he rises from his seat and slowly begins to approach the teenager. The boys lie motionless, afraid not only to move but even to breathe. And at some point, the steps fade away, forcing Jewelry to think with hope that the creepy old man has left. To check this, the guy carefully turns his head in the direction from which the evil spirit steps were last heard. And he, finding himself very close, asks Jewelry if he is awake. What he sees makes the guy feel uneasy because the old man is not just lying next to him on the floor. Meanwhile, the man continues his conversation, calling Jewelry a bad boy. The schoolboy begins to speak, but his voice trembles from fear and he stutters. And then he finally pulls himself together and asks why his interlocutor decided that he is bad. Joy, reading the guy's intentions, joins him, saying that, actually, they are good. The girl gets into character more vividly than Jewelry, reminding the old man of his words about good children eating pies. She demands to give them their pies, but the guy pulls the schoolgirl back, asking her not to provoke the evil spirit. Gripping his cleaver more tightly, the old man asks how they can prove their words. Jewelry asks in response how the spirit is going to judge whether they are good or bad. And the old man says that he will decide whether these children are respectful to their parents, and also asks them to try to convince him. Jewelry, puzzled by his own words, says that, in fact, he doesn't have parents. The old man misunderstands him and says that this is unforgivable, and his indignation takes his breath away. He angrily asks how this boy dares to disown his parents. The old man says that he has made a decision and considers Jewelry bad, so he will pickle him. Joy stands up for the boy, saying that he is telling the truth, and the student realizes that something is wrong. The old man shuts the girl up by saying that she will also go to the pickles, and this gives Jewelry a clear idea. The spirit continues to discuss the topic of renouncing parents, believing that this is tantamount to murder, and he starts screaming that such a sin is unforgivable. But Jewelry says that his parents died. The old man's plan goes to hell, and he freezes in midair, regretting that he even continued this conversation. However, he finds a way out of the situation by saying that only then the girl will go to to the pickles. He says her mother prayed every single day because she was a naughty child. Joy starts talking about her mother being possessed by a demon, but a sound is heard from somewhere outside. The old man hesitates for a while, waiting for it to stop, but it doesn't. He waits for a while longer, continuing to listen, and finally makes a decision. As he heads out of the room, the old man tells the children to be quiet. Once the door slams behind him, Jewelry hesitates for a moment, after which, trying to make as little noise as possible, he begins to rise to his feet. The girl follows his example and begins to look around, trying to at least roughly understand where they are. And then, with a sinking heart, she notes that this is their temple. These words surprise and puzzle Jewelry. The guy notes with regret that they're in trouble, and Joy points out that they were planning to come here anyway. The thing is, Jewelry doesn't know what to do without his ancestor, and when the girl prompts him, he says that the sword is also left at home. The girl says she was sure that the weapon would appear as soon as the guy waved his hand. To this, Jewelry reminds her that they are not in some comic book, so everything is not that simple. While the guy is thinking that if they go out that door, they will run into an old man, Joy finds a way out. Not hearing the girl, Jewelry turns to her and she makes her point without the threat of bringing trouble upon herself. The guy understands her, so he follows her silently, and no one pays attention to the traces he leaves behind. When they find themselves in another room, Jewelry can't help but let out a cry of admiration. Looking around, the guy is amazed by the abundance of relics, but the girl calls out to him. To begin with, she suggests changing clothes because walking in these bags is not exactly comfortable. But Joy respectfully and politely asks the guy to turn away from her, and he asks her to do the same. Not only do they do this, they stand at a very great distance from each other. Jewelry is not happy with his new clothes, saying they are too light. The guy can't imagine walking around the city looking like this, but Joy says she'll call a taxi. Pointing in a certain direction, the girl says that there is a backyard there. Looking where Joy's finger was pointing, Jewelry suddenly tenses. He cautiously turns to his friend, and she immediately responds, wanting to hear the continuation as soon as possible. Now the guy points in that direction and says that there is someone standing behind the door. The room is completely silent, and now the teenagers are afraid to utter even a sound. Meanwhile, the figure on the other side of the door is moving closer to it. And the next moment, the doors slide open, letting someone inside. Until this time, the schoolchildren manage to find shelter, but they cannot see anything from there. The doors of the cabinet they are currently sitting in close tightly, not even leaving a clear opening. Some time passes in this way, but from then on, not a single sound is heard from outside. Jewelry quietly acknowledges this fact and decides to act. Wanting to see what was outside, at least with a peek, the guy carefully places his hand on the closet door. However, as soon as he opens it, the picture that appears before his eyes makes him shudder. Intuitively, Jewelry slams the door and turns sharply to Joy. Turning to the girl, he says that it looks like this is the end for them, but the schoolgirl, who hasn't seen the woman, doesn't understand what he's talking about. But this does not last long, because in the next moment, everything becomes clear to Joy without words. Raising a frightened gaze to the shaman, the girl begins to speak, but stumbles. She still manages to pronounce a word with her disobedient lips, which turns out to be her mother. And then the room is cut by Joy's desperate, pain-filled, piercing scream. When the woman pulls her daughter out of the closet, Jewelry screams out the name of her friend in fear. The shaman also addresses the schoolgirl, noting that if she had returned, she could at least have said hello to her. Calling her daughter by name, the woman says she was worried about her. And then the shaman's eyes twitched and moved sharply, turning her attention to the uninvited guest. The woman speaks up again, asking her daughter if she brought a friend with her. And although the shaman speaks to her daughter, it seems that she is not expecting an answer from her at all. Therefore, Jewelry decides not to anger the mistress of the temple and, leaving her refuge, begins to speak incoherently. He says that he was urgently called home, so he needs to leave immediately. The guy's voice becomes more and more confident, and in the end, he clearly asks for forgiveness for such an incident. However, when he turns to Joy, saying that he doesn't remember the way, his voice begins to tremble again. The guy's plan is to ask the girl to walk him and take him away from this cursed place. Contrary to the schoolboy's fears, the shaman not only does not say a word against him, she's completely motionless and silent. But Jewelry is not going to miss this opportunity, so he quietly urges the girl on. Suddenly, the shaman starts whistling something, and this whistle sends shivers down your spine. Jewelry involuntarily slows down, afraid to make the next move, as if expecting a blow in the back. And Joy's mother speaks up again, starting to talk about what to do when you meet a friend's parents. She says that in this case, it is necessary to show them respect by greeting them. Jewelry slowly shifts his gaze as he feels like something has touched him. The guy's feelings don't deceive him because a terrible picture appears before his eyes. But that's not all. Others join the first hand, forcing Jewelry not just to slow down, but to stop. And the shaman turns to the boy again, asking if he really wasn't raised properly as a child. When she calls Jewelry's full name, his blood runs cold. It sounds so creepy. The guy wants to leave this place, run as far as possible, but he can't move even a millimeter. Joy comes to his aid, but her efforts are also not enough. And the possessed woman says that there is no need to try so hard because everything has already been decided. The woman, savoring every word, continues, saying that these naughty children will no longer be able to leave her temple. But suddenly, from behind, interrupting this epic moment, a familiar voice is heard asking what is happening here. An old sackmaker approaches their company with a leisurely gait, and the shaman woman answers him. She allows him to leave, saying that the spirit has already completed its task. The old man glances at the boy who told him that his parents had died. Something flashes in the ghostly eyes, and the spirit speaks again. A woman's gaze becomes harder when he expresses understanding, agreeing with his own thoughts. And then, the old man says that it seems that these kids weren't lying to him when they said that they were good. In the eyes of the schoolchildren, alongside horror, a ghostly spark of hope flickers. And the spirit continues his conclusions, saying that, unlike the children, the mother is bad. The bagman says that he considers bad parents to be the worst punishment for children. The shamanka almost interrupts him when she says that apparently he doesn't understand something. The old bagman chuckled questioningly, prompting his interlocutor to continue, and she asks him if he knows the reason why he is still here. The woman asks him for permission to clarify the situation he is in. With the movement of her finger, some dangerous ribbons appear out of nowhere. Not only do they have the power to bind, their material is so strong that they can easily cause a serious wound. And their agility significantly exceeds the old man's speed, so his attempts to free himself are in vain. Finally, he screams, calling the shaman a shameless scum, and is about to ask how she dares to do this to him. However, his last words remain unspoken, and at some point, the old man falls silent. As a result, he turns into something like a mummy, but the shaman doesn't finish with him there. Using her magic, the woman compresses the bagman into a more compact size. Then the possessed woman opens the lid of one of the many vessels and places a miniature version of the old man inside. But the shaman also does not forget about safety precautions for greater reliability. It consists of placing a seal on top to ensure reliability, which is an additional method of protection. As if expressing her thoughts out loud, the woman says that sometimes old people are not fit for even the simplest work. Asking what good are they if they don't even listen, she turns her gaze to Jewelry. That's what it seems to the guy, but the woman turns to the children, asking if they have finished eating. At first, Jewelry doesn't understand what they're talking about, since no one offered them anything, but then she understands everything. The thing is that the question asked about food did not concern them at all, and now there is no need to even explain what these creatures ate. The schoolboy's legs give way, and unable to hold himself up, he falls to the floor. Jewelry realizes that not only can he not stand on his feet, he can't even breathe easily. And the possessed woman asks him what's the matter because he said he was in a hurry to go home. Jewelry mentally acknowledges the fact that he has absolutely no strength left. This is truly puzzling, and Joy, with all her might, asks the guy to look ahead. Guessing his thoughts, the girl suggests that these creatures are to blame for such a sharp decline in strength. Meanwhile, Jewelry is knocked off his feet by something. At first, he doesn't even understand what it is. However, at the moment when the guy falls, a familiar voice is heard above him. The possessed woman asks Jewelry again why he doesn't go anywhere. Joy can't stand such cruelty, and she stutters in a trembling voice and asks her mother to stop. But with each new word, the girl's voice becomes more confident until she is pulled up short. The possessed woman says that Joy herself understands perfectly well that she is not her mother. Calling the girl a naughty girl, the woman tells her to shut her mouth before she boils her alive. While Jewelry quietly awaits his fate, they finally pay attention to him. The possessed woman says she can't believe she succeeded. She starts talking about what she can do now, but is interrupted. Knocking on the doors of the temple, someone calls for its mistress, and quite insistently. The possessed woman glances at the children, wondering what she can do with them for now. Eventually, they are moved to another room, and the teenagers talk in hushed tones. Jewelry can't believe they ended up in this situation. He tells Joy that she has a scary mother, but when the girl retorts, he apologizes to her. To soften his words, the guy suggests that she is really a good person, and his interlocutor agrees with him. Joy says that her mother is kind and caring. She never even scolded her. However, the girl's happy expression quickly changes as soon as she superimposes these two images on top of each other. Turning away, Joy addresses Jewelry, and the boy immediately responds. The girl apologizes to him because it was because of her that he got into trouble, but the guy considers this not the best moment for such words. Joy suggests that Jewelry now thinks she's selfish and problematic, but he retorts. But he says that if she cries, he will definitely feel uncomfortable, and the girl can't help herself. She says she's truly sorry things turned out this way and considers it the worst possible outcome. The girl says she shouldn't have dragged him into this in the first place. However, she was afraid that if nothing was done, she might lose her mother forever. Joy says she saw with her own eyes how her body began to rot. Recalling this terrible picture, the girl explains her words by the fact that human bodies are weak. She says that's why they can't keep the demon inside them for so long. Jewelry asks the girl why she is only talking about all this now. Joy says she didn't want to burden him too much. The girl is worried that her mother can no longer be saved, since everything happened before the evil spirit possessed her. Jewelry asks her not to say stupid things, and Joy apologizes, but the guy asks her to stop saying that too. He is silent for a while, calculating in his head what can be done, and then the guy asks if there are any restrictions on movement. The girl doesn't understand what he's talking about, so she asks Jewelry what he means. The guy gives a clear example, asking why the demon didn't move into her own body. After all, instead of using the girl's body himself, he gave it over to that evil spirit. Joy remembers her mother saying something along the lines of her needing a divine vessel, and then it suddenly dawns on the girl, piercing her with its knowledge like an arrow. She shares her guess with Jewelry, saying that it seems the demon wants his body. Another guess comes to Joy's mind, and the girl asks if there were any deities in the guy's family. The girl says that it could be some kind of special gift, but Jewelry brushes it off, wanting to get out of this place first. Along with these thoughts, other thoughts come into his head, and the guy understands something, and he immediately tries to move his hand, noting with glee that it can move again. Jewelry expresses joy at this, saying that his powers are slowly returning. He suggests that Joy try to move too, but the girl is unable to do so. And while she's talking about how it's still hard for her, the guy is already waving his arms around. And then he makes a dash, and surprisingly, he even manages to get up. Jewelry is so happy that he can't hold back the words that are bursting out. The guy's mood has improved so much that he invites Joy to grab his shoulder. The girl does it delicately, but Jewelry doesn't particularly care about tenderness because something else is important now. He starts counting, and on the third count, Joy asks the guy to stop, but it's too late. The girl decides to just keep quiet, and Jewelry says in a depressed tone that it's not even funny. The guy switches gears, asking her to stop pretending, assuming that her powers have returned as well. However, the girl says that this is not true, which makes Jewelry hiss in displeasure. Meanwhile, a familiar voice is heard from somewhere off to the side, saying that he has found them. Turning towards the speaker, Jewelry sees her ancestor in front of her. Joy also manages to somehow make out a familiar silhouette, and she happily greets him. However, the boy expresses bewilderment because his ancestor did not come alone. The children greet Jewelry, calling him brother, and make fun of him for being naked. Suddenly, the little guy holding the sword in his hands addresses the boy again. He throws the weapon in his direction and asks the schoolboy to catch it. Despite Jewelry's fears, things turn out quite differently. The sword hilt, describing quick and wide circles, lands right in his palm. The problem turns out to be different. Despite her returned strength, the sword is still too heavy for Jewelry. The boy starts to moan in pain, and the children laugh at him and ask why he is putting on a comedy act. But then Jewelry becomes curious about how this child managed to throw such a huge thing so easily. And while he is pondering who these children are, one of the little ones turns to Joy. Asking the schoolgirl if she is a shaman, the girl asks if she needs help. The baby asks if Joy wants her to help her up. And then the girl really does get up without any particular difficulty. But the thing is that now, it's not just her in her body. The boys are amazed by the place they are in, assuming that it is some kind of temple. Noticing which direction they are heading, Jewelry warns them that it is better not to go there. The girl asks if the boys are impressed by her rapid growth, and they agree, saying that Mercy is now their leader. Jewelry begins to worry about her friend, asking if she is okay, and is reassured. Sure explains to him that since Joy cannot move yet, the spirit of one of the children has entered her. Jewelry admits that he doesn't really understand what's going on, but he assumes that his ancestor is familiar with these children. His interlocutor says that these children are heavenly spirits, so there is no need to worry about Joy. However, Jewelry becomes uneasy when he realizes that these children are not human at all, and the guy doubts Sher's words because they behave too loudly. In another part of the temple, the shaman places a vessel on the table in front of her and addresses her interlocutor. The woman tells him that he needs to put it next to his bed before going to bed. However, she warns her client that looking into the vessel is strictly prohibited. The poor woman, unable to believe her luck, humbly thanks the lady shaman. And she, putting on a businesslike appearance, is actually disguising herself so that half of her face is not visible. The possessed person needs this in order to carry out the manipulation for greater persuasiveness. To make the woman trust her, the shaman allows herself to partially lighten her burden. The trusting soul admits that for some reason, after talking with the possessed person, she feels much better. She continues to talk about her feelings, but the shaman rudely interrupts her. The possessed woman tells the woman not to relax because she is holding back the heaviness that has accumulated within her with her energy right now. She says that if this doesn't work, they'll have to perform a ritual, and the poor guy agrees. The woman asks how much she owes for the vessel and is told that it is free. The woman cannot believe such generosity, so she asks if it is true. The possessed one confirms these words and continues to earn the favor of the desperate one. The shaman says that she is trying to help the woman, so why should she take extra money from her? The possessed woman says that her client is only charging for the consultation, and she thanks her again, and then again, but this time much more obsequiously. And the possessed woman mentally notes that this woman will still have to buy a full ritual session. As if remembering something, the shaman says that next time she will not be here, and the sufferer is at a loss because of this. But the possessed woman reassures her that instead of her, there will be a young man here, to whom she can also turn. It works, but not completely, and then the shaman says that she will need to spend some time in the mountains to pray. The possessed woman says that this guy has a strong spirit. He is young, but the woman still has doubts. She says she doesn't think there is anyone more capable than the lady sitting in front of her, and she suggests that it is not the young man sitting in front of her, but herself. In conclusion, the possessed woman adds that they serve the same god. Some strange sounds are heard behind the door, and the woman pays attention to them. She asks if the lady shaman is expecting other clients besides her. And her interlocutor answers this in the negative, adding that she has a cat. She says that this little devil often makes a mess. The possessed woman assumes that the cat saw a mouse, and at this time, one of the children calls out to the other. He asks him to be more careful, and he apologizes to his friend, saying that he will immediately return everything to its place. While Shire is busy with important matters, Mercy finds something that catches her attention. Noticing the cluster of vessels, the girl asks why there are so many of them in this temple. Hearing these words, one of her friends reacts. Jewelry's ancestor, who had not yet gone far, also cries out, forbidding the girl to touch the vessel. Sternly calling Mercy by name, the boy also forbids her to touch the cursed thing, ordering her to move away from it immediately. However, it was too late, and without knowing it, the girl had made a big mistake. The explosion that enveloped the space made Mercy let out a long, loud scream. Out of fear, she loses control of her abilities and leaves Joy's body. Realizing what she had done, the girl screamed again, but briefly and out of fear for the schoolgirl. Looking at her lifeless body, Mercy shouts out a message to Joy. This has a sobering effect, and the girl slowly opens her eyes. Carefully, trying to come to her senses, Joy asks sluggishly what that was. And Jewelry, overcoming her efforts, is already rushing towards her, shouting out her friend's name. Trying to warn her, the guy tells the schoolgirl to immediately get out of the way. Joy isn't quite sure what he means, so she turns around, and then it dawns on her. The spirit looming over the girl not only looks creepy, it makes her already unruly body literally freeze with terror. Joy stutters and tries to scream in protest, but the words that come out sound pathetic. Realizing that there is nothing to be done, Jewelry comes up with the only correct plan. Swinging with all his might, the schoolboy throws his sword, cutting the spirit in two. However, at its final point, the weapon hits the wall and gets stuck in it. The children, who became unwitting witnesses of this scene, simultaneously let out a cry of admiration. The guy himself is breathing heavily from such intense actions, trying to bring his ragged breathing back to normal. But he is not allowed to do this, as a familiar voice notes the abundance of mice in the room. The possessed woman, casting a glance at each of those present, continues to discuss this topic. And then, turning to Jewelry, he notes the fact that the guy has already recovered. Suddenly, a ragged laugh bursts from the woman's chest, followed by a full-blown laughter. Calling Jewelry a vessel capable of containing a god, she says that he is truly perfect. However, the possessed one is unhappy that the two disobeyed her order, saying that they should have remained quiet. The woman makes a strange sound and everything inside Jewelry goes cold. Meanwhile, the possessed one continues to publish it, and everyone understands that this is not without reason. Those strange spirit children start appearing around again, making an otherworldly howl. They appear out of nowhere and crawl from all sides, surrounding the uninvited guests. The possessed woman is asked if she really intends to take control of children's souls. This boy is categorically against this, so he says that he will not allow her such liberties. The woman laughs, and other children join their friend, asking if she was doing anything bad here. They say that such behavior is inappropriate for a shaman. It is typical only of those who have weak spiritual strength. Showing the hands of the children's souls, the boy tells the possessed woman to answer where their fingers are. The woman is about to respond with something sarcastic, but she is not allowed to do so. The sound of the door opening is followed by a frightened and trembling voice addressing the lady shaman. This woman asks the possessed woman what is going on here. Some unknown force makes her turn her hunted gaze to the side. Jewelry appears there and is also surprised by the woman's presence here. Meanwhile, the vessel in the woman's hands reacts to it. Something very strong breaks him from the inside, rushing towards the teenager. It stretches its hands towards him already in flight, desperately trying to grab and appropriate him as quickly as possible. The creature does not even hide its intentions, saying that Jewelry will become his. It is already dangerously close, ready to close its huge jaws on the desired body. However, this does not happen, as someone destroys the creature. And while Jewelry is still coming to her senses, the possessed one speaks up. In an ominous tone, she asks the spirit she destroyed how he dares to covet someone else's body. In a possessive and jealous voice, the woman says that it belongs to her. For several long moments, silence reigns in the room. However, it is again interrupted by the possessed woman, who clicks her tongue in displeasure. Glancing at the woman who has caused her unnecessary problems, she calls her a pathetic brat. Others take advantage of this pause and begin to read sacred texts. Folding their hands in prayer and quietly surrounding the possessed woman in a circle, the children try to seal her. But the woman is not going to tolerate this. She has a plan in store for such a case. By cutting herself, the possessed one addresses those who dared to even think about imprisoning her. She asks them if they really thought they could take her with something like that. The demon inside the shaman says that his entire existence is based on hatred. He continues by saying that he is the very embodiment of hatred. The demon calls itself an unconscious and uncontrollable rage, and he calls these children pampered flowers, responding to their kindness with kindness. And the demon ends his words by saying that such people will never have the strength to control him. Shifting his focus slightly, he begins to talk about how he is plunged into the abyss of despair. And time after time, this demon showers this world with his curses. By saying that he is only chasing pure malice, the demon reaches out to others present in the room. He smiles sadly, noting that even so, they are stupid enough to appeal to the gods. Approaching the boy who asked about the fingers of children's souls, the possessed woman remembers this. And then, it clearly demonstrates the place where they are located. After this, the possessed woman bursts into uncontrollable and insane laughter. Meanwhile, the souls of children begin to flock to her again, like moths to a flame. At some point, they begin to moan and scream, writhing in hellish agony. The girl feels uneasy at such a terrible sight, and she helplessly begins to accept the inevitable. The boy begins to turn his head, finally convinced that something similar happens to all souls. Well, in the meantime, they begin their transformation, bursting into sobs even more desperately. Ultimately, their bodies produce even more ugly creatures, but just as unhappy. Well, the possessed one continues to replenish her army while giving orders. Out of helplessness, the boy finds nothing better to do than to refuse to believe what is happening. His friend states the fact that the children's souls have turned into demons. He says with regret that they will never become flowers again and meet their parents. The girl says that this can't be done. It's too cruel and wrong. Out of despair, she turns to the children, asking them to come to their senses because they must return to their parents. The possessed woman is fed up with this moaning and sniveling, and she says that she is fed up with it. And then, the woman gives a new order to her demons, and they readily carry it out. As several of them grab Mercy, her friend screams out the girl's name in fear. Turning to the demon, he asks if he really thinks he can get away with it so easily. However, he is unable to finish speaking, as several other demons also catch up with him. The second boy resorts to threats, telling the demon that as soon as their brother appears here, it will be the end for him. Before fully answering, the possessed woman begins to giggle mockingly. And then the possessed woman mockingly asks what he is talking about, and mercifully allows their brother to come. The woman adds that after this, she will send him straight after these three. One of the children is still trying to resist. He starts to object, but he is interrupted. When his mouth is gagged, the last thing the boy sees is the creepy grin of this woman. Meanwhile, the possessed woman switches to the object of her interest. Approaching him, she says that now no one will disturb them. The woman suggests that jewelry go back to where they left off. The possessed woman says that this does not mean that she will be able to become a god. The demon inside her expresses confidence that he will rise much higher than some pathetic gods. After this, the possessed one approaches jewelry and begins to prepare to carry out her plan. However, this attempt turns into a failure as an outsider interferes with their interaction. What the woman barely managed to dodge turns out to be a very formidable weapon. And yet, she was unable to completely avoid the blade, and the possessed woman is still recovering. Shir considers the demon's words to be complete nonsense. He says that he doesn't even have the right to pronounce this word. The possessed woman immediately turns her gaze in the direction of the voice and is amazed to see a dog in front of her. She is mentally surprised that her powers have no effect on the animal. Out loud, the woman says that Shir is not an ordinary dog. And the ancestor jewelry asks the possessed woman if his appearance had misled her. The demon inside the shaman begins to suspect that something is fishy here and asks Shira who he is. The dog doesn't respond, but currents of air begin to form and swirl around him. Just moments later, Shir reveals his true identity, telling the demon that he is in the presence of a god. And although Jewelry and Joy look at all this with bewilderment, hope begins to flicker inside them. The same cannot be said about the possessed woman, because she, on the contrary, begins to get lost. Unable to believe what is happening, the possessed woman, with great effort, squeezes out the hateful word. And Shir asks her if she finally managed to get a good look at him. At first, upon hearing these words, the possessed one clenches her teeth with force from despair and anger. But then, something starts to spin in her head and falls into place, and confusion is once again replaced by self-confidence. The woman begins to laugh so uncontrollably and furiously that it becomes scary, and this continues for a very long time. But finally, the possessed woman calms down and turning to Shir says that he is funny. The demon tells him to get away, unless the deity wants to die like a dog. As the possessed woman begins to analyze Shir's appearance out loud, Jewelry wonders. Looking at his ancestor, the boy mentally wonders why he is just standing there doing nothing. Sure, as if noticing the gaze on himself later, turns his gaze to him. And when Jewelry tries to understand what the ancestor wants from him, the demon again turns to his interlocutor. Asking him why he is looking around, the possessed woman gives Sure a warning. He responds by saying that he is thinking about what to do with the demon. Jewelry mentally assumes that his ancestor is expecting some action from him. While the guy is thinking about this, the demon decides to check something. The possessed woman turns to her interlocutor again, beginning her words with a provocation. She says that if he really is a god, it won't be difficult for him to deflect a simple spell. Understanding roughly the capabilities of her ancestor in his current state, Jewelry desperately cries out his name. The girl is also quite good at this, but she doesn't even have time to scream. Everything is happening exactly as everyone in this room expected. When the dog falls to the ground, the possessed woman asks it what is wrong. She asks Sure where all his divine power is and mentally confirms her guess. The demon says that if her opponent were a god, he would have driven him out of this woman's body long ago. Besides, he believes that no self-respecting god would inhabit a dirty dog. When the possessed woman calls Shira a pathetic creature, something inside Jewelry shivers unpleasantly. The woman turns her gaze to the schoolboy and addresses him by name. She asks him if this is all his rescuers can do. In this case, the possessed one asks Jewelry to be an obedient boy and give her his body. She then promises to spare all his friends, but says that resistance will lead to his senseless death. In a deceptively gentle voice, the possessed woman begins to express her assumption. Grabbing Jewelry by the chest and pulling him towards her, the woman says that it looks like the guy has no other choice. The guy chuckles, saying that he can still die so that the demon doesn't get his body. And he offers to check it out. He says that he will take Jewelry's body a moment before his breath stops. The possessed woman begins to say that it is his turn to rise, but she is interrupted. Feeling some kind of physical heaviness, the woman looks down. It turns out that she is indeed being held by her clothes, and it is being done by none other than Joy. In a weak voice, the girl, in her usual polite manner, asks the possessed woman to stop all this. Jewelry, noticing this, calls her friend by name. He begins to worry about her safety, and the girl, not remembering herself, asks the demon to leave her mother's body. Her voice becomes more confident, and by the end, the schoolgirl loudly tells the demon to leave her mother alone. Although the possessed woman's gaze is calm, her body begins to shake violently when Joy calls her mom. And then the woman kicks the schoolgirl with fury, without uttering a single sound. Jewelry, seeing such a heartbreaking picture, doesn't even find the strength to scream. At first, the possessed woman looks at the girl silently, as if checking whether she is breathing or not. And then the demon asks Joy if she seriously thinks he left her alive out of pity. The girl begins to shake with silent sobs because she really thought about something like this. And the demon continues, saying that Joy is still breathing only because she was useful to him. The possessed woman begins to talk about what awaits the girl now that she is of no use. Saying it's time to die, the demon asks Joy not to be afraid because he will send her mother after her. Jewelry can't just watch this happen, so he tries to do something about it. Realizing that something terrible could happen now, he desperately screams out his friend's name. And although from such a distance the guy cannot hear Joy's weak voice, he understands that she is apologizing to him. For some reason, the schoolboy's body refuses to move, and he can only watch silently. Well, Joy closes her eyes, resigning herself to the fate that fate has prepared for her. Jewelry can't take it anymore and desperately screams out her friend's name, refusing to accept what is happening as reality. As if in slow motion, he sees the possessed woman's hand rise up above the girl. Joy's last thoughts are of her mother, and a memory from the distant past flashes before her eyes. When a woman gives her daughter a bracelet, the girl asks how she can wear it, because it is too big and ugly. And the shaman responds to this, that with this bracelet, no demon will touch her. A memory appears in the girl's head, and she asks inquiringly if this is really all because of this again. And then, drawing the appropriate conclusion for herself, Joy refuses such a gift. The girl says that she is already being teased because she is the daughter of a shaman, and with this bracelet, everything will only get worse. Joy asks her mother to stop putting charms in her backpack because one recently rolled onto the floor during class. The woman says she is worried about her daughter, but her daughter expresses concern that she might become an outcast. Joy notices that other children live happily without all this shamanism. The girl cannot understand why they cannot live exactly the same way. Covering her face because she doesn't want to show her tears, Joy says it makes her angry, and then the woman asks her how she needs another amulet. The girl begins to say that she doesn't want anything like that, but stops short when she sees what the woman is offering her. Meanwhile, the shamanka calls this amulet an amulet of mother's love. The girl looks at her mother with bewilderment and then drops a stupid and so obvious question. The woman says that wherever Joy is and whatever happens, she can just call her. She continues by saying that at that moment she will feel a warm hug. The woman adds that she will always protect her daughter. In reality, to everyone's surprise, a tear runs down the shaman's cheek. Joy, who is closest to her, can't believe her eyes, but an understanding of this arises in her head. The possessed woman's voice changes, and she, addressing the girl affectionately, asks her daughter to run away. Jewelry manages to hear these words, and they amaze him no less than Joy. And now, the girl faces a dilemma. The hope that had been lost flares up inside her again, like a bright fire. Turning away from Joy, the possessed woman begins to tremble, struggling with herself, and the girl starts calling for her mother incessantly, now refusing to give up. The woman's hand reaches for the knife stuck in the wall and with enough force, pulls it out. The shamanka hesitates for literally a moment, after which she moves into action. Joy asks her mother what she is doing, even though she's already figured it out herself. The woman confirms the girl's fears by raising the knife above herself and pointing it at one of her most vulnerable spots. All this time, Joy is screaming, asking her mother not to do what she is about to do. Over and over again, the girl repeats her request, begging the woman to stop, and she suddenly turns to her daughter again, calling her by an affectionate word. Joy freezes, a glimmer of hope glimmering in her that her mother will come to her senses, that everything will be okay for them. However, the woman only apologizes to her daughter and deals herself one precise blow. Jewelry's breath caught in his throat at what he saw, as he had never seen anything like it before. His ancestor at this moment comes to his senses and is also impressed. And Joy's insides sink, and she forgets how to breathe. The hands clutching the strong handle are still moving, and the last hope comes alive in the girl. The scarlet drops sprinkling the floor have a sobering effect on Joy. She desperately cries out an appeal to her mother, and feeling that the bonds have loosened, rushes towards her with the last of her strength. However, it is too late. The woman's strength leaves her, and her body falls limply down, like a doll's. But Joy is still there, frantically continuing to call for her mother. The girl's words reach Jewelry's ears as if from under a thick layer of water. His head is occupied with his own thoughts. The guy remembers how Joy calmed him down, telling him that everything was fine because he was helping her too. But now nothing was good, and because of this, he feels helpless. Seeing the girl sobbing over her mother's lifeless body, Jewelry regrets that he couldn't prevent it. At the same time, the boy remembers the words of his ancestor that everything happens because of him. And at that moment, someone's voice sounds inside him, offering him to submit in exchange for strength. At the same time, other voices appear in Jewelry's head, beginning to blame the guy for all the troubles of this world. He recalls how he was previously blamed for the death of his parents. He recalls being told that someone like him should not have been born. And at that moment, a crack appears on one of the walls, and something protrudes out from there. Meanwhile, the demon that was in the shaman's body comes out and speaks. He turns angrily to Joy, calling her a crazy bitch and rhetorically asking what she did. Meeting these words fearlessly, the girl doesn't even think about behaving differently, because this creature drove her mother to the brink. The demon also has no intention of backing down from his position, calling Joy a scoundrel. The evil creature is going to kill the one who ruined all his plans and tells her about it. But Joy has no intention of leaving her mother's body unattended and allowing her spirit to desecrate it. The demon fails to carry out his evil plan, instead realizing that something is wrong. A suspicious yet very familiar whistling sound can be heard in the air behind him. After which the weapon that emitted it, with a different, confident, and sharp sound, crashes into the floor. Just a moment later, the demon's severed limb lands next to him. At first, he doesn't understand what it is, how it's possible, and who dared to do something like this. And then his gaze catches on a figure standing at a distance, and realization slowly reaches his essence. The sight the demon sees makes him go cold and tense up his whole body. This happens at least because the guy standing in front of him has changed beyond recognition. At first, Jewelry's eyes are closed, but then he begins to slowly and lazily open them. When the student does this completely, his pupil is directed directly at the opponent. Even his ancestor was overcome with an involuntary tremor as he slowly rose, overcoming the pain. This is all because Sure understands that something is wrong, that he really doesn't like something about what's happening. The demon suddenly screams, calling those present idiots and asking them if they had all suddenly lost their fear. He starts to say something to Jewelry, but the boy's sudden disappearance makes him stop. The demon begins to frantically look around, trying to see where the schoolboy has moved to. And suddenly, he appears behind, already raising his weapon for the final swing. The demon notices this a moment before the strike, so he manages to dodge. He turns out to be quite nimble and even manages to jump to the side. And while the demon's beads are scattered across the floor in all directions, he thinks feverishly. He's trying to figure out what it was and how that brat managed to break his spell. Observing the unnatural movements of a human, the demon notes that people are not capable of such things. Realizing this, the evil entity becomes frightened and decides to protect itself. To do this, he calls upon his subordinates in the usual way. But in order to do this, the demon has to order them to release the captured children. The boys immediately rush to the girl, shouting her name and asking if she is okay. Mercy is also conscious and stutters out a yes, but there is something that is bothering her. The girl is worried about the fate of her adopted sister and her mother. And the demon finds support in his subordinates, and with their help, he regains his ability to act. However, before his hand has time to strengthen, Jewelry has a new target. The schoolboy is going to interfere with the process to prevent the demon from fully recovering. Correctly reading his intentions, the evil creature calls Jewelry a bastard. The demon even manages to materialize his weapon in time before the guy gets close. This allows them to clash almost on equal terms, differing only in position. However, it soon becomes clear who is in the lead in strength, and the demon hisses angrily, promising to finish off Jewelry. At some point, the guy suddenly pulls away and his opponent sighs with relief. But it turns out that the guy did this in order to deliver a new, much stronger blow. Well, his goal is achieved, and the demon cries out in confusion, amazed at his miscalculation. Jewelry only lets go of the sword to get a better grip on the hilt for her next strike. But for now, he doesn't intend to kill the demon, instead damaging his arm, which has not yet fully recovered. It turns out to be more painful than the spirit imagined, so he screams out loud in surprise. To prevent Jewelry from tormenting himself further, the demon makes the only right decision. Having decided to endure this one-time pain but survive, he retreats. Landing as far away from Jewelry as possible, the demon speaks, making a suggestion. He says that it seems that the good-for-nothing worm was not so simple after all. And yet, the demon still considers Jewelry to be just a pathetic little human. Suddenly, the lips of this previously completely emotionless guy stretch into a smile, and he grins. This makes the demon so nervous that even in his mind, he wonders what the schoolboy is laughing at. At this time, heavenly spirits do everything possible to help the victims. And Jewelry again grips the sword more comfortably and fills it with energy. After this, he suddenly takes off and rushes towards his opponent again. At this time, he gets scared and starts trying to frantically think about how he can help himself. Suddenly, an idea comes when his gaze unconsciously falls on one object. This item turns out to be a vessel with an essence sealed inside, and it is immediately put to use. And although the vessel flies straight towards him, Jewelry does not change its course, and the demon screams and laughs contentedly, offering the guy to try it. Jewelry doesn't even think about giving up, already swinging to destroy the obstacle that has appeared in her path. And he does this without even thinking about the consequences. When a schoolboy is swarmed by insects, his opponent bursts out laughing. Laughing nastily, the demon calls Jewelry a cretin, and the very next moment, it becomes clear why he said it. Due to the force of the blow and the surprise, the guy flies back a decent distance. However, he groups himself on the fly and, with the help of Jewelry's sword, manages to stop earlier than he would have been able to. Looking up, the guy assesses his unexpected opponent, and the demon says that this is not an ordinary evil spirit. It was artificially created from his own poisons. And he asks Jewelry if he thinks he can defeat someone like that. The heavenly spirits scream in fear, wondering what it is, as they have never seen anything like it before. But Joy, unlike them, is much more concerned about something completely different. Looking at the guy with fear, she mentally and worriedly says his name to herself. The demon thinks that Jewelry turned out to be stronger than he expected. He wants to take advantage of the moment. Rushing towards the woman, the demon thinks that while there is still an opportunity, he will take her body. He doesn't like it, but the demon believes that while he is in a human body, Jewelry will not dare to attack him. Having made sure that his opponent is far away, the demon decides to cross over. Opening the woman's mouth wider, he begins to enter her, but the demon is unable to finish. The next moment, he flinches because a loud sound is heard not far from him, behind him. The demon pauses and turns around to assess the risks for himself, just in case. And he, seeing something he couldn't even imagine, tries to digest what happened. Running his eyes from Jewelry to the severed body, the demon can't believe that the boy cut him down with one blow. However, the next moment he puts on a confident look and grins. Bursting into laughter, the demon turns to Jewelry, saying that he is amazed at the boy's ignorance. The demon begins to talk about what happens to the spirit when you chop it down. He says that in this case, the entity will grow new bodies. One of the evil spirits begins to chatter something in his own language. Igomi basabakaliyotapan sasenpai. Dentat koa krata dinar. Hauli dienzagodikan. Yanchasiwatikiao. He gives his protege the order to only immobilize Jewelry, but under no circumstances to kill him. And then the demon begins to reason about what he needs in order to become a god. Slowly, savoring every word, he says that for this, he will need Jewelry's body. But suddenly, the demon stops, shuddering in fear because he hears the piercing squeal of the centipede. He turns around sharply when he hears how loudly his creations begin to squeal. The sight that awaits the demon is heartbreaking. And the issue is not the fact of killing the centipedes, but the method of their destruction. What the demon sees now makes his knees tremble. It is very difficult for him to digest what he saw because the demon had never seen anything like this before. As the guy licks his lips, the realization finally hits the demon and he becomes completely lost. Falling down on his ass from an excess of emotions, the demon mentally denies what he saw. He refuses to believe that this boy was able to eat the evil spirit. And while the demon tries to digest what he saw, Shear's voice cuts through the silence of the room. Approaching his descendant, the ancestor Jewelry addresses him. And although the guy immediately turns around at the voice, he does so lazily. At about the same speed, the schoolboy raises his hand with the sword. However, he lowers the weapon very sharply, causing Shira to become frightened. But outwardly, Jewelry's ancestor doesn't show it, stoically enduring the humiliation. The guy turns away as abruptly as he did, showing that he is not interested in the dog. And only then does Shira allow himself to show true emotions. Realizing that this boy will not spare even his dog if it gets in his way, the demon becomes even more tense. And as Jewelry approaches him, he tries to understand what kind of creature is in front of him. When that creepy grin blossoms on the schoolboy's lips again, the demon is finally convinced of his suspicions. Now, he is absolutely sure that what is in front of him now is not a person. The demon screams and runs away, thinking that he urgently needs to save himself. The doors of the temple are locked, but this does not stop him. The demon simply breaks them, desperately wanting to get out of here as quickly as possible. Feeling himself being overtaken, he desperately clings to life, starting to scream. But this can't help in any way, because Jewelry has already caught up with the demon. The guy kicks him in the head and, pushing him into the ground, rolls on the demon like a skateboard. When they stop, the creature makes a muffled sound. And then, trying to look at Jewelry, the demon addresses him in a stuttering voice. At this moment, the guy swings, forcing his opponent to quiet down. However, realizing what awaits him now, the demon attempts to escape. It doesn't work, and the creature's desperate, heart-rending scream instantly dies down. Although he can't even scream now, the demon still doesn't give up trying to resist. But Jewelry remains indifferent to the efforts and futile groans of his opponent. From overexertion and lack of air, the demon begins to give in. Somehow, he still manages to squeeze out a few words, and in these moments, he remembers fragments from his past life. But the demon refuses to accept such reality, going into deep denial. He doesn't want to remember what happened to him in the past, but memories stubbornly pop up before his eyes. The demon no longer understands what is real now, being on the verge of losing consciousness. However, he is absolutely certain that he cannot be treated this way because he is a god. This temple is thriving and is not only popular but also highly respected. There is always plenty of everything in it because the villagers care about the well-being of their souls. They care about their health, they believe in gods and demons, and therefore they are generous. The shaman of this temple always diligently fulfills her duties, faithfully serving the gods. Just now, she performed a dance of appeal to the spirits to answer the prayers of the villagers. And now the woman says that the spirits are happy. She assumes that it will rain tomorrow. However, contrary to expectations, the next day there is not even a cloud in the sky. The shaman's hands are shaking with fear, but she is even more overcome by incomprehension. She can't understand and wonders why it doesn't rain. Cursing harshly, the woman rhetorically asks what the point of her is then. She thinks that she can't do anything at all, and she can't even convey the will of the spirits. At some point, dangerous thoughts arise in her head. The woman suggests that the gods may not exist at all. With each passing moment, these thoughts become stronger in her head, and eventually she comes to the conclusion that this was her own gift from the beginning. Voices are heard behind her, and the woman turns around, listening to them. Seeing her looking at them, people fall silent in fear. After this, they do not stay in the same place for long, but the woman continues to listen, and fragments of the interrupted conversation reach her. These people speak of her, suggesting that the gods have turned away from her, and this amazes them. Some say they suspected something was wrong with this shaman from the very beginning. The man, while telling how she scattered the ritual items, stops short as the woman calls out to him. The shaman says that illness will soon come to his house and tells him how to avoid it. Hearing the words about a bag of rice, the man is taken aback, amazed by such a large offering. His rather tipsy interlocutor begins to reproach the woman for planning to rob honest people. The first man asks him to calm down, reminding him that the shaman is trying for the village, but he doesn't even think about it. He speaks unflatteringly about the woman, ultimately ordering her to get out and not spoil her appetite. And then the shaman cannot resist asking the man how he dares. She asks him how he dares to insult the one who conveys God's will. Her expression turns sinister as the woman asks if this man is not afraid of God's punishment. He says that she doesn't know what the gods want, and then the shaman says that soon the disease will take his life. With these words, she leaves, not paying attention to the words that rain down on her. Sometime later, the man actually dies, and sobs are heard over his body. The villagers are talking about how the gods have punished this man for insulting their shaman. They continue to discuss this incident, saying that not only the first man fell ill, but also his wife and children. But they turned to the shaman in time and soon recovered, which they consider incredible. The women also discuss how one family recently performed a ritual prayer for the birth of a child, and they wonder why they should conceive a new one if their son was recently carried off by a tiger. But the women still decide to go to the shaman for prayer since the surrounding area has become too unsettled. They are interested in why tigers have started taking babies so often, and they decide to keep a closer eye on the children. So the shaman's popularity not only returned, it became even more grandiose, and only she knew that all this was not the merit of the gods, but her own. Sometime later, one night, the woman cries out someone's name. People around her are discussing this, and from their words it becomes clear that the unfortunate mother has lost her child. Some people suggest that he was simply playing hide and seek and will soon return on his own when he gets hungry. And none of them even imagines what fate is in store for this unfortunate child. The starving girl writhes in unbearable pain. The shamaka comes closer to her and affectionately addresses her by name. She asks the unfortunate woman if she wants to eat like this and hands the girl the so-called food. The child is so hungry that he is ready to eat anything. The girl reaches for the food with a desperate, pitiful groan, but the woman asks her to be quiet. And while the child is trying to reach what she wants, the shaman raises a formidable weapon over her. When it plunges into the flesh with a wet and loud sound, the involuntary witness of this spectacle shudders. Somehow, miraculously, the child manages not to utter a single sound, even when the shaman leaves. However, this picture was forever imprinted in the boy's memory and will haunt him for the rest of his life. Entering Entering the room a little later, the shamanka glances around in search of her guest. She calls him in a feignedly affectionate voice, but no one answers her. The woman says that it is dangerous to walk alone at night because there are tigers everywhere. She looks for the boy everywhere, asking where he is, but she can't find him anywhere. The thing is that the resourceful child found a safe shelter, but he is still scared. The next day, the shaman dances ritual dances again, supposedly calling on the will of the gods. The mother of the lost boy also came here and humbly asks them to return her son. Suddenly, she feels someone touching her, a touch the woman would recognize among 1,000. And indeed, turning around, she sees her own son in front of her. Unable to contain her emotions, the woman hugs him and asks what happened to him. The boy is silent for a while, wondering whether he should tell everything. He is afraid of making things worse. And yet the boy's trembling hand points behind his mother's back, indicating the culprit. They are not alone, and people have already gathered around, so everyone, as one, gasps in shock. Their views change dramatically, filling with condemnation and fear, and their attitude towards the shaman changes instantly. Residents cannot understand how cruel a person must be to do something like this. Well, this woman herself, contrary to expectations, meets with looks full of hatred without feeling remorse. And then on the same day, after a general council, people decide to storm the temple. Even the most seasoned men cannot remain steadfast when they discover this find. After all, it is impossible to confuse something like this with anything else, and others will soon find out about it. Unlucky mothers and fathers whose children were allegedly carried off by tigers are going into a frenzy. Later, the shaman is called the devil's spawn and asked to return their children to them. However, to everyone's astonishment, she calls the mourners a laughing stock, which causes additional shock. And the shaman reminds people of their own sins, saying that they themselves wanted this. The woman says that they were ready to sacrifice anything for the sake of their greedy desires. Saying that these children have now perished because of their greed, the shaman calls people pathetic savages. The residents are amazed by her, advising her to at least fear God's punishment before her death. However, the woman only laughs in their faces, calling the words about God's punishment complete nonsense. She asks people how the gods, if they really exist, allowed these children to die. One of the men, unable to bear to hear these blasphemous words any longer, snatches the torch from his neighbor's hand. He throws it at the shaman with fury, growling like a wounded animal, and is belatedly asked to stop. But he doesn't care because his grief is so great that no one can share it. And while he wishes the shaman a quick death, she says that their gods do not exist. People are uneasy because even while burning, this woman is talking nonsense. Meanwhile, she says that, unlike the gods, she herself is real. And, bursting into mad laughter, the shaman says that they are all cursed. She says that each of them brought upon themselves the wrath of God by this act. The woman says that it is all because she is the god. Well now, a woman who has thus become a demon, finding herself in a trap, still finds a way out of it. She calls out to the one who devours the light, calling him to come to her. All the vessels in the room begin to move, forcing you to involuntarily look at them. Everything happens so quickly that at first it is impossible to even understand anything. But the next moment, when a stream of furious force blows over everyone, a bad feeling makes everyone tense up. The demon's severed limb grows back instantly, causing even jewelry to jump back. And what was once an ordinary shaman orders her enemy to see his divine judgment. And the next moment, having completely transformed, the demon rushes towards jewelry. Laughing madly, he attacks the teenager with his new limb, but the teenager manages to avoid the blows. Jewelry lands only to set a better trajectory for herself and to check the enemy. He turns out to be too close, but this time, too, the teenager leaves untouched. Well, the demon screams, addressing his opponent, expressing his intention to finish him off. And not only that, following Jewelry's threats, the creature says that each of them will fall by his hand. The demon begins to read some ancient text, calling upon the one who hears this world. Seeing what is happening, Mercy calls out to Jewelry in fear. Joy worries about the guy silently. The heavenly spirits are also worried about the schoolboy, asking him to be careful. However, one of them is tormented by doubts. One question won't leave his head. Watching the battle very closely, the boy has been keeping an eye on Jeverly for a long time, and he wonders why he looks even more sinister than the demon himself. Jewelry pulls off a maneuver similar to the one he did before. But since the current situation is different in some way, the demon becomes perplexed. Well, in just a few short moments, jewelry appears behind him, throwing him into an even greater stupor. As his new limb crumbles away on its own, the demon hisses in pain and frustration. However, that's not all. He's not going to give up so easily, and lets out a heart-rending groan. And the severed limb of the demon swells, pushing out new shoots. But they don't have time to reach jewelry, as he is already in another place. The demon's gaze changes in the blink of an eye, and this makes him feel uneasy. And jewelry is already towering over the enemy, getting ready to move on to the next stage of their game. He too is affected by the transformation. The second eye also turns black. The aura around him becomes thicker. This completely throws his opponent off track. But as Shuru watched this, a guess crept into his head. Looking at what is happening to his descendant, he wonders what the hell. But then, somewhere nearby, the rustling of a fan is heard, and a familiar voice uses thunder wisdom. Jewelry and his opponent not only hear it, but also feel it perfectly on themselves. After all, this technique, like the subsequent ice wind, is aimed specifically at them. The alien attack envelops the demon from all sides, not giving him the opportunity to concentrate. And while he chokes on his wheezing from the effort, jewelry remains silent and inert. However, when Pratrim snaps his fan shut, the boy lands as if it were just a safe ride. Yet jewelry becomes curious about the one who possesses such impressive power. Pratrim, stretching out the fan in front of him, moves on to the destruction technique and the whirlwind. A miracle happens. Jewelry's iris returns to its original color, but for some reason, the guy closes his eyes. From the outside, it looks as if all his strength has left his body in an instant, and he is in free fall. And Pratrim continues to carry out his plans, now getting ready to put the seal on. At that moment, the blade slips from Jewelry's hand, as his arms have become completely weak. The guy's eyes roll back as if he's on something, and he continues to fall. Pratrim watches him closely, preparing to intervene if necessary. At the same time, in the head of someone who looks so much like an ordinary teenager, disturbing thoughts are swarming. However, outwardly, Pratrim is completely calm, and a familiar voice reaches the back of his ears. The heavenly spirits run to him, rejoicing at the appearance of their older brother. They begin to retell him what happened recently, vying with each other and out of place. Strange sounds are heard from the side, causing all four to turn around. The children again begin to express horror in different voices, and only Pratrim is impartial. What remains of the demon asks the teenager in a weak voice what he is. The creature asks how he manages to use the power of the gods, since he recognizes it among 1,000. Pratrim still allows himself to answer, saying that he is God. When the demon expresses disbelief, his interlocutor calls himself an earthly branch, and he appears as the sign of the north and a celestial being. The demon still doesn't believe his words, asking again between pauses. He asks if there really is a real God standing before him. The younger ones feel uneasy watching such passions, and some close their eyes. The former shaman continues to approach, asking the celestial being another question. She crawls with all her might, collecting their last remnants, just to find out the answer to her question. So the shaman reaches Pratrim and asks why he did not hear her prayer. It is vital for her to find out why he never responded to them. Memories flash before my eyes, driving me deeper and deeper into the abyss of despair. And the woman continues to ask Pratrim questions, one more important than the other. She doesn't understand why he didn't let her die, because she believes that the gods should protect those who pray to them. When Pratrim asks again about the words of prayer, his robes slip from the woman's hand. Shaking himself off in disgust, he asks her what she's even talking about. Pratrim asks whether one can boast of a prayer that was said only out of one's own greed. He says that no god will pay attention to such a call. Meanwhile, the spirits that emerged from the woman's severed limb begin to cause her pain, and Pratrim continues, saying that she, blinded by profit, forgot about her duty and committed indelible sins. The former shaman says that this is unfair, and her interlocutor repeats these words after her. He asks her about all those innocent souls that she destroyed. The woman begins to justify herself, but Pratrim interrupts her, telling her to shut up. He says that even if he incinerates her and tortures her, he will not be able to satisfy the rage of her victims. And yet, the celestial being says that the former shaman will experience hellish torment, and this will continue for as long as she has managed to take away children's fingers. But that's not all, because it's also worth remembering how many people she hurt. And Pratrum calls on the shaman to bear punishment for all her sins. With these words, he opens his fan again, preparing to complete the cycle of the earthly branch. And, pausing before the final part of the spell, Pratrum pronounces its very last word. When he waves his fan, the shaman becomes truly scared. But the celestial being does not care about the fear of the one who herself kept so many innocent souls in fear. A black whirlwind, breaking out from his fan, rises upward towards the full moon. At first, the shaman does not find the strength in herself to utter even one word. However, then, in a weakening voice, she says that this cannot be done. She asks for mercy, saying that she cannot die like this. She begs and begs, constantly asking for mercy so that they will have mercy on her, at least this time. But the celestial being doesn't care, and he ends everything with words about imposing a seal. The demon begins to crumble into dust, disintegrating until it disappears completely. And while the little ones admire their older brother, Pratrum asks what is wrong with the others. The girl gasps, remembering how Joy's mother stabbed herself with a blade. And then the whole company returns to the temple where it all began. When they get there, the girl is still hugging her mother's body. New tears keep appearing in Joy's eyes, refreshing the tracks of the previous ones. Pratrum moves from his place and heads straight towards them. For some reason, the girl becomes scared and hugs her mother as tightly as possible. However, Pratrum does not intend to hurt her, on the contrary, saying that the woman is still alive. The boy exhales heavily when he realizes what he has to do. However, he still activates his blooming technique with the already familiar Earth Branch cycle. But the spell for this is different, and Pratrum pronounces it. It's called the Flower Garden, and even Joy feels its power and is in awe of it. As soon as Pratrum says the right words, the magic begins to happen. The buds of rebirth begin to bloom all over the shaman's body, and the wounds in the place where they blossom slowly begin to heal. In the place where the most serious wound was inflicted, the process is even more active. Joy, watching this, cannot believe what she is seeing. And the children, even though they have already seen this process, cannot stop being delighted. With a wave of his fan, Pratrum speaks the final word, completing the cycle. He places a seal on Joy's mother, but the opposite of the one he placed before. The girl can't wait to talk to her mother and make sure she's safe, so she calls her. They ask her not to worry about it, arguing that the woman's condition is due to the fact that she is sleeping. Joy still wants to show affection to her mother, so she gently strokes her cheek. As if understanding who is doing this, the shaman's face actually relaxes and a smile appears on her lips. Even getting such a reaction makes Joy happy. She can't believe her happiness. The children encourage the girl, and she continually babbles words of gratitude. The boys say that it is all because their brother is a celestial being, the first of the 12 earthly branches. These words impress the girl so much that she shudders, and then he throws himself at Pratrum's feet, expressing his deepest gratitude to him. The celestial being suddenly bends in half and, shuddering violently, coughs. Looking at his clothes, he is convinced of his thoughts. With a dissatisfied clicking sound, Pratrum turns to Joy, saying that he doesn't need her gratitude. However, the celestial says that he will be glad if she does him a favor. When Pratrum raises her hand to show what she means, she is shaking with exhaustion. And yet, he manages to overcome himself and take everything under control. After this, the celestial swings his fan, performing the destruction technique. When he speaks the words about the black mirror, children's souls appear behind the shaman. The first crack appears on the perfect surface, growing wider with each passing moment. In other places, the same ones appear and repeat the path of their predecessor. After this, Pratrine moves her fan again, creating the seal. Whenever the little fingers appear around, an unpleasant shiver starts to run down Joy's spine. As he leaves, the celestial being asks the girl, when her mother comes to collect the children's parts and perform the ritual. And Joy remembers that this is necessary in order to guide the souls of the dead to the next world. Pratrum, leaving the temple, glances at the other company. Sure, like a truly faithful dog, sits next to his descendant, awaiting the verdict. This thought makes Pratrum laugh, and he calls out to his old acquaintance. He actually turns around at the not-so-polite address, and Pratrum, crossing his gaze with hers, tells him to get out of here. However, he doesn't listen, and the celestial being gets down to business just like that. Approaching the guy hanging in the air closer, Pratrim waves his fan, but instead of casting some magical spell, he hits Jewelry on the head. Surprisingly, it works. At first, the guy frowns a little and then opens his eyes. Pratrim looks at Jewelry expectantly, but he doesn't understand what they want from him. And although he has not yet fully come to his senses, he begins to turn his head in different directions and ask questions. Jewelry tries to understand where he is and what is happening around him. He continues to repeat the questions that torment him and also tries to move. At first, he doesn't succeed, and then Jewelry tries to pull his hand harder. This turns out to be a bad idea, as the guy then falls, hitting himself painfully. Belatedly remembering that he is naked, Jewelry quickly covers himself with his hands. And then, the guy suddenly realizes that the situation seems different to him than it was before. Looking around, he actually sees that he is now outside the temple. This puzzles Jewelry, and he wonders in his mind, what the hell is going on here? Trying to recall the recent events, memories actually begin to return to him, but they are completely bleak. In them, Joy's mother stabs herself with a dagger, and the girl herself sobs miserably over the woman's body, praying to God to bring her back. This memory resonates with pain in the guy, and he sadly says to himself the name of the girl who had become close to him. He closes his eyes, and the next time he opens them, Joy is sitting in front of him in person. The guy doesn't even have time to get really scared. The girl immediately grabs his face and starts examining it from all sides. At the same time, she worriedly asks Jewelry if he is okay. The guy stutters and confirms this, and then, in turn, begins asking Joy how she is. However, the schoolboy stops short as the girl starts sniffling. She forces out the words that she is very happy and apologizes to Jewelry, saying that everything happened because of her. The guy asks Joy to stop and, as if casually, carefully asks her about her mother. The girl instantly changes, saying that she is fine since a kind gentleman helped them. Jewelry is completely confused about what is happening, and his head is in complete disarray. His ancestor approaches the boy, stating the fact that he has finally woken up, and the schoolboy addresses him. Jewelry admits that he doesn't understand anything at all, and sure promises to explain everything to him when they return home. From the side, Pratrim's voice is heard. He says that he is also eagerly awaiting his explanation. For several long moments, a tense silence hangs in the air. Then Joy introduces Pratrim, calling him by name and adding that he is one of the earthly branches. Looking at the teenager, Jewelry asks his name again, confused, and he has a vague feeling that they have seen each other somewhere before. And at the moment when Jewelry remembers him, Pratrim suddenly has a coughing fit. He is surrounded by heavenly spirits who begin to ask their older brother with concern if he is okay. Pratrim doesn't respond to this, picking up his fan and saying that it's time for them to go. The celestial spirits take this for granted, accepting their new acquaintances until their next meeting. As they literally evaporate into thin air, Jewelry states this fact in a questioning manner. When Joy realizes that this guy knows a celestial being, she feels something akin to awe. Jewelry starts to say that they simply crossed paths, but stops, looking behind her interlocutor. At first, she is surprised, not understanding why he stopped, but the next moment, it dawns on the girl. After all, she hears a painfully familiar voice that addresses her by name. Turning around sharply to check for herself, Joy does indeed see her mother standing in front of her. Despite the fact that the woman looks exhausted, the girl cannot stop rejoicing that she is alive. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, the schoolgirl rushes to her mother. Jewelry himself doesn't notice it, but a smile involuntarily blossoms on his lips, and his soul feels lighter. Neither of them notice, but there is another observer at the touching reunion. He watches the happy family for a while, then turns around and leaves. The old sackman shifts his grip on his bag and throws it over his shoulder. As he walks away, he starts singing his favorite song about whiny and obedient children. And near the temple gates, as he promises, rice treats are left for Jewelry and Joy. Returning home, Jewelry sees a message from the courier who delivered his order 8 hours ago. Putting the device away, the guy sighs sadly, upset that everything has already cooled down. Sure asks the descendant whether he has become some kind of official, that they give him food as a tribute. The guy, calling his ancestor a fool, says that Joy bought it all, the package just arrived. Sheer is shocked by this treatment and calls Jewelry impudent. He expresses his opinion that it would not hurt for the student to learn respect. Sure says he can forgive Julri's bad manners, but asks the boy to be careful how he addresses him. But the schoolboy is not impressed and asks his ancestor to quickly go inside, otherwise he will slam the door. Calling Julri a little brat, Sure tells him to hurry up and cook the food, because he was very hungry, and the guy asked the dog to wash his paws first. Julri communicates with Joy, or rather reads her messages with apologies and an offer to contact her at any time. The guy thought for a long time whether he should answer or not, and finally, having made his choice, he puts the phone in his pocket. A notification appears on the other side of the screen with the appropriate sound, and the girl receives a message. Joy is surprised by the sender of the message because she didn't even expect to receive a response. And then her face lights up with a smile because Julri asked her to stop apologizing. While Sure fills his belly, his descendant tries to figure out what happened. He asks in a clarifying tone about how, while he was unconscious, Pratrim dealt with the demon and cured Joy's mother. Sure confirms these words, and Julri remarks that he missed all the interesting parts. The guy asks his interlocutor, that is, Pratrim, like him, is the spirit of an ancestor. Sure says that the one they are talking about is not a spirit at all, and the schoolboy is surprisingly indifferent about this. Silence reigns again, during which the only sounds are the boy's chopsticks and his ancestor eating. Julri breaks the silence again, asking why Sure just stood by when they almost died. The guy continues to develop this theme, believing that his ancestor could have figured everything out. Hearing the words that, if Prathram had not appeared, everything could have ended badly, Sure begins to speak. He says with great reluctance that he stood aside not of his own free will, but that he simply had no other choice. Ancestor Julri tells him that he couldn't do anything physically. The guy asks if Sure really wears that sword, just as decoration, and receives the answer that in the current situation, yes. Ancestor Julri admits that he has now almost completely lost his powers. Then the boy doesn't understand how Sure saved him from that first evil spirit. His ancestor says that this is the main reason. Sure addresses his descendant, maintaining rather long pauses. He tells the guy that he was on the verge of his own death that day, and in order to save his descendant, Shire put into his body the power that was stored in him. And Julri learns that his abnormal regeneration comes from the energy of his ancestor, because it is now inside the schoolboy. The boy asks again, puzzled, and Sure tells him that that is exactly why those words were said. And he means that a little earlier he asked his descendant to help him. On a subconscious level, Julri is already beginning to guess what all this means. And to confirm his thoughts, Sure says that he needs to get his power back. Engrossed in conversation, they don't even know that somewhere outside their house, someone is watching. And the next moment, it is no longer possible to know. The next morning, Julri gets ready for school as usual. However, as soon as he puts on his shirt, he involuntarily shudders from unpleasant sensations. The guy mentally notes the fact that his arm hurts a lot. But that's not all. Julri also feels a strong weakness in her legs. They are shaking violently. The schoolboy wonders why he feels so exhausted. Meanwhile, Shar turns to his descendant with a question. He starts to ask it, but gets puzzled, trying to figure out how to ask it in a modern way. Shur says he needs a scripture that contains the history of the development and changes of this world. When Julri says he thinks he understands what his ancestor is talking about, he is surprised that the schoolboy has such a source. The guy remarks how lucky they are that he didn't throw it away, but Shur doesn't understand what it is. Julri says it's a history textbook, and his ancestor can barely make out what's written on the pages. The boy tells Shur that it's time for him to go to school, and his interlocutor agrees. On the way to school, Julri remembers what he learned from his ancestor. The words that his power was within him still ring in his ears. But then the guy doesn't understand why his body feels so heavy all morning, because he assumes that, in that case, he should have become more resilient. At the same time, Julri remembers Shur's words that in the future, spirits will not be able to threaten him thanks to her, and he does not like this. Mentally expressing the hope that this will be useful, the guy meets his own eyes with a stony gaze. When memories begin to surface in her mind against her will, Julri quickly turns away from the statue. Continuing on his way, the schoolboy realizes that there was someone else standing next to him. Trying not to think about it, Jewelry hurries to leave as quickly as possible. A beeping sound comes from the device in the hands of another student, followed by the rustling sound of interference. Preoccupied with his own thoughts, Jewelry doesn't pay attention to it. And from this guy's earpiece come words about exhaustion, destruction, and battle. The schoolboy glances at his device again, beginning to think about something intensely. And then, adjusting his glasses, he mentally draws some special conclusion from this. This makes him turn towards Jewelry and start following the guys retreating back with his eyes. Sometime later, the schoolboy follows our hero, testing him on a ghost detector. And while the boy is engrossed in his research, he doesn't notice how his phone is taken away from him. These girls think he's stalking them, and the schoolboy groans in confusion. He honestly admits that this is not true, but the schoolgirls do not believe him. A guy tells the girls about a ghost detection program, but they don't like the fact that his camera was pointed at them. They are about to check his gallery, but the schoolboy retorts, saying that he didn't write anything down. When a hand falls over his shoulder, its owner calls out to Hades. Patrigard asks the latter what he does and clarifies with him about ghost hunting. The guy apologizes to the girls for his friend, explaining that he is obsessed with ghosts. The words that this is why Hades is looking for them are confirmed by another female voice, the owner of which takes the bespectacled man's phone. She asks her interlocutors to be patient because this guy has been a bit out of touch with reality since early childhood. Patrigard asks Hades not to point the camera at people as they might misunderstand him. The girl in the cardigan laughs and shows the guy's album to others, saying that it only contains his photos. Her laughter grows even louder when she notes the care Hades took to take a cool selfie. Patrigard asks the girls for forgiveness, but they apologize to them themselves. Meanwhile, the girl in the cardigan turns to Hades, who calls her crazy. She asks the guy to stop doing this because he could get into big trouble because of it. Hades counters by saying he can explain everything, but Leah reminds him that he was just mistaken for a stalker. Patrigard asks her not to scold him, saying that she is too strict, but Leah says that the behavior of the bespectacled man is already irritating her. The brunette becomes curious as to why Hades chose this particular floor and didn't even leave his bag in the classroom. His interlocutor asks him what he thinks, and Patrigard has a guess. Leah asks her friend to stop playing along with Hades, reminding him that it makes him put on airs. The boy asks the girl again about how he is being self-important because of other people's opinions. He says that this judgment is naive because he does not take into account anything other than his own observations. Patrigard asks Leah if she doesn't remember the trip to the training camp. That time, Hades' voice recorder was able to record the real voice of a ghost who offered to play a game in the recording. The girl calls her interlocutor a fool, believing that something like a glitch in the waves occurred in the electronics. Hades cuts her off abruptly, agreeing that it is electromagnetic interference. He says that ghosts are made of powerful magnetic fields and asks what would happen if such a creature passed near other waves. The guy answers his own question, saying that then the light sources start to flicker and the equipment fails. Patrigard jokingly remarks that Leah would make a good ghost hunter, and Hades quite seriously offers to take her on as an apprentice. The girl asks the bespectacled man if he has ever seen ghosts, and he says yes, then jokes that with his face, she looks like one herself. Leah flares up, getting ready to teach Hades a lesson, and swears, but the guy corrects her. The girl keeps repeating that she wants to punch the bespectacled guy, and Patrigard asks her to breathe deeper. Leah doesn't understand what the point of this is, since Hades doesn't even make money from it. And at that very moment, the guy's device malfunctions, emitting a piercing sound. As it continues to malfunction, Hades tries to remember who is in this class. Patrigard perks up, asking if the glitch means there's a ghost in this place. While Leah reminds the boy of her request not to play along with Hades, the school children are already entering the classroom. Patrigard, realizing that his friend wants to check everything inside, promises to negotiate everything with the guys. Noticing the brunette, the girls acknowledge the fact that he has come to them and ask who he is with. Patrigard introduces the guy by name, and with a satisfied chuckle, adds that they have been friends since high school. Hades asks the girls if they mind if they take a quick look at their classroom, and the brunette notices one of the devices. She asks the guy what it is, and he gasps, and then apologizes Apologizing, Hades says that it's better for the girl not to touch this thing. He argues that the transfer of a negative charge will cause damage. Other school children also notice Petrogard. They greet him and ask where he disappeared to. Meanwhile, Joy texts Jewelry, asking if he could come into the lab. The girl asks about this because she wants to give him something, but she is afraid to go into his class as they might be misunderstood. One of his friends, noticing that the guy got up, asks where he is going, and he says that he is going to the restroom. When Jewelry turns his attention to the exit, his friend notices that the popular kids are gathered there. He suggests that the guy tell them to get out so that they don't block the entrance to the classroom. Another man joins him, saying that Jewelry will never be able to drive these guys away. They start making fun of each other, and at that moment Petrogard notices them. He asks people to step aside, realizing that they are blocking other people from passing. While some ask the brunette not to push, he apologizes to Jewelry. Friends begin to tease the guy, saying that he has made his way through with just one look. Jewelry tries to walk calmly and not pay attention to their teasing. But the moment he catches up with Hades, the latter's device literally starts to go crazy. It's not just interference. A creepy voice comes out of the recorder, talking about death, destruction, and blood. The school children who heard this, since Hades did not put on headphones this time, ask what it is. The guy seems to be saying the words more to himself that the ghost detector has reacted again. And from this, Hades suggests that he has found the source of the anomalies. Sometime later, in the lab, Joy hands Jewelry a homemade piece of jewelry. She says that her mother made it and told her daughter to give it to him. Jewelry asks, puzzled, if the girl really invited him here just for this reason. The guy asks the girl to thank his mother, and she asks why he doesn't wear the bracelet. Jewelry starts talking about what will happen if they wear the same things. And the girl clarifies, having already guessed that the guy is worried that these bracelets will be mistaken for a pair. Joy says they're just regular prayer beads and asks if Jewelry thinks no one at their school wears them. The girl asks him to just put them on because her mother made the beads because she is worried about him. When she suggests that things might get dangerous again, Jewelry says that it won't happen again. The guy says that the ghosts won't touch him anymore, and Joy asks why. Jewelry answers evasively, saying that there is now some kind of power inside him. The boy recalls his ancestors' words that on that day, he was practically a corpse. He guesses what the girl's reaction will be, so he decides not to tell her. Instead, Jewelry says that this is precisely the reason for his quick recovery. He adds that now he needs to live as before, and the girl suggests that this is the power of the ancestors. Now it becomes clear to her, and Joy expresses her understanding out loud. She shares with the guy that back then he didn't seem like himself, as if he was a completely different person in front of her. Jewelry doesn't understand what the girl is talking about, so he asks her about it. Joy replies that he fought really well and held the sword like a feather and was flying through the air. This surprises Jewelry, and he asks if he really fought. The girl confirms this. The guy asks when it was, and now he's surprised by Joy, amazed that he doesn't remember it. The girl begins to tell the story, saying that it happened then in their temple, but she cannot finish. Letting the phone fall to the floor, Jewelry covers Joy's mouth, silencing her. The guy himself is surprised by this, because he didn't intend to do this. That's why the very next moment, Jewelry jumps away from the girl, seriously frightened by what happened. Looking at his hand in fear, he asks out loud what just happened. Joy asks the guy what's wrong with him, and he apologizes and says it wasn't him. At that moment, from somewhere to the side, they hear the noise of interference and words about words and death. When Hades realizes that he is being noticed, he makes a corresponding interjection. And then he apologizes to the couple, explaining his behavior by saying that their conversation was very interesting. He openly admits that he eavesdropped on them a little. Adjusting his glasses, the guy pauses and then speaks again. He politely greets the guys and introduces himself, giving his full name. Hades brazenly adds that he is a ghost hunter. Jewelry and Joy, puzzled, almost unanimously repeat these words after the guy, and he approaches them and expresses joy at meeting the girl, which surprises her. When asked if he knows her, Hades says that he knows that she is the daughter of a shaman. The girl is amazed by this, asking in a stuttering voice how he knew this. The guy calls his interlocutor naive, saying that everyone already knows about her mother being a shaman. After thinking for a bit, the girl agrees that this is indeed the case. Hades says he knows all the urban legends and history of this school. Jewelry asks Joy if he's serious when he hears that this is the exact reason why the boy entered this school. Meanwhile, Hades asks the boys if they know the story of the living statue, since this legend is well known among the senior students of their school. However, contrary to expectations, Jewelry answers negatively that Joy. Hades says, with an air of importance, that this legend is about how the statue of their school runs at night. The guy talks about the rumors that are going around about what happens if you see this statue running. Hades explains to his listeners that you will then be forced to participate in this race. If you try to cheat or refuse, the statue will hit the person in the crown with a spear and he will die. Joy tells Jewelry that these are all horror stories that are a bit predictable. Hades continues, suggesting that this is all the work of a poltergeist. He determined this by the flagpole, which sometimes appears to be torn out, although there was no sign of a typhoon. Aide says there have already been 4 cases recorded since the entrance ceremony. He adds that the same thing happened last year. After this, the guy starts talking about what happened recently. Hades speaks of the event that made this legend come true, and he saw this incredible thing completely by accident. The guy starts talking about how he heard strange sounds. He admits that at first, he himself thought that he had simply made a mistake. However, Hades still went towards the sound and was convinced that everything was very real. The schoolboy continues his story, saying that then he saw some guy running away from the statue, and some girl with her hair pulled back was running after him. The most surprising part of all this is the part concerning the flagpole. Hades explains this by saying that he was mysteriously torn out. The guy starts talking about the meaning that he always showed near that statue. He says it always reached 5, and after that day, it barely rose to 1. In conclusion, Hades says that after what happened that day, there is nothing left in the statue. Wanting to be even more precise, the guy says that what was inside has disappeared. Hades is not one to beat around the bush, so he asks his interlocutors directly. He asks them if they were the school children running away from the statue, and the boys deny it. From their behavior, the guy concludes that he was right, and Jewelry asks why he thinks so. Hades says that usually when he tells something like this, he gets a different answer. However, Jewelry and Joy did not be rude to him, did not ignore him, and did not even ask what it all meant. Hearing the words that they immediately began to deny everything, our hero understands that he miscalculated. Hades continues to talk about the students' reactions and adds evidence to his words. It turns out to be the reaction of his device for measuring electromagnetic fields. Hades explains this by saying that ghosts are invisible energy that consists of a magnetic field. When he says that the device is recording them, Jewelry asks if there is any scientific basis for this. Hades starts talking about what would happen if he even slightly touched Jewelry with this device. He says that then a 5th meaning immediately appears on it, which does mean something. Joy is puzzled when Hades shares his guess that what was in the statue is now in Jewelry, and the latter asks his interlocutor to slow down and asks if this is proven by anything. Hades confirms these words, saying that otherwise he would not have taken out Jewelry. However, absolutely all of our hero's devices react to him without exception. Hades asks Jewelry how he will explain this, and he asks again, irritated. And then he says that the bespectacled man decided everything himself and asks him, what's next? Jeverly asks the guy another question, what does he even mean by this? And the schoolboy actually says that he already has a ready-made assumption on this matter. Hades assumes that the two are guardians of the ghosts, and Jewelry drops out altogether. When he asks what that is, his interlocutor replies that these are people who collect ghosts. Jewelry notes that even if he says it's not true, Hades still won't believe him. The guy again denies that they have anything to do with the statue or anything else. After this, he turns to Joy and suggests that the girl leave here. However, Hades calls out to Jewelry, asking him why he constantly lies. The ghost hunter admits that he didn't want to resort to extreme measures, but the situation forces him to. Strange sounds begin to be heard from behind Jewelry, as if distorted by a recording, which makes him turn around. What the guy sees next leaves him in complete stupor for a while. Enlarging the image, Hades notes the enviable quality of modern phones. He continues to talk about this, noting that even from such a distance, everything is clearly visible. Jewelry has no decent words to express her indignation. Hades asks the guys not to hide anything from him because he is not a bad person, but now they definitely think differently. Feeling a little embarrassed, the guy says that he has a favor to ask of them. Jewelry and Joy decide to remain silent so as not to make the situation worse, patiently waiting for him to continue. And so it follows. Hades asks them if the school children know about the antique perfume shop. Just as Patrigard is about to return to class, an ingratiating male voice calls out to him. The guy turns around in surprise, trying to understand what this man needed from him, and he hands the schoolboy a box, saying that it is a gift and it is for him. Patrigard expresses his admiration and admits that this is the first time he has received something as a gift from a guy. The boy thanks his giver and asks him what class he is from. He can't believe that no one remembers him, but he says it so quietly that the words are inaudible. When Patrigard asks his interlocutor to repeat, he quite loudly calls him a hypocritical bastard. The guy is taken aback and, confused, asks an obvious question, expressing his lack of understanding. Meanwhile, something in the box begins to glow, forcing the schoolboy to lower his eyes to it. There is some strange set at the bottom, and the glow comes from the writing on the little man. The next moment, it becomes brighter, flaring up, and the paper burns completely. This creates a strange, dense haze that, emerging from the box, takes on a terrifying shape. Later, the teacher asks the class how far they have progressed in the past week. Yawning deeply, Jewelry wondered why he was so tired. The guy's pocket responds with a short vibration, notifying the user that he has received a message. Taking out his phone and checking his messages, Jewelry finds out that Hades is texting him, sending him his number. The guy asks the ghost hunter how he found his contact, and he says that Joy told him. Hades literally begs Jewelry to go with him to the antique perfume shop. The guy reminds the bespectacled man that he needed a shaman and suggests Joy as a candidate, but he says that the girl said that she would only go with him. Suddenly, a stern teacher's voice makes Jewelry flinch because he thinks they are talking to him. However, it turns out that this is not the case, and the man asks about the student whose place is now empty. Someone suggests that Patrigard Holly is sitting here, and the teacher asks the deputy headman where he is. The students begin to talk among themselves in surprise because they saw him only recently. But the deputy headman says he doesn't know and suggests that Patrigard might be in the toilet. But then the door suddenly opens, frightening the students, and a lost person enters the room. The deputy headman announces to the teacher that Patrigard has shown up. Addressing the student, the teacher asks him where he has been, but he remains silent. He remains silent for some time, and the teacher loses patience. He begins to address him, but Patrigard, gasping, apologizes. As the guy passes by his place, his neighbor calls out to him. Pointing to this, the schoolboy asks Patrigard where he went. Before taking his seat, the guy glances at him and lets out an interjection. When Patrigard settles down, Jewelry mentally notes his strange behavior. And not only did he pass by his place, but he was also fiddling with a strange bone in his hands. When the bell rings for the end of class, Patrigard's classmates approach him. The first question they ask him turns out to be whether the schoolboy has gone crazy. The boys remind Patrigard of his own words about his promise to attend classes without fail. They wonder if he really went to the toilet, but the student doesn't answer, doing something else instead. As he extends his fist to them, the guy standing on the right asks Patrigard what he wants, and he assumes that it is fist, but the schoolboy says that this is not what he meant at all. Patrigard invites his classmates to play rock, paper, scissors, and they are puzzled by the suddenness of the request. The guy continues, saying that he wants to play for 10, and this puzzles his interlocutor even more. Laughing nervously, he says that he doesn't have any money with him, but he gets an answer to that too. Echoing him, Patrigard suggests that in this case, they pay with their bodies, and the schoolboy suddenly changes his mind. He agrees to play for the initially proposed bet, and the game begins. The first round goes to Patrigard's opponent, and their support group screams with delight. Rejoicing at his win, the schoolboy confidently proclaims that a man should be a fist. When Patrigard hands his opponent a banknote, the latter asks, puzzled, if he is serious, and he asks if the student is sure, to which he responds with impeccable agreement, reminding him that he himself agreed. The delighted winner thanks Patrigard, who offers to play again. Only now he raises the bet fivefold, to which he receives amazement and jokes. The second round begins, and now Patrigard is making fun of his classmate. When the situation turns out to be the opposite of the previous one, the loser casts his vote. He gasps and is about to express his annoyance, but does not have time to do so. When Patrigard hits him, the guy in the sports jacket gasps in fear. Others turn around at the noise and screams, starting to wonder what is going on. When what happened becomes obvious, the school children cannot understand why Patrigard did this. And then he suddenly bursts into loud and creepy laughter, saying that a man must take risks. And he adds that there is no point in following one tactic. And the guy in the sports jacket worriedly asks the man lying down if he is okay. The people around him start talking in fear, assuming that their classmate has lost consciousness. When they express a desire to call the school nurse here, Patrigard addresses them. He asks his classmates what happened, and they immediately fall silent. Then the guy approaches his defeated opponent, intending to explain everything. Patrigard tells his classmates that this guy won and took his winnings. He gets distracted, laughing at the grip the schoolboy has on the bill, and the person standing next to him pulls him back. In response to the question of whether this is too much, Patrigard asks what his interlocutor is offering him, since he gave the money, and he adds that the one who is now lying on the classroom floor agreed to pay with his own body. Suddenly, Patrigard's gaze changes, and he remembers something, stating it out loud. He asks his interlocutor to clarify that he also agreed to such conditions. Gasping in fear at such a frightening look, the guy in the green windbreaker denies it. And Patrigard, hissing discontentedly, expresses his disappointment but does not bother anyone else. Instead, he heads towards the exit of the classroom, ignoring the frightened glances of his classmates following him. As soon as the guy closes the door behind him, a hubbub immediately breaks out in the classroom. Jewelry's friend says he thinks the situation is like the beginning of a TV series about school kids and bullying. Another thinks it looks more like an animated series about time travelers. He argues that from the outside, it looks as if some villain has entered Patrigard's body. Hearing all these words and going over the experience in her head, Jewelry comes up with her own guess. The students' dramatically changed behavior becomes the most pressing topic for discussion. The girls are trying to understand why Patrigard suddenly behaved this way, out of the blue. They saw him like this for the first time, and it looks as if he is not Patrigard at all, but a completely different person. The schoolgirls find this creepy, assuming that this guy has become a hooligan. The girl, who is secretly in love with him, expresses the hope that Patrigard is preparing for a theatrical audition, in fact, playing a role. Her interlocutor does not understand why they rehearse in class, and in this way. Meanwhile, a brave man appears who decides to turn to Patrigard. He reminds the boy that smoking is prohibited and warns him that the teacher will be arriving soon. Patrigard asks his interlocutor to stop mumbling because he can't hear anything, and he himself shouts, ordering the schoolboy to speak just as loudly, and because of this, even those around him get scared. Someone asks what happened and is told that Patrigard has lost his temper again. The latter changes the tone of his voice and softly says that he was joking. Patrigard says that it's not even a cigarette, but his classmate still tries to object. Then the guy's tone of voice changes. Again, he asks if his interlocutor really wants to argue with him. Patrigard wants to bet that the teacher will not come when the bell rings. The schoolboy puts 10,000 on the line again, and his opponent starts to lose. Patrigard continues to stubbornly insist on his position, saying that the teacher will not come, but his interlocutor tries to object. The schoolboy repeats the words he said to the guy he hit earlier about paying with his body when there is no money. His opponent remembers how it all ended last time, and he becomes even more scared. Patrigard asks the boy why he is shaking, but he is called out to in a confident tone. The schoolboy slowly turns his indifferent gaze to the one who entered their class. It turns out to be the girl we already know, and his friend, Leah. The schoolgirl immediately notices that something is wrong with the guy, and she turns to him again. However, Patrigard's changed gaze puzzles her, and she falls silent. And yet, this girl is not one to be timid, so she does something that makes the guy glance sideways. She confidently grabs his hand and, pulling him along with her, orders him to go out with her. Outside, Leah asks what happened to him and whether Patrigard really hit someone. She also asks where the guy got this thing because he despises smoking. But Patrigard does not listen to his interlocutor, his behavior raising questions in her. Little by little, the girl starts to lose her temper and asks the guy if he is listening to her. Patrigard continues to ignore Leah, asking her his own question. When the girl asks again, he repeats, asking her to choose odd or even, but she says that she is not in the mood for jokes. But Patrigard doesn't care. Contrary to his own behavior, he advises her to choose faster. The girl is puzzled, but still chooses, naming the odd number. A predatory grin appears on the guy's lips as he shows Leah his palm, as if knowing the outcome in advance. Patrigard says that she has lost. He begins to speak slowly, drawing out his words, but the guy's movements are very fast. Abruptly pulling the girl towards him, Patrigard orders her to pay with her body. With one sharp jerk, he presses her even closer to him. And at that moment, looking into the eyes opposite, Leah begins to experience fear that she had never felt before in relation to this person. And yet she hits him, not intending to tolerate such humiliation towards herself. And in an icy tone, Leah calls Patrigard a crazy bastard. When she leaves him, she doesn't even suspect that this scene has been watched all this time. And the guy who started all this chuckles contentedly, experiencing incredible satisfaction from carrying out his revenge. Holding his phone in his hand with an open correspondence with jewelry, Hades speaks to him out loud. The pretty boy notes the fact that, despite everything, they are in the same space. Hades enters the office, politely apologizing, and addresses Jewelry as Sir. His detector starts to malfunction, and the guy comes to the only correct conclusion from this. He chuckles contentedly, assuming that Jewelry is somewhere nearby. Without any embarrassment whatsoever, Hades says that even if the guy hides, his equipment will find him everywhere. He turns around abruptly, which is why he doesn't notice the person who is nearby. The guy's eyes only manage to reflect the flickering lights of one of his devices. When the device lands on the floor, Hades looks at it for a few more moments, then turns his gaze to the person he collided with. When he realizes that he knows this person well, he addresses him by name. A breeze from the corridor rushes past, bringing the smell of tobacco to Hades' nose, which puzzles him. Meanwhile, Patrigard bends over his friend's device and lifts it. Once in the hands of a schoolchild, the previously silent device begins to emit a piercing sound. The rest of Hades' instruments also come to life, showing abnormal values. A voice also appears in the guy's headphones, talking about some kind of repetition. For a few moments, everything is quiet, and then Hades hears a loud, single knock, followed by a drawn-out hiss and screams. He can't figure out what it is, suggesting that there is a possibility of a frequency conflict. And yet, the boy turns to Patrigard, asking him to call Jewelry from their class. He almost winces when his communicate with ghost check reveals a multitude of messages asking for help. And while Hades is trying to figure out his devices, Patrigard smashes one of them on the floor. The student's strength proves impressive, and the durable plastic construction shatters into tiny pieces. This doesn't just raise questions in Hades, it causes something inside him to break along with the device. And Patrigard asks him if he really wants to die, since he didn't even deign to apologize after crashing into someone. Hades is puzzled by such pressure and gaze, so he automatically asks for forgiveness. And then the cube, already familiar to us, flies into the air, making several lazy rotations in the process. Patrigard seems to catch it with both hands at the very last moment. And after this, he instantly spreads both hands in different directions so that it is not visible which one has the bone. Already anticipating the extravaganza, Patrigard asks his offender which hand the cube is in. And somewhere in another class, a girl is doing a tarot card reading and she gets the devil. Joy hesitates for just a few moments before turning to the person next to her. She tells Jewelry that there is a boy named Patrigard in their class. When the student says that something was put on him, he confirms this. The girl jumps up from her seat, urging the guy to go there immediately. When Jewelry asks why he would go out anywhere, she says it was to save his friend. The guy says they're not friends, and the girl corrects herself by saying he's a classmate, but even this prerogative doesn't impress her interlocutor. Jewelry asks why Joy even thought it was because of some card. The guy says that Patrigard was fine in the morning, and why would anyone send a ghost to him anyway? Recalling how his classmate congratulated him on his birthday, Jewelry concludes. He says that this guy just has such a character. His mood swings back and forth. Although, remembering what happened today, Jewelry agrees that now it's too much. Getting up from his seat, the guy says that Patrigard doesn't bother him much. Joy becomes sad when Jewelry asks her to forget what he told her. The guy asks his interlocutor to have less contact with him. He doesn't want them to be seen together. And the girl asks, what if Patrigard is really a good person? Then what? Joy overdoes it, starting to play on pity when she remembers what happened to her when the evil spirit took over her body. The girl says she thinks this is unfair, and then a third voice enters their dialogue. As someone who used to go to the same school as Patrigard, Hades says he's really good. The guy adds that this person is not brave enough to argue with anyone or compete. And Hades turns to Jewelry, guessing that he has run away from his class again. Joy asks the guy what happened to his face, and he replies that a ghost hit him. Hades begins to address Jewelry, but he abruptly interrupts him, saying that he will not go. The ghost hunter is silent for a moment, then speaks again. Expressing a slight regret, he says that he will not ask Jewelry to go with him to the antique perfume shop. And at the same time, the guy apologizes for his recent behavior. After this, Hades turns to Joy, remembering her recent words. It turns out that this guy heard her talking about an incident where an evil spirit took over her body. Hades asks the girl if she was able to return to normal life after her exile. The boy analyzes their past words and draws a conclusion from these inferences. Jewelry is irritated by his assumption and question about how he and Joy cleaned the statue together. The guy starts to say that they have nothing to do with it at all when the girl screams in confusion. Having transferred the money to Joy, Hades explains that he made an advance payment for the upcoming order. He promises to give Jewelry the remainder, he says, and the guy is outraged that everything was decided for him. Hades almost interrupts him when he asks him, in an uncontrollable but polite manner, to help him. He pauses long enough to understand that his interlocutors are listening to him attentively. And only then, the guy asks Jewelry to return his friend, Patrigard. Some time ago, the latter hit Hades so hard that his glasses flew off. At that moment, the only question that was running through the ghost hunter's head was what had happened to his friend. And Aida's instruments were going off the scale, showing critical readings. And when their sound became unbearable, Patrigard turned to the guy. Having called him out in a disrespectful manner, the schoolboy apologized to Hades. However, it turned out that this was nothing more than sarcasm, because he called the guy a damn weakling. Now Jewelry refuses to help Hades and turns to Joy. He offers the girl to help the ghost hunter, saying that he needs to go himself. Running past the unfortunate man, the girl mentally apologizes to him. When the door slams behind them, Hades remains alone and stands motionless. As Jewelry walks down the school corridor, he thinks about how they are always trying to drag him into something. Remembering all the horror that happened to him recently, the guy wonders if he can already live in peace. And then he remembers his ancestors' words, that he almost died that day. This is precisely the decisive reason why Jewelry now chooses to be cautious. He thinks that from now on, he will not interfere in dubious adventures. And then Jewelry notices Patrigard and the guy passing by. Watching him, the schoolboy silently agrees with his own thoughts. And in his head, against his will, the words of Hades pop up asking him to help. At this time, Patrigard is talking very actively with his interlocutor, and Jewelry involuntarily catches himself thinking that this suits him better. They are almost on par, and the guy decides to throw everything unnecessary out of his head. However, the next moment, his hand, just as before, begins to move on its own. Patrigard's interlocutor is confused because nothing foreshadowed trouble. In this silent scene, everyone is confused, including Jewelry, who does not understand what is happening. The guy tenses up, not even imagining how to get out of this mess now. And as if to confirm this, Patrigard begins to grind his teeth. Meanwhile, Joy comes around the corner, shouting a message to Jewelry. When her gaze falls on this scene, the girl becomes puzzled, focusing on Patrigard. The schoolgirl misinterprets Jewelry's intentions and therefore allows herself to think of his boundless kindness. Meanwhile, Patrigard's friend addresses the impudent fellow who allowed himself to do such a thing, calling him a pest. Jewelry reacts with lightning speed, causing surprise to those watching with her actions. And the next moment, he apologizes to Patrigard for his behavior. In his defense, he can find nothing better to say than that it wasn't him. Noticing that this hand is part of Jewelry's body, Patrigard asks who did this, if not him. The guy grins when his interlocutor begins to repeat his words, saying that it is true. And then, Patrigard resorts to his favorite method of deciding who will come out of the water unscathed. He throws the dice just like he did with Hades. As the cube moves, the student calls Jewelry his friend. The very next moment, the guy also asks him exactly the same question as he did to the ghost hunter. At this point, his friend starts to giggle obnoxiously as if he knows how this will all end. Joy tenses, involuntarily recalling the Ghostbuster's battered face. Well, Patrigard is simply confident that he is right, feeling like the master of this scene. And only Jewelry tenses up, asking why his interlocutor suddenly decided to ask him this question. Suddenly, in the resulting pause, the guy's hand flies up again on its own. Jewelry is no less scared than before, trying hard to figure out what's wrong with her. The boy mentally panics, desperately calling for his hand to start obeying him again. However, this time, instead of hitting, the following happens. Patrigard's expression changes abruptly. He hesitates, pausing, although he was about to say something. Jewelry is puzzled, trying to predict what will happen now. But nothing terrible happens, and Patrigard is forced to acknowledge the fact that the guy guessed right. Moving from their place, the friends continue on their way, and the guy asks Jewelry to be careful. His friend chuckles annoyingly, stating the fact that this Jewelry almost got it. Well, the latter is still trying to digest what happened and understand the reason for the willfulness of his hand. Because of this, he doesn't notice how Patrigard casts an interested glance at him one last time. Later, after studying her hand for a while, Jewelry begins to move it in different ways. In his mind, he wonders what this all means. And at that very moment, the fist clenches tighter and begins to fly straight at Jewelry's face. And although the guy notices this and tenses up, he doesn't have time to do anything about it. A passing schoolboy notices his friend's strange behavior and asks him what he is doing. The guy suggests that Jewelry is practicing a new slapstick method, and while he continues to laugh at his friend, he asks him to take his hand. When a student picks up the wrong hand, Jewelry asks him to correct it. However, the guy's hand starts moving again, and it does so much faster than before. And, although she only slightly grazed Jewelry, the abrasion from the blow remained. His friend asks if he really needs to take part in this ridiculous performance, as he finds it terribly creepy. But Jewelry confesses to the guy that his left hand moves on its own. Luckily, he is released, which the schoolboy says, and his second friend has an idea. He thinks it might be alien hand syndrome, but Jewelry doesn't know what it is. Finding out what it is, the guy thinks that a lot of things add up and remembers that he actually hit his head recently. Assuming that this is the reason for his stiff body, Jewelry wonders if it is paralysis. Being carried away by his thoughts, the guy does not notice the person sneaking up on him, and he, feeling even more superior because of this, already raises his hand to strike. But then something unprecedented happens. Such a carefully prepared attack is parried. Rain is so taken aback by this that he loses everything he wanted to say. But it wouldn't be him if he hadn't been found, and the guy asks Jewelry if he's really been getting it so often that his body is now reacting on its own. The guy counters these words by starting to say that it's all about the hand, but Rain interrupts him. Instead, he asks Jewelry if Patrigard Holy is in their class. Without waiting for an answer, the guy asks his interlocutor to tell this guy to give him his electronic cigarette. Jewelry asks why he should do it, and is told that Rain is lazy. Jewelry then asks him if he is too lazy to follow him since he was on his way to graduating. Rain reminds his interlocutor of his own words, desperately trying to contain the feelings that are bursting out. He repeats his earnest request to Jewelry not to upset him. The boy starts to speak, but his hand makes itself felt again, causing the schoolboy to hesitate. Giving her a puzzled look, Jewelry begins to pray that nothing bad will happen. He quickly agrees to bring Rain his toy, and Rain praises his interlocutor for his obedience. When Jewelry leaves, the guy notes his quick steps out loud. Meanwhile, in a slightly different place, Hades is patrolling the corridors. When his new device detects something, the guy decides to double-check everything. To do this, he uses another of his devices, checking the level of anomaly in the zone. When the indicator drops rapidly, the ghost hunter is surprised by this. However, he manages to discover something, and Hades heads towards his lead. And of course, it turns out to be the very box that started his friend's transformation. Sometime later, Jeverly finds Patrigard, but he is uneasy about what he must do. The guy hesitates, wondering if he should pretend he doesn't know. But he dismisses this thought, assuming that then Patrigard will start pestering him again. Meanwhile, the said one notices him, speaking about jewelry in the third person, that he is standing behind like an idiot and staring at him. He asks our hero if he came to argue with him, but the guy denies it. He says that Rain told him that Patrigard owed him something. Allegedly, he said that he took something from him. Without being distracted from his task, the guy thoughtfully repeats his interlocutor's words, and he remembers asking if jewelry is really talking about that stupid cigarette that Rain gave him. Patrigard asks when he agreed to return it, since it was used to pay the debt of the loser in a fair dispute. Cursing under his breath, Jewelry says he wasn't told about this, and Patrigard then asks the guy if he's going to take the rap instead of Rhine. Jewelry refuses, in turn asking why he would do that. Instead, laughing nervously, the boy mercifully allows Patrigard to keep the cigarette. When he realizes that Jewelry is leaving, he says that he remembered that guy. After this, Patrigard suddenly changes his mind, saying that he agrees to give Jewelry the cigarette. The latter naively turns around, starting to say what will happen in this case. However, the words remain unspoken and frightened gasps run through the class. Deftly catching the dice, Patrigard sets a condition. He honestly agrees to give up Rain's cigarette, but only if Jewelry plays with him. Stretching his lips into a creepy smile, the guy asks his opponent whether it is even or odd. Jewelry tenses, not knowing what is the best way to handle the situation. The boy's classmates are tense along with him because they don't like the lawlessness that Patrigard is committing. Jewelry decides to repeat his own words about Patrigard not giving him the cigarette, but his opponent says that this won't work because he has already started. Patrigard hurries Jewelry, and he begins to say that this is not beneficial for him at all, so why does he need it? The schoolboy loses his temper, swearing and telling the guy to just play already. Puzzled by such pressure, Jewelry nevertheless enters the game, calling even. Patrigard begins to make some strange sounds, starting to twirl the cube in his hand. After this, with the appropriate word, he shows Jewelry the result. When our hero realizes that he has lost, Patrigard asks him a question, stretching his lips into an even creepier and wider smile. The guy asks if this is odd, and Jewelry sees how sharply, but with what pleasure, Patrigard moves his hand back to strike. Realizing that something terrible is about to happen, one of Jewelry's friends tries to stay on his feet out of fear for his comrade. The rest of his classmates gasp in fear, some so uncomfortable that they prefer not to even look. And Jewelry himself shrinks, realizing that he won't have time to do anything anymore. However, the blow does not happen, and the guy understands what the reason is. Jewelry's hand again acts on its own, and not only blocks the opponent's blow, but also moves it aside with one sharp movement. After this, she changes her trajectory with lightning speed, causing Patrigard to be even more taken aback. Even noticing the inevitable flick at the last moment, the guy finds himself powerless against the nimble fingers. And the blow turns out to be so impressive that Patrigard flies a distance that is simply astonishing for such a thing. Since Jewelry is still covering herself with her right hand, the situation looks comical. Realizing this and hearing a rumble ahead of him, the guy takes his hand away from his face. And while he tries to digest what happened, whispers begin to be heard around him. The boy's classmates understand what just happened even less than he does. But everything happened so quickly that some of them didn't even have time to realize how Patrigard had flown away. Meanwhile, the last one, who everyone thought was unconscious, begins to move. Scary thoughts run through Jewelry's head as he tries to figure out how to get out of this unpleasant situation. Patrigard slowly raises his hand to his forehead and touches the place of the blow, as if not believing what happened. Jewelry finds the courage to speak up and begins to justify herself, blaming everything on her left hand. But then he mentally pulls himself up short, realizing how delusional these words sound. Jewelry's friends, who had heard him talk about the hand earlier, begin to talk about alien hand syndrome. Not everyone is knowledgeable about this, so one of the girls asks what it means. And Jewelry says that this is all nonsense, and Patrigard asked him to play the role of his enemy. Some people pick up on this legend, remembering that their classmate is actually preparing to become an actor. Jewelry can't believe that everyone fell for it so easily, and his friend is offended that he wasn't warned about it. The mood in the class changes, and the students begin to admire the fact that the actors take their roles so seriously. They assume that the previous incident was also planned, and Patrigard suddenly starts laughing. Slowly, savoring each syllable, the guy says Jewelry's full name. The latter tenses up, knowing full well that this will not lead to anything good. After a brief pause, Patrigard says he finds it funny. And Jewelry at this moment thinks that now everything is definitely lost. Someone is surprised that these two are close, and they echo him, saying that they thought this guy was quiet. Meanwhile, Hades, looking at the find, says that he considers this box suspicious. Not only does it emanate dark energy, but there is also some kind of drawing at the bottom. Casually glancing at the lid, the schoolboy notices something on it too. And on it, there is a symbol that Hades had already seen before. To test his guess, the guy starts Googling and actually finds the answer to his question. The items in the ghost antique shop have the exact same markings, but Ada doesn't understand why she's here. Meanwhile, a familiar female voice calls out to the guy from behind. Noticing Leah approaching him, Hades already knows in advance what she has come to see him for. A little later, he says that he doesn't know if she will believe him, but shows evidence with the words that Patrigard is now a ghost. The guy assumes that the real Patrigard is now somewhere near his body and spirit form. Hades says that when the guy hit him, he ended up in a ghost box, and Leah asks how that happened. The schoolboy explains to her how the box works, saying that this device collects messages from the ghost and transmits them. The girl begins to believe his words and asks what Patrigard is saying now. Hades says the guy is now asking for forgiveness. When the first drops fall on the smartphone screen, the schoolboy who notices this turns to the girl. He asks Leah what happened, but she gasps and asks him to leave her alone. Hades remarks that she previously considered his devices to be just toys, but the girl says that Patrigard's behavior is truly strange. She believes that a person cannot just suddenly change radically, unless he injured his head somewhere or something like that happened. Leah says that something happened that is beyond her understanding, so she has to believe in at least something. The girl pauses before speaking her next words. She confesses to Hades that she was very scared then, because the look of this Patrigard does not look human. Leah wonders how the real Patrigard is feeling now, because he is a real coward. The girl doesn't know what to do now, asking why everything happened so suddenly. Hades notes that Patrigard was fine before the first lesson, but everything started after that. Leah tries to understand what happened during this time, and hears in response that her interlocutor found an explanation for this. The guy says that it looks like the culprit is somewhere in their school. The girl can't believe what she heard. And then she remembers Hades' words about there being something in their school. The girl asks if this could be it, but the guy answers negatively. Hades says that despite this, he managed to obtain evidence. Showing Leah the box, the guy says that if this is not the case, then the situation is completely inexplicable. When the girl asks what it is, the guy says that he will expel it himself. Leah repeats her question again, and Hades replies that it is an impudent evil spirit. The girl is amazed by this answer. When the guy says that today will be his debut as an exorcist, the girl swears rudely. Looking at his hand, Jewelry remembers that when he flicked Patrigard, he flew off. The guy continues to reason mentally, believing that this was real power. Suddenly, he is pulled out of his thoughts by a jolt and a familiar voice in his ear calling his name. Jewelry notes to himself with fear that this man is who he thought he was. And Patrigard, asking the guy where he was going, invites him to play. Jewelry replies that he is going home, and then his interlocutor invites him to go to his place and play there. Slipping out of the grip, the guy retorts, saying that he has a vicious dog at home. Patrigard can't let his potential victim go so easily, so he stops her as best he can. He continues to insist on his own, offering Jewelry to play just one round. Some time ago, the boy finally put on the bracelet given to him by Joy's mother, and it began to work. At first, Patrigard doesn't understand what's going on and why his hand is burning, but he tries to continue to endure it. Jewelry hasn't yet understood what's happening, but he can clearly see the pain on his opponent's face. At some point, this torture becomes unbearable, and Patrigard screams. However, even after removing his hand from jewelry, he feels strange. Looking at his own palm, Patrigard tries to understand what it was. And jewelry, at this moment, realizing what this behavior is connected with, notes out loud the excellent effect of the rosary. And since he understood the principle of the amulet's operation, the guy decides to use it properly. But jewelry still doesn't want to take risks, and hastens to get away from the evil spirit out of harm's way. He remains standing in place against his will, grunting in displeasure at the fact that his hands are now tied. This makes Patrigard nervous, and he asks himself a question that is so pressing in this situation. The evil spirit sitting inside the boy's body is worried about how much longer he has to wait for his powers to return. Sometime later, Jewelry turns to his ancestor, asking if he understood him correctly. The guy begins his question by saying that it's not about brain damage or injuries. With relief, he asks his ancestor to clarify that this is his power. Sure doesn't answer, and then Jewelry switches to threatening to rip off the dog's beans. The ancestor agrees that it would be a good idea to serve some food, as he is just getting hungry. Jewelry starts to get angry again about what happened at school because of his left hand. Sure interrupts him, reminding the boy that he gave him his power in order to save him. The ancestor adds that it is thanks to her that the ghosts do not touch Jewelry, but he does not agree with this at all. Seeing the page miraculously turn by itself, the boy forgets what he wanted to say. But he quickly comes to his senses, telling Shiru that his power provokes ghosts, and what's more, he's also getting beaten. The boy is outraged that this force controls his hand as it wants, but his ancestor says that it is not his hand. Jewelry doesn't understand what he means and begins to demonstrate the opposite to his interlocutor. And he explains to the guy that his hand was injured and torn off that night by an evil spirit. Before he begins to speak next, Sure sighs heavily. Ancestor Jewelry speaks confidently, but chooses his words carefully. From his words, it turns out that the guy's hand was created by a black dragon, and it contains the last remaining power of Jewelry's ancestor. Before visiting a necessary place, Hades carefully studies information about it. He didn't come here alone, and the ghost hunter's companion asks if this is really where they need to find what they need. Leah says that the building they are now standing in front of looks like an ordinary abandoned building. This doesn't impress the girl, but she is determined to get inside at any cost. But something is making Ada wary, and he asks his partner to wait. The guy says that if they go in there together, they might arouse suspicion and attract unnecessary attention. So, even though it's hard for him to talk about it, Hades says he'll go there alone. Sheer tells his descendant that his power previously consisted of 4 dragons of different colors. However, now only one of them remains, and he is currently Jewelry's right-hand man. This means that the boy's new limb was created from the last bit of Shira's power. Ancestor Jewelry goes into more detail, saying that the schoolboy's hand contains the power of a black dragon. This force is incredibly powerful, but at the same time, the most arrogant of all the others. Jewelry tries to digest the information he just received, and a question arises in his mind. He asks Sure what will happen if he takes the power back, and the ancestor replies that the boy will be left without an arm. Jewelry's interlocutor reminds him of what his limb became that night, and the schoolboy asks him to stop. Sure asks why the boy hates this power so much, because for his pathetic body, it is a very good gift. Jewelry replies that this power is ruining his school life, but his ancestor doesn't seem to hear. He says he has a question for the guy, and he allows him to ask it. Sure asks his interlocutor if this book contains records about the spirits of the earth or the 12 clans. Ancestor Jewelry says that after the legendary founder of their state, there is nothing left there. The guy doesn't understand what he's talking about and tells what's described in the book, but Shira is interested in more. Jewelry says that what he is looking for is not there, and his ancestor finds this strange. Meanwhile, the guy turns around in confusion when the doorbell rings. And the next moment, an impatient and familiar voice is heard from the other side, making Jewelry tense up even more. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the ghost antique shop is proving to be quite unsettling. Hades gets the impression that no one has been here for a long time. While no one is watching, the guy sets up one of his devices. And then, pretending he did nothing, Hades asks if anyone is there. A hoarse old voice makes the boy tense up as he asks what he wanted. When an elderly woman comes into the light, the ghost hunter is at a loss. He speaks up but pauses, but quickly pulls himself together and says hello. At this time, Leah, who is outside, sees everything that is happening inside in real time. The girl feels uneasy about this creepy place, but she is not going to abandon the guy in trouble. Staring desperately at the screen, the schoolgirl remembers the words the ghost hunter told her. He asked Leah to call him if such green lines appeared in a place where there was no one except people. Meanwhile, Hades himself is currently asking the old woman if this cursed item is from this shop. The old lady, without giving herself away, asks in response, "What is it?" However, even this is enough for Hades to understand that this is all because of her. The boy politely asks the granny to tell him how to remove this curse. When she begins to speak, the old woman pauses, as if wondering whether to continue. And yet she admits that only the one who cast the curse can do this, while she is just an ordinary salesperson. And when Hades asks if the customer was wearing the same uniform as him, the old woman says that she does not disclose information about clients. The boy mentally notes how difficult it is to find out this information, and his interlocutor speaks up. She asks Hades why he came and begins to talk about how he asks unnecessary questions from the very beginning. But the guy suddenly interrupts her, saying that it was as if a weight had been lifted from his soul. Hades says he was just testing how well the seller could keep secrets, and he'll take the item. The guy adds that the friend who bought it told him about this place. To make things more convincing, Hades says that the curse really does work, and it would be bad if confidentiality was not maintained. The old lady says that the cursed object begins to act even from one glance. Therefore, he himself is also not allowed to see its contents. And also the granny, putting something inside, says that this is a talisman for the spellcaster. She says that if you just want to have fun, you will need to tear up the talisman within 49 hours. Hades asks, holding back his excitement, whether this curse will then be lifted. The old woman chuckles contentedly, confirming his words. Keeping the interval in mind, the guy asks what will happen if he breaks it later than this time. The old woman answers vaguely, and Hades thinks that at that moment she looks even more ominous. Expressing his understanding, the guy mentally figures that the job is done and it's time for him to leave. He plays dumb, asking how much he owes and if he can pay by card, and then says he doesn't have any cash on him. Then the saleswoman asks the student to put his nails and hair inside the bag. And he also adds that you need to write your full name on this piece of paper. Puzzled by the request, the boy says he doesn't understand it. He notes that if he does this in exchange for money, then the saleswoman will not receive anything. However, she says this is not the case, arguing that it is priceless. Hades starts to prevaricate, saying that he has hereditary baldness, he is undergoing treatment, and he is not allowed to touch his hair. Showing his nails, the schoolboy states the fact that they are very short. He says that for now, he will just write his name, and then he will grow his nails and come back. Touching the pile of papers, Hades asks if this is where he should write his name. Suddenly, the granny, sharply grabbing the guy by the hand, agrees to change the conditions for him. In addition to the name, she also asks him to put his seal in blood. Hearing these words, Hades begins to stall for time, asking for clarification about the seal. When the granny hands him a sharp blade, the boy cries out, begging. He says he has a hereditary blood disorder and asks where the toilet is so he can take his medication and then get a stamp. Finding himself in no less better conditions, Hades begins to implement the plan he had already devised. And although he is not sure whether he will be able to pull it off, there is nothing else left to do. Having written heavily on his finger with a pen, the schoolboy, turning to his hostess, begins to scream right from the toilet. When he asks her to quickly give him the leaflet because his blood is not clotting, the old lady is amazed at the abundance of his illnesses. By leaving a fake seal, Hades specifies where exactly he should write his name. As if not hearing him, the old woman sympathetically says that it is necessary to quickly alleviate the suffering of this child with many ailments. Hades asks her in confusion what she means, but the grandmother asks him to quickly write the name. The schoolchild diligently begins to write the letters of his name on a piece of paper. But in the end, it's not his name that appears on paper, but a fictitious one. Without thinking twice, Hades grabs the piece of paper as quickly as he can and unfolds it in the same manner. When he positions it so that it can be seen by the installed camera, the old woman screams. She asks Hades what he is doing, and the guy says that he just wanted to compare to see if he wrote it correctly. The next moment, a strange sound reaches the schoolboy's ears. He turns around at it, puzzled, trying to figure out what it is. And then the guy twitches because Leah starts calling him, warning him of danger. Glancing as if at his watch, the schoolboy says that since he has fulfilled all the conditions, he will go home. However, he doesn't even manage to take a couple of steps before some kind of devilry starts happening. As some kind of smoke appears in front of him, Hades decides to turn around. But the room before his eyes begins to blur, causing him to begin to lose his sense of reality. At some point, finding himself in pitch darkness, Hades hears the voice of an old woman who says that he lied. Trying to find the source of the sound with his eyes, the schoolboy politely apologizes to her. When no one answers him, Hades begins calling the shop owner, addressing her with different words. There is no answer, and the guy resorts to threats, warning the old woman that he will now call the police. Terrified to no end, out of desperation, Hades tries to call Leah, asking the girl if she can hear him. Silence is his answer again, and that's when the ghost hunter starts to feel completely uneasy. From somewhere, there comes a groan, as if from tension, and the guy, turning in that direction, notices a strip of light. The girl pulls the shutter up with force, making the final jerk and continuing to moan with effort. She mutters Hades' name through her teeth, ordering him to get out immediately. The guy can't believe that it's his friend, and he shouts out her name. Trying to hold the door, the schoolgirl screams, saying that there are just a ton of green lines. Rushing towards the light with all his might, Hades says that he knew it. At that moment, when he doesn't have much time left, Leah begins to feel something strange under her hand. She is at a loss, not believing her eyes, and drops an awkward question. At this moment, Hades already runs outside, and Leah freezes, rooted to the spot, unable to move from fear. Belatedly, the guy realizes that he miscalculated, but it's too late. Leah only has time to scream pitifully before the terrifying mouth closes in front of her. Well, Hades, who made a jump at the last moment, falls to the ground by inertia. Already realizing what he had done, the guy turned around sharply and, not seeing his acquaintance, began to scream. He screams the girl's name at the top of his lungs, realizing that he set her up. The schoolboy doesn't notice someone who is right next to him, heading towards the monster store. And this mysterious man waves something sharp, and a cut appears on the eerie wall. Some liquid, suspiciously resembling blood, immediately begins to ooze from it. And the next moment, the living surface of the wall literally spits something out of itself. Joy immediately runs up to Leah, starting to check the girl's condition. Well, Hades belatedly realizes what is in front of him, even though this person is standing with his back to him. And yet, even despite this, the schoolboy cannot believe that this guy decided to come to his aid. Continuing to be surprised by this in his mind, Hades is even more surprised by the two-handed sword in Jewelry's hands. The boy finds this incredible, as well as the fact that the schoolboy is acting so confidently. Meanwhile, before he could fully recover, something appeared from the cut Jewelry had left. Noticing this, the ghost hunter immediately pulls himself together and warns his friend of the danger. However, as soon as the creature manages to jump on Jewelry, his bravado disappears. However, Hades doesn't see the expression on his face, unlike the way the boy is gripping his sword. The schoolboy still can't believe what he saw, thinking that he had only seen something like this in comics. Well, Jewelry, with a zealous roar, begins to swing his sword, trying not to let the hellish paws grab him. And it is then that Hades realizes how things really are with him. Unlike Jewelry's chaotic movements, the monster's strategic move finally hits its target. Hades absent-mindedly begins to pronounce the name of a friend, but is shouted down by another, female voice. Joy rushes to help Jewelry, attracting his attention with a scream. Hades switches to her, not only with fear, but also with interest, watching the girl's actions. Catching every movement of the shaman's daughter, the guy mentally wonders what she is doing. However, seeing only one goal in front of her, Joy does not pay attention to everything else. As she falls, Hades wonders how they ever managed to exorcise the spirit from that statue. Realizing how terrible this duo actually turned out to be, the schoolboy shudders. The thought that if this continues, it will be the end for them is interrupted because Hades' gaze is attracted by something. The rebar standing nearby gives the guy a reason to hope for the best. Meanwhile, Jewelry realizes that he won't be able to hold out like this for long. After all, these nasty, disgusting tentacles literally block access to oxygen. However, a strange vibration passes through one of them, and the snare's grip seems to weaken. Desperately swinging for a second time, Hades, with a warning to be careful, lowers the rebar onto the demonic tentacle again. The blow turns out to be quite good, because this guy knows how to fence with bamboo swords. Meanwhile, Joy comes to her senses and quickly begins to check the situation. As the monster's grip on jewelry weakens and it begins to choke, Hades tells the boy to act now. Drawing the student's attention to himself, he urges him to run away. When the whole gang does this, no one notices that an unknown person is following them. Having run far enough to breathe freely, Jewelry lets go of the sword. Falling next to him, the guy tries to get his breathing back to normal and admits that he is out of breath. Hades' question reaches his ears. The guy asks the guys if they are okay. Turning sharply towards him, Jewelry addresses him, starting to speak rudely. But the ghost hunter sincerely asks them for forgiveness in 2 foreign languages and his native language. He confesses to them that he had no idea that everything would be so dangerous. And once again, Hades apologizes to the students for dragging them into all of this. The guy admits that he sent a message to Joy in the hope that she would come, but he would never have done it if he knew where it would lead. Hades begins to apologize again, but the girl interrupts him, praising him instead. She argues that he and Leah were on the brink of death. The girl asks that next time she warns them in advance so that they go to such places together. Unable to believe his luck, Hades asks if it's true that they really will go with him, but Jewelry refuses. The ghost hunter offers to be his friend in several languages. And the next moment, Hades is happy that Jewelry gave him a high five so energetically. And then the ghost hunter thanks him for coming to their aid. Hades notes that Jewelry could have simply ignored the message, but he proved to be reliable. The guy admits that he felt uneasy and says that these messages could have been his last. And then Hades comes to the part that has been haunting him since the very beginning of this meeting. He asks Jewelry where he got this huge sword, and if it is real, he wants to touch it. However, the schoolboy fails to do this. Hades runs into an obstacle. Expressing his understanding out loud, the boy states the fact that the sword is protected by a barrier. When Hades comes to the conclusion that only a select few can wield this sword, Jewelry calls it nonsense. Trying to get around this rule, the guy starts going through all the names of enchanted swords he knows. Ancestor Jewelry comes to his aid, saying that it is Cutter. Hades shudders, admitting that his new interlocutor frightened him, and then is surprised at the sight of him. Taking breaks between words, Sheer says that this sword cuts only evil spirits. As he collapses from exhaustion, Joy turns to him with concern, and as usual, respect. She asks the ancestor if he is okay and offers him some water to drink. Hades asks if he is with them too, and Jewelry confirms these words. And then the guy adds that he spent the money he gave him as a deposit on a taxi. Hades calls Jewelry rich, and he says that he transferred everything else to Joy. While the girl fusses over her ancestor, he suffers because taxis have replaced palanquins. At this time, Hades and Jewelry are having a conversation about a dog that is supposedly called an ancestor, and that was trained specifically for exorcism. The Ghostbuster expresses understanding and admiration for this, and then asks why a bulldog. He doesn't get to hear the answer because Leah comes to her senses and speaks up. In a weak voice, she asks where she is and what happened. Joy notices the girl first, gasping, and Leah starts talking again. A schoolgirl asks what happened to her, and her interlocutor inquires about her well-being. Remembering something, Leah starts screaming, saying that she just saw something super weird. She tells them about how teeth appeared in the doorway of the store, and Joy realizes that the girl was very scared. Hades speaks up, suggesting that they move on to the main thing since Leah has also already woken up. First of all, he asks the children to look at what they managed to capture. The guy warns the company that after this, the recording is unclear due to interference created by the ghosts. However, he says that he managed to photograph the most important thing, which is the list of names of the shop's visitors. A few hours later, the schoolboy shows up at this very same ghost antique shop. He begins to address the store saleswoman rudely from the very doorway. Patrigard is interested in the question of how much longer he still has to wait. He doesn't manage to finish speaking because what he sees makes the guy hesitate. After casting a careful glance at the old woman, Patrigard spoke up again. He barely holds back his laughter as he asks his grandmother what happened to her hand, and she answers. The old woman tells her interlocutor that today children came to her in the same uniform as his. She assumes that they were trying to save the owner of his body, but that's not all. Hearing the words that there was one special one among them, the essence inside Patrigard tenses. However, she cools down, assuming that it was Jewelry, and tells the old woman about how he managed to beat him in the game. The woman is amazed by this, asking in disbelief if he could really defeat him too. The evil spirit bluntly says that the schoolboy did it with one finger, and it flew far away. He says that in his opinion, this boy is not an ordinary person. The entity laughs at the fact that the old woman also suffered at the hands of jewelry. The woman calls her interlocutor a bastard and asks him what he is doing. She advises him to sit quietly because it takes at least 49 hours for the soul to separate from the body. Cursing, Doc says that he is worried about something else, that these bastards might burn the talisman. The old woman says that everything will be fine because she told them to tear it up and not burn it. The spirit becomes enraged, asking her why it was necessary to talk about the talisman at all. The old woman says that all people are animals and such insurance is necessary if you want to make a deal. She continues to develop this theme, gradually moving to the very essence. The old woman reminds the spirit that the same thing happened to him. She believes that school children would not dare to tear the mascot, and there are a number of reasons for this. But even after hearing some of them, the spirit asks its interlocutor if she is sure of this. The grandmother responds by saying that his elders are living proof of this. As the tentacle reaches out to him and the old woman continues to speak, the boy recoils. And the old woman again returns to the fact that what will happen even if the school children burn the talisman. She confidently states that even in this case, the spirit will not disappear. She says that in this case, he will simply come back to her again. The old woman asks the boy if he doesn't want to be with her. When he doesn't answer, the old woman urges the spirit to answer by asking the question again. He remains silent, but then the door opens, letting in air and light. The schoolboy and the granny turn around at the same time, trying to figure out who has come to visit them. Their gaze quickly finds the uninvited guest, and after a short pause, he speaks. And the first thing he says to them is a polite address. And school children discuss the time allotted to the soul to be able to return to its body. Suddenly, Hades asks the boys if any of them know Manak Gold, but they don't know him. Then the guy comes to the conclusion that they are powerless now and suggests finishing everything tomorrow. Leah asks why Hades thinks it was him since there were many names on that list. And the guy says that although he doesn't know what exactly it means, he found something at school. Hades says that the same strange symbols that were on the list were found on this box. When they compare them so that everyone can be sure, it turns out that it is true. Hades starts to say something else, but Shur interrupts him, saying that he knows this entity from the world of gambling. The teenagers start talking about it, and the ghost hunter has an idea of who it might be. Hades begins to say who this spirit is, but before doing so, he pauses intriguingly. But after this, he breaks through, and the guy begins to read in detail information about this spirit from his encyclopedia of spirits. By comparing Patrigard's behavior with this spirit, Jewelry now understands why the boy was so obsessed with gambling. Shur considers it necessary to report everything to the shaman first. Joining the conversation, Joy suggests asking her mom about it. Hades is delighted that he is about to interview a real shaman, and the girl answers Shur's question. And then, only now noticing how serious and collected this dog looks, it dawns on Leah. The girl doesn't want to look stupid in front of the company, but she still decides to ask the question that's been tormenting her. Leah asks if they're really talking to that dog right now, and Joy veiledly replies that his girlfriend won't be able to hear him. Since Hades also cannot hear Shira, he expresses grief, also wanting to become spiritually open. Leah can't stand the intensity of the passions and starts swearing, and Joy turns to her. The girl says that Shur asks him not to touch him like that, because he is not an ordinary dog, but an ancestor of Jewelry. Sheer can't take it anymore and pushes Leah's hand away, causing the girl to squeal and hastily apologize. Later, Joy's mother tells her daughter to immediately burn the talisman because this witchcraft is very dangerous. The woman continues talking about the situation, but coughs, and the girl asks about her condition. She ignores this question, saying that the woman who called herself a saleswoman is the spirit of a shaman. Hades, hearing this, is surprised that it was not a man. And Joy's mother talks about the signs of such a medium, who creates servants for himself from human souls. She says that those old things from the shop have ghosts attached to them. And the piece of paper on which the names that Hades saw were written is the Book of the Dead. Another name for it is a contract that has the power to steal souls. That talisman also plays an important role, and the shaman explains why. When using it, neither the one who curses nor the one who is cursed will remain unharmed. After this, the woman moves on to the part about the 49-hour period. She confirms that after its expiration, the body will indeed be completely under the control of the spirit. The soul of the student himself will then be captured by this talisman, and the moment this happens, nothing can be fixed. If the talisman is destroyed in time, the possessed person will indeed return to normal life. There is a problem, however, and it concerns the one who cast the curse. After the death of this person, his soul will in any case go to the medium. Joy's mother says she understands their feelings and asks them to bring the person who cast the curse to her. But the most important point is to burn the talisman before the 49 hours have passed. The next day, the kids come to school early to start looking for the culprit. Entering each classroom, they ask the students if there is Menak gold among them. Finally, Luck smiles on them, and one of Monak's classmates approaches him. When he asks what is going on, they tell him that someone has come to see him. To make sure of everything completely, Jewelry asks the stranger his name, and he tells her. And he asks, "What's the matter?" And the guy starts to hesitate, trying to find the right words. This isn't Jewelry's strong suit, so he asks outright if Manak has a talisman. Now everything becomes clear to him, and the teenager tries to figure out how to get out of it. However, he too can't find anything better to do than run away, and Jewelry gasps. The guy tries to stop Manak with words, but this attempt fails. Jewelry rushes after him, amazed at how fast this fat man is. The guy keeps trying to ask Manak to stop, but it's still to no avail. At some point, Jewelry realizes that he is out of breath and stops to catch his breath. He doesn't understand why it's so hard for him. It's as if his arms and legs are tied up. Hearing the noise, Leah jumps out of the office asking if they found Manak. The girl is interested in the question of whether this is really the one they need. Receiving a positive answer to her question, the girl rushes off in pursuit, calling Manak an idiot. Hades remarks that after such treatment, no one would want to stop. And then the guy yells at the whole school that Manak gave away his hair and nails when he took the box. He puts this forward as an argument for his subsequent words that the schoolboy will die. Hades also explains that it was a contract to transfer his soul to the spirit. These words make the guy slow down, and Leah grabs him with a triumphant cry. She tells the schoolboy to give her the talisman immediately if he wants to live. The guy, refusing to believe what he heard, says that this can't be. Joy joins the conversation, saying it's true, and Hades says the girl is a shaman. Leah continues to press, saying that there are rumors that if you burn the talisman, everything will stop. Mana clarifies whether this means that Patrigard will return to his normal state. Leah confirms this, saying that they can fix everything, but to do so they need the talisman. The girl asks to give it back before it's too late, but Manak suddenly refuses. Ale calls it nonsense, and an exhausted Jewelry almost begs the guy to give them the talisman. To everyone's surprise, the schoolboy says he would rather die than do this. Meanwhile, the shaman is performing a ritual in her hut. In front of her lies the Book of the Dead with the name Manaka. As the woman begins to read the spell, a corresponding mark begins to appear on her forehead. When it becomes clear, veins begin to diverge from it in all directions throughout the grandmother's body. Manak, meanwhile, says that this time his life is doomed, and given the situation, it has come to an end. He assumes that these guys are mortally offended by him and will soon spread rumors about what happened. Jewelry says they won't do it, but Hades promises to be offended if he doesn't stop. Manak admits that he couldn't even imagine that everything could get out of control. The boys encourage him, assuming that Patrigard will also forgive him if he apologizes. Manaka finds this funny and asks the school children if they even know what kind of person this person is really like. The guy is categorically against Patrigard. He believes that he looks down on everyone. Calling him a two-faced asshole, Manak says he will turn everyone against him. And while Leah is amazed that he got carried away like this, the guy remembers his high school. When his classmates chatted, he thought about how loud they were. Monik then wondered how he could have ended up in the same class with such people. The teacher noted that Manak was their temporary class president, although he could have become permanent. But then one of the students interrupted the man, nominating Patrigard for this role. And right after him, when Manak turned around, another voice was heard supporting the new candidate. Later, standing at the ballot box, Patrigard spoke, addressing his classmates. Having started speaking, the schoolboy paused briefly, but still voiced his thoughts. The boy said that it would be better if Manak remained their president, but his classmates did not agree with him. The election results were obvious, so they stated this without any embarrassment. Manak knew perfectly well that they had always chosen only based on popularity. A responsible approach to business had never been of concern to anyone. The guy considered Patrigard a chatterbox, who did nothing but chatter in the back row and could do nothing. And the classmates continued to laugh, discussing the elections, laughing at the fact that only 2 students voted for Manak. The guy was absolutely sure that these idiots didn't give a damn about school because for them everything was a joke. But he didn't understand what right these people had to take away someone's opportunities. Later, when Manak unfolded the note, the enthusiastic voice of his classmate reached his ears. Along with the words that Patrigard took first place, the schoolboy heard a second joyful voice. And the admiration for the new president continued. His classmates considered this guy ideal in everything. However, there was something that Patrigard didn't have, and this missing link turned out to be a girl. The boys envied their classmate, but kindly said that they would also like to be in his place. Well, Manak considered Patrigard a liar who was just putting on a show for everyone. The schoolboy thought that all this was because Patrigard was confident of his victory in the elections. Cursing silently, Manak expressed confidence that the guy had actually been dying laughing. Well, now he speaks of Patrigard as a cunning bastard who always pretends to be nice. The guys don't share his opinion and assess the situation objectively, but Manak asks them to first listen to him until the end. The guy starts yelling some nonsense, and Leah suggests beating him half to death and taking the talisman by force. Well, Manak continues his story, and this time he moves on to how they entered this school. When someone approached him on the very first day, the guy was surprised because he knew almost no one here. Seeing Patrigard, the schoolboy was amazed that they would be studying in the same school again. Then Manak thought that this guy looked even better than before, but he didn't understand other things. When the guy started to say something, Patrigard addressed him as if he didn't know him. He was even more thrown off track by the subsequent words of his former classmate. He didn't remember that they had studied together. When Patrigard asked if he studied here, Manak asked again, dumbfounded. Hades is sarcastic when he says that forgetting someone's name is two-faced, but the narrator is certain that he has not forgotten anything. Leah asks Manak to admit that he simply hates Patrigard because that would make much more sense. Someone from the company asks why Patrigard would remember him at all. Was he really that important to him? Hades takes the initiative, reminding Manak that he forgot to mention something. He asks the guy who can even remember someone who transferred to another school at the beginning of the year. Hades asks Manak another question, whether he remembers his name, since he also studied with him. The Ghostbuster thinks that this guy just wants Patrigard to actually be two-faced. The schoolboy does not want to give up so easily, admitting the possibility that Patrigard is not like that. However, he still believes that guys like this shouldn't exist. When Manak explains that because of people like him, the world is incredibly unfair, someone is amazed. The envy of a schoolboy comes out. All this time, he was envious of the fact that Patrigard was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Hades defends his friend, starting with the words that, apparently, Manak thinks that Patrigard got everything for free. The schoolboy's anger just can't calm down, and, interrupting his interlocutor, he says that this is how it is. After all, Patrigard has literally everything from birth, and this has given him a head start in life. Manak says he believes that bastards like Patrigard shouldn't exist at all. Leah can't take it anymore and shuts him up, asking what the hell he even knows. When the girl begins to speak to explain her words, her voice gives a rooster, but she still gathers her strength and says that Patrigard always put in more effort than others. Leah explains this by saying that the guy knew what it was like to be hated for who you are. The girl bursts into tears when she says that Patrigard was afraid of the hatred of those around him. Manak finds an advantage here too, agreeing with Leah's words and turning them inside out. Hades doesn't understand what's wrong with this guy and assumes that the talisman is having this effect on him. But then Jewelry enters the conversation, agreeing that the world is unfair. He admits that he himself used to be the same. However, he sincerely does not understand what the point is, even if this is true. Jewelry suggests imagining how Manak will actually get rid of Patrigard now. However, he asks him if this will make him feel better. Jewelry asks if the world will suddenly become fair then. But the guy himself answers this question, saying that even then, nothing will change. Jewelry explains this by saying that Manak will always notice guys like Patrigard and every time do something pointless, like now. However, there is something that will really become significant if they don't make it in time, and Patrigard truly disappears. Jewelry says that then Manak will simply become a murderer who took someone's life. After all, even if his body was still here, he would have erased the real Patrigard from their world. Jeverly says that Manak himself would have continued living at that moment, as if nothing had happened. He continues, calling this precisely duplicity and not what Patrigard is allegedly guilty of. At this moment, Manak remembers what happened in the corridor. He was shaking with anticipation as he saw with his own eyes that the curse would actually work. Manak could not believe then that justice would finally prevail. He was beside himself with joy, confident that Patrigard's true identity would now be revealed. Laughing madly, the boy believed that rumors would spread around the school tomorrow and Leah would break up with him. At that moment, the schoolboy not only did not regret anything, he passionately longed for such a future. However, along with this, Manak sometimes experienced doubts, thinking that Patrigard would really disappear. Recalling the words of the owner of the antique shop, the schoolboy also recalled the time period in which all this was supposed to happen. At such moments, the guy wondered whether he would then be considered a murderer. Remembering the image of his enemy, Manak reassured himself that he had lived long enough. He told himself that the image of a good guy was irrevocably damaged and tarnished beyond recognition. Manak was stopped from his desired action by a memory that involuntarily burst into his head. It was about how Patrigard, at their last meeting, told him that he looked familiar and asked him to remind him of his name. And then Manak wondered what would happen if this guy came back and started demanding answers. The schoolboy honestly admitted to himself that he didn't even think that this could work. He took out his anger on the bed, cursing either at himself or at the situation. He thought that the reason he had to do this was because of Patrigard himself. Manak believed that it was because this guy was so damn two-faced that things turned out this way. The schoolboy consoled himself with the thought that it was Patrigard who had brought all this upon himself. However, something inside him still desperately resisted when he remembered this guy. And now Manak's armor cracks, and he asks a question with a voice trembling with tears. A schoolboy asks the company what they are going to do, believing that they can't do anything. Jewelry asks him to simply give them the talisman, and then they will go their separate ways. Hades, as usual, is in his own little world, believing that this is the moment when the protagonist corrects the villain. The guy continues, saying that he is subtly feigning sympathy in order to later sarcastically point out the futility of his efforts. The ghost hunter can't believe that this also works in reality. However, not everything is as rosy as he had already imagined, because the shaman continues her spell. She ends it by telling the guy to die, and his heart skips a beat. When, out of nowhere, Manak falls to his knees. Leah, who is still holding him, screams in shock. The girl asks worriedly what's wrong with him, and someone else echoes her, not understanding what's going on. Since she is closest to the boy, they turn to Leah, asking her to take the talisman from him. And Manak suddenly opens his eyes and says in a weak voice that he will now go to his mother. Jumping to his feet abruptly, he gives Leah a hard push, causing the girl to even cry out in pain. The schoolgirl asks Manak if he really hit it. Meanwhile, Ida and Joy can't even find the right words to comment on the situation. Meanwhile, Manak rushes to the nearest window, jumping onto the windowsill. Opening it too quickly for his size, he makes a leap. A slipper that falls off a schoolboy's foot quickly falls down, hitting the ground instead of him. A different fate awaits him, and right now the guy is slowly coming to his senses. Feeling that he is in an unusual position, Manak jerks sharply and screams. When he sees the view spread out below him, he begins to scream in fear and surprise. Manak stutters incoherently and asks what is happening and why he is in this situation. From above and behind him, a voice, distorted by the effort, is heard addressing him. Through clenched teeth, Jewelry asks Manak to stop moving. He starts whining and asking to be saved, and he becomes hysterical. Manak desperately asks the school children to do this, saying that he does not want to die. Jewelry says that this is clear to him and asks the guy to stop twitching. After all, the guys are already trying their best to support Manak's weight. Jewelry thinks that if this continues, they will all fall. And as soon as he manages to admit this thought, his right hand loses support. Jewelry thinks that this is the end and that they will all die now, but something happens that he did not expect. The hand that he previously considered the root of his troubles comes to his aid. She again acts against her will, but now she does not harm, but helps. And literally, just a couple of moments later, the whole gang finds itself on the floor of the school corridor. When Jewelry lets out a surprised noise, Hades asks him how he is. Breaking free from the ghost hunter's embrace, the boy asks him to let him go. And then the schoolboy suddenly finds Manik with his eyes and angrily turns to him. Jewelry asks the guy what he's doing, but he interrupts. Manik retorts by saying that it wasn't him and someone told him to die. Hearing that the student didn't want to do it, Hades admits that he thought he was ready to leave for good. Joy turns to Manik, starting to talk about the talisman and suggesting to burn it, but stops short. This is all because the girl noticed this symbol, which she informs everyone present about. Leah's reaction is more emotional, but Manak still can't understand what they mean. However, the very next moment, the symbol on the schoolboy's neck begins to burn unbearably. Manak screams and involuntarily speaks about it. Leah starts to put pressure on him, saying that it's all because of the talisman and asking the guy to give it to them. Handing the girl a piece of paper, Manik says that it is him. Leah snatches the talisman from the schoolboy's hands, ordering him to give her this damned piece of paper. Someone asks the girl if they are really going to burn him here, and she replies that they have no choice. But as soon as Leah clicks the lighter, the flame immediately goes out, and then a familiar male voice begins to hum a birthday song. It continues for some time while those present try to digest what is happening. Well, Patrigard, singing the last words, stretches them out, savoring each syllable. And while he is enjoying his show-off, someone calls out to him cautiously in a stuttering voice. Hades is the first of those present to come to his senses and turns to Leah. He asks the girl to carry out her plan faster, but the schoolgirl hesitates even when another guy comes to the guy's aid. Meanwhile, the one in Patrigard's body asks what the hell this is. And then Jewelry gets involved, asking Leah to burn the talisman faster. Only then does the girl pull herself together and strike a lighter. This time, everything goes as it should, and no one interferes with the schoolgirl. At that moment, Patrigard's body falls unconscious, and some of those present scream. Manik stutters and asks if it worked, and Hades tries to bring his friend back to his senses. He calls his name hesitantly at first, but then the boy's voice gains more and more strength. The next time Hades says Patrigard's name, he begins to come to his senses. While the guy sits down and groans, the guys try to figure out whether it is him or not. Patrigard speaks to the company and Leah gasps with joy. She, unable to believe her luck, calls the guy by name, and he apologizes. And he does this because Patrigard met his death yesterday. The spirit in the schoolboy's body snorts, and then, starting to laugh, invites the company to look at its faces. He doesn't mince words, and Leah asks again in disbelief. Manak and Hades also don't believe what's happening, not understanding why nothing worked. Joy says that can't be because 49 hours haven't passed yet. And the new owner of Patrigard's body continues to laugh, and his laughter becomes even more insane. Hades asks Manik if he is sure he gave them the right talisman, and he says yes, but he is hesitant. The spirit, meanwhile, says that this guy is not guilty of anything. The fact is that he is no longer tied to the talisman. Jewelry asks again, and Joy asks how this is possible. Leah asks what is wrong with Patrigard then, and receives the answer that he is not there. By calling the school children idiots, the spirit says that all their efforts were in vain. Hades suggests that they made a mistake somewhere. For example, that the deadline was not 49 hours. And then they roughly grab him by the chest and pull him towards them with one sharp movement. The one who was once Patrigard pronounces the name of the ghost hunter in an otherworldly voice. Grabbing the guy's device and breaking it in the process, he asks Hades if he really didn't figure it out himself. But it could have been, because this toy stopped making the corresponding sounds at a surprisingly opportune moment. The spirit tells Hades how desperately the former owner of this body called for him. When he notices tears on the guy's cheeks, he groans, asking him to stop crying. The spirit's voice becomes eerie again as he says that Hades will soon join his dear friend. And when he already raises his hand to carry out his plan, he involuntarily remembers something. The moment the mysterious person came into the antique shop, she made an offer. The proposal consisted of a deal in which anything could be received in return. The spirit asked the stranger who he was, why he had broken in, and why he was talking nonsense. He begins to ask the intruder a question, but he is unable to utter it fully. But the mysterious person only makes one single movement to achieve this. However, even this is enough to make the guy's body jerk sharply to the side. He didn't just shift slightly, but flew into the opposite wall with all his might. And the old woman, seeing what was falling, rushed to the urn as if it were her precious son. Casting an angry glance at the one through whose fault she had almost lost her treasure, she began to address him, stuttering. And then her voice acquired such otherworldly power that everything inside began to tremble. At that very moment, the space around began to distort in an attempt to teach the uninvited guest a lesson. However, he didn't care. For some reason, the otherworldly tentacles bypassed him, and no matter how desperately this old woman tried to get her opponent, she couldn't do it. However, something else happened. All the things that had been scattered in the process fell into place. Mentally noting this fact, the old lady wondered what was going on. And then she turned to the stranger, asking him who or what he was. The same one, glancing at the schoolboy, found the familiar, which was created from a stolen human soul. Interesting. Then he turned to the old woman with a question about how she had collected quite a good collection. Taking one of the vessels in his hand, the stranger named the time required to extract the soul. He called this spell wretched because even humans could master it if they had enough energy to do so. Unable to bear such impudence, the old woman called her interlocutor a scoundrel and asked him why he had come. He responded by saying that he could free the old woman from the 49-hour restriction. She suddenly fell silent because the offer seemed truly tempting to her. The spirit also became interested in this, since now this topic concerned him directly. Meanwhile, the stranger asked again if the old woman now wanted to make a deal with him, and he continued, explaining that this would concern that unusual child who had somehow wandered in here. In exchange, the mysterious guest promised to give them everything they wanted, if only I could get jewelry for myself alive and well. The spirit laughs madly when the schoolboy asks him to stop. Lifting Hades higher above him, he asks Jewelry if he's finally in the mood to play. The spirit asks the guy to finish, and he asks him, confused, what he means. The new owner of Patrigard's body confirms the fact that their score has been evened. The spirit offers Jewelry conditions that will result in him retreating, but to do so, he must win the fight. Adding that, as a result of this, he will return the schoolchildren's friend. The spirit laughs. However, he says that if Jewelry loses, he will pay for everything with his life. These words make Jewelry and Joy tense up, and the spirit speaks again. He says that then, apparently, we'll have to kill all the kids right now. Jewelry becomes even more uneasy when Hades speaks up. The boy, his voice trembling with tension, turns to Jewelry and says that he is ready. The spirit advises the ghost hunter to shut up because he only wants Jewelry. Hearing these words, the latter says that he agrees. The girls gasp when they hear this, and Hades tries to resist. The spirit's face immediately changes, and he asks if this is true, and Jewelry sets a condition. He suggests doing this after school, and until then, his opponent should keep quiet and not cause problems. The spirit agrees immediately, saying that he is not against such conditions. And then he asks Jewelry to come to the haunted antique shop after school. The guy tenses up even more when he hears the words that he should be alone. Meanwhile, the spirit remembers something and pulls Jewelry towards itself. Another condition he mentions is that the student should not go inside. The spirit leaves, adding that this is necessary if Jewelry does not want to die prematurely. Later, Hades says it looks like a trap from a comic book or something. He adds that if you come alone, you are finished, and words about mercy if you win are a lie. And while Hades thinks it's a cliché, Leah wonders what the hell happened. She reasons that 49 hours have not yet passed, and the symbol from Manak's neck has also disappeared. Hades says that a very strange thought has come into his head, but Leah interrupts the guy. The ghost hunter begins to talk about the fact that Patrigard could already have been turned into a familiar. And while they argue, Joy says that, according to her mother, a schoolchild's soul must be imprisoned somewhere. Leah asks where, and Hades suggests the haunted antique shop. This is obvious because the spirit of excitement told me to come to this particular place. And Joy's mother said that the shop is a place where the medium creates familiars. Considering that the spirit of excitement has ordered not to go there, there is a chance that Patrigard is actually there. According to the Hades Encyclopedia, there are no records of anyone defeating this entity, so it is unknown whether he keeps his word or not. Leah reminds the guy that there is no guarantee that they will win. The girl adds that if they lose, they will put jewelry in danger. But Hades confidently declares that this guy will win, and Leah asks where he gets such confidence from. The ghost hunter reminds everyone of the spirit's words that they are currently tied, and this is a good chance. While Leah calls Hades a fool and starts arguing with him, Jewelry is in a flashback. He remembers the words of the spirit of passion that he needs only him. And then the guy mentally turns to Shur, reminding him of his own confidence that no one will come for him. Jewelry wonders if it's all about his left hand. And then it begins to dawn on the guy what they can do. He remembers that the power of the black dragon is now imprisoned in his hand. At the same time, Shira's words about how he could achieve a lot by possessing her burst into the guy's head. And then Jewelry turns to Joy, asking the girl a question. He asks the schoolgirl if she remembers talking about him fighting a demon that time. The girl doesn't understand why and for what reason Jewelry is suddenly asking this now, but she answers in agreement. The schoolboy then asks her if she is sure that it was him and not someone else. Confirming that Pratrim was indeed the one who finished off the demon, Joy starts to say something else, but stops. Jewelry asks what she meant to say, and the girl carefully says that it was after her mother stabbed herself with a dagger. The guy mentally notes that he doesn't remember what happened from that moment on. However, logical chains begin to form in his head. When the guess is fully formed in his head, the guy turns to Joy again. He asks the girl if he accidentally used only his left hand then. And while the guy is being asked about being left-handed, he mentally wonders if he could be wrong. Meanwhile, Joy turns around sharply and clenches her hand into a strange fist. And then she throws it aside just as abruptly, and it's not just like that. Replaying this scene in her head, the girl begins to talk about Jewelry's left hand. And the very next moment, she confirms that the guy really was using only her then. While Jewelry is finally convinced of his assumptions, he is asked why this is so. And then, the guy carefully begins to speak, putting slightly different thoughts into verbal form. When he says they have a chance, Hades asks the schoolboy what he means. Jewelry cleverly shifts the focus from this topic, saying that for now, it will be as the spirit of gambling asked him. He means that he will go to him alone, and these words surprise the boys. Hades says that by doing so, Jewelry will support a banal plot, and the guy doesn't understand it. Joy says that you can't do that because it's too dangerous to go alone. And then Jewelry asks if they all want to go together and die without ever trying to win. Hades thinks the guy is right, but with reservations, Joy doesn't quite agree either, but Jewelry has a plan. When he says that his ancestor will go with him, the ghost hunter asks about his abilities. Joy says carefully that he usually just stands there and does nothing. And later, Shur remarks what an unusual day it was. The ancestor cannot believe that he lived to see the day when his descendant decided to catch the spirit. Jewelry argues that he can't sit idly by because he's as good as dead. Shur is happy that this guy is finally living up to his descendant's name. Jewelry doesn't respond to this, being in heavy and tense thoughts. Meanwhile, they approach an antique shop and Shur asks the guy what kind of place it is. He says it is filled with sinister energy. Jewelry remains silent and Shur warns the boy to be careful. Finally, the schoolboy asks if he is sure he can find Patrigard and receives the answer that he will be able to hear him. But only for this purpose, Shur asks to call the boy and try to get an answer from him. Once inside, Jewelry wrinkles her nose in disgust and asks what that smell is. The boy's ancestor agrees with him, confirming that the smell is very disgusting. And Jewelry himself raises his voice in order to address Patrigard. Shur doesn't like this absolute silence. He finds it suspicious, and while Jewelry continues to call out to Patrigard, his ancestor notices something. Loudly addressing the schoolboy, Shur orders him to get out of this place immediately. But it's already too late, and Jewelry begins to lose her balance. The guy has to make a noticeable effort to stay on his feet. He reaches sharply for his sword, but finds it not in its usual place. Jewelry understands that he made a mistake with the sides, but there is nothing he can do now. He tries to reach for the sword with his left hand, but for some reason, it doesn't work. But the very next moment, when the schoolboy glances down, everything becomes clear to him, and the nasty tentacles soon envelop him from all sides, continuing to increase their numbers. When one of them approaches the guy's face, he tries to dodge, but it turns out to be unnecessary. For some incredible reason, the tentacle is cut into several pieces. While Jewelry tries to understand what is happening, a familiar voice is heard from behind him. He annoyedly calls the schoolboy an idiot and reminds him of his own words. While telling Jewelry that he asked him not to go into the shop, the guy grabs him. However, the moment he pulls the schoolboy out of this nightmare, he and Sure are separated. At the same moment, the tentacles, wanting to grab at least some prey, tightly wrap around the dog's body. And at that moment, Jewelry's ancestor calls out the name of his descendant. Sure is unable to tell him what he wanted, as his attention is drawn to a more pressing opponent. Stuttering and choking on her own words, the old woman begins to ask a question. But she is not addressing Sure at all, asking how her familiar dared to betray her. Meanwhile, another mark begins to be superimposed on the one on the schoolboy's neck. And the spirit of excitement mentally expresses the joy that this has finally happened. He still notes to himself, with puppy-like delight, the fact that he is now free. Landing on the roof of the building, the spirit begins to burst into joyful laughter and continues on its way. He asks Jewelry if he saw the expression on that granny's face. The spirit asks the guy to stop kicking, reminding him that he actually just saved him. And then he admits that he really would like to return Jewelry safe and sound if he could. But instead, something else happens. The spirit of excitement simply throws the guy. After this, he himself sets off after him, intending to carry out his plan. Jewelry somehow managed to stay conscious, so now he is trying to cough. The spirit of excitement looks at him silently for a while, after which it moves on to active actions. Throwing a cube into the air, he quickly catches it with a shaker, not allowing it to fall too low. And then, in front of Jewelry, a multitude of exactly the same ones appears, only scattered around the area. Looking around carefully, the schoolboy asks the spirit of excitement what it is, and he reminds Jewelry about how he made a bet on his own life. One of the shakers is lifted, and the dice moves from it to the other. However, the cube does not stop, continuing its rapid path to the next goal. The action is gaining momentum. The speed of the dice and its covers is becoming even faster. But suddenly, at some point, everything freezes, and the spirit of excitement asks Jewelry which shaker the cube is under. The schoolboy is amazed by this, and begins to ask his interlocutor how he could have tracked something like this. However, his left hand makes him bite his tongue, as it has already covered the necessary shaking. But despite the fact that this hand is of supernatural origin, Jewelry still fears losing. What's at stake now isn't just anything, but his own life. However, all fears turn out to be in vain, as the Black Dragon managed to identify the shaker correctly. The spirit of excitement hesitates, not saying a word, but his head is bursting with questions. Cursing under his breath, he tries to figure out who this guy even is. The fact that he managed to win is simply incredible because Jewelry's chances were 1 in 100. The boy stutters and asks the spirit if he is happy, while mentally praising his left hand. The entity says that this is the best of the 3 games that he has prepared for them. And, according to the rules of the next one, the one who rolls the highest number on the dice wins. By saying he is first, the spirit of excitement throws the dice without waiting for his opponent. He asks him to wait, but the dice is already hitting the ground for the first time. The moment Jewelry sees the number, everything inside him falls apart, and his opponent states the fact that he got a 6. Jewelry notes that the spirit didn't say there would be 3 games, so he won the bet. The guy says he won't play, but his hand is already taking the dice. Realizing what was about to happen, Jewelry tensed up and mentally addressed the Black Dragon inside her. The schoolboy asks him not to do this and to stop, but he doesn't care. Observing the guy's strange behavior, his opponent asks him what he is doing. Jewelry speaks to her left hand out loud, asking it to stop immediately. However, she remains indifferent to the pleas of her master. Jewelry turns to the spirit, frightenedly saying that it wasn't him, but he only thinks about the dice being thrown. The entity, without feeling any remorse, also mentally expresses regret. After all, this cube is programmed in such a way that it can only show 1. The spirit of excitement thinks with delight that in such a situation he has won. However, something happens that he could never have expected from his opponent. The joke is that Jewelry himself is perplexed by what is happening, and the dragon does everything in such a way that victory is his. Jewelry says in a low voice that he rolled a 7, and the spirit of gambling, calling him a bastard, asks him what just happened. The entity tells the guy that he lost the round, but he again becomes bold, saying that technically it could be considered 6. Jewelry says the rules don't prohibit anything like that, and in fact, if you go into detail, there should have been only one game. The spirit of excitement suddenly lets out a single laugh, and then he bursts out laughing madly, thinking that he really wants to hit this guy. Stopping for a moment, the spirit of excitement recalls the details of the deal with the unknown, and he doesn't remember a single word about this kid being delivered without a single scratch. This gives birth to the thought in the spirit's head that it is enough to just leave the schoolboy alive. With this attitude, the entity takes off, rushing towards Jewelry. He flies towards the schoolboy, thinking that he is already burning with anticipation for the upcoming fight. And Jewelry's hand is already reaching for the weapon, already habitually beginning to move against the will of its owner. And as soon as her fingers touch the weapon, some kind of force is released. Following this, the hand lightning fast throws its blade in front of itself, confusing both opponents. In order to avoid the blow, the spirit of excitement has to jump back, but he manages to react literally at the last moment. Jewelry, tightly gripping the handle of the weapon, tries to understand what just happened. He didn't even have time to understand when the blade was in his hand, and meanwhile, the spirit of excitement made its voice heard. He screams, asking Jewelry what the hell he's doing. He thinks the kid is making fun of him. Well, the schoolboy never even thought of something like that, but unfortunately, he can't prove it. And the hand continues to show off, silently demonstrating its intentions to Jewelry's opponent. The spirit of excitement calls the guy a bastard, and he resignedly replies that it was not him. Jewelry asks him to stop and offers to play the dice again, but the entity refuses. When the spirit says he's no longer interested, the boy asks again, puzzled. But Jewelry still agrees to finish, but asks to return Patrigard to him since he won the first game. The spirit sighs in exasperation, saying that he has had enough and thought he had made himself clear, and Jewelry is stunned by the words that this guy has already met his end. The schoolboy reminds the spirit of his words, that if he wins, he will return Patrigard. He agrees, allowing, if Jewelry is so desperate, to gladly take his body. The entity suggests doing this in order to give the boy a decent funeral. Jewelry is completely at a loss from these words, because he really believed this spirit. And he adds that the student will only be able to do this after he manages to defeat him. This also puzzles the guy in no small way, but he can't do anything about it since his opponent is serious. But something happens here, but the spirit of excitement notices the anomaly too late. The strange net hits its target, completely entangling the entity. When the spirit asks what the hell this is, it becomes even more fun. As the grid begins to sparkle, the entity within it writhes and lets out a long growl, causing Jewelry to become even more surprised. A familiar voice says that he knew it and states the fact that it is banal. And what Hades means is that even though Jewelry defeated the spirit of gambling, it is not going to spare him. When a schoolboy asks the guys how they knew where he was, the guy offers to turn over his tie. While doing this, Jewelry asks what it is, and Hades says it's a tracker. He apologizes for being pushy, but says they were worried about him. Hades expresses understanding that Jewelry asked them not to come and says that he remembers it very well. However, they could not allow him to go alone, knowing how dangerous everything was. And more importantly, Hades says he's better with a sword than Jewelry. Joy asks the latter to release all his power, but he does not understand what she is talking about. Meanwhile, some strange sounds are heard from above, forcing the girl to raise her eyes to the sky. She only manages to see what it is at the last moment, but she doesn't have time to do anything about it. Jewelry looks up at another source of sound, which has almost completely escaped Hades' net. As he falls to the ground, the spirit of excitement asks what the hell just happened. He reminds Jewelry of his words about how he should have come here alone. This look makes the schoolboy feel scared, but the spirit of excitement continues to speak. He says that this will make it even more interesting for him. After this, the spirit does approximately the same as last time, only now the shakers are huge and there are fewer of them. However, the entity still begins to mix them, demonstrating its power. Jewelry becomes afraid for his friends and tries to figure out what to do now. Meanwhile, the spirit of excitement suddenly stops all blood vessels. When Jewelry asks what it was, his opponent, as if not hearing him, says that only one of the shakers is empty. He immediately shows what kind of capacity he is talking about by saying it out loud. Seeing the imperturbability with which the spirit speaks about this, Jewelry again speaks out uncontrollably. The schoolboy shouts out the names of his friends, first addressing Hades and then Joy. However, his opponent says it is useless. The spirit of excitement begins to tell Jewelry about what happened to his friends when they were inside. He says that they then became completely isolated from the outside world. Jewelry doesn't even know what to say to this, and the spirit of excitement decides for itself. He now offers the student a choice, and then he, frightened, asks what. The spirit of excitement says that by making a choice, Jewelry will be able to save one person. Noticing the expression on the guy's face, the entity asks him not to worry so much. She swears that whoever is unlucky won't even know what happened when he finishes them off. The spirit of gambling thinks that these people are quite pathetic because they came here to save Jewelry. However, he laughingly says that it looks like one of these two will die today at the hands of their friend. Pausing, Jewelry swallows nervously and asks her opponent to let the students go. The guy remembers his words about how he only needs his life and says that he is ready to give it up. The spirit of passion says that he doesn't want this and asks why he needs her at all. He admits that he could have just snatched Jewelry from school, but that wouldn't have been fun. Unlike making a bet, the spirit of gambling now asks his interlocutor who he will choose. And he asks the guy to choose as quickly as possible, otherwise his friends will simply suffocate. Noticing Jewelry's surprise, the spirit asks him what he is surprised about, since there is not a single hole in the shakers. Starting to giggle, the entity asks its opponent a question. The spirit of excitement asks Jewelry what he thinks will happen to his friends as time goes by. And he himself, without waiting for his interlocutor's answer, demonstrates to him the final result. And then the spirit of excitement again urges Jewelry, telling him to choose. And the schoolchild's heart rate suddenly jumps from this dilemma, and his pulse begins to pound loudly in his ears. This sight brings a chuckle to the throat of the spirit of excitement. In his mind, he enjoys the boy's torment because he has long wanted to see him writhe in agony. The spirit thinks that Jewelry deserves it all and calls the guy an annoying bastard. But then the entity comes up with something funny, offering the schoolboy a little hint. By placing his hand on one of the shakers, the spirit of excitement says that the girl is in it. Pursing his lips to keep from laughing, he still can't help it. Jumping, the spirit of excitement bursts into laughter, laughing loudly, madly, and uncontrollably. At this time, Jewelry is overcome by the desire to kill the man standing in front of him. But he pulls himself up short, because otherwise not only the spirit of excitement will perish, but also Patrigard's body. Then, the guy gets the idea to leave a shallow cut on the shaky ones, but this also turns out to be unreliable. He is afraid of hurting his friends and wonders how he can save them then. The power that resides within the student answers this question, and at the same moment, his left hand grips the handle of the blade tighter, beginning to pour his strength into the weapon. This comes as a surprise to Jewelry, and he begins to experience mixed feelings. And the very next moment, the schoolboy takes off, rushing towards the enemy. His left hand already pulls back its blade from the very first moments. And the spirit of excitement behind the shakers is taken aback, because he certainly didn't expect such an answer from Jewelry. Meanwhile, the guy moves the blade behind his back so as to make a wide swing. And after literally a couple of milliseconds, the blade enters the first shake. It contains Hades, who finally regains his ability to breathe, and thus, Jewelry manages to free both of her friends in one fell swoop. The next moment, everyone notices how a cut also runs across Patrigard's body, but it is different from the usual one. At this moment, Jewelry remembers the words of her ancestor that the cutter is a shaman's blade. And right now, this blade lives up to its name in all its glory. But not only the owner himself, others also see the one who was in the body of the schoolboy. And in Jewelry's thoughts, Sher's words sounded, saying that this blade only strikes the unclean. With a long gasp, Hades sits up abruptly and asks if he is really dead. However, checking my stomach reveals absolutely nothing. There isn't even a single cut on my shirt. And then Hades, pausing, asks what just happened. Deciding to check whether he was imagining things, the schoolboy actually sees a spirit body in front of him, and he rises sharply, causing the ghost hunter to shudder and scream in delight. Realizing that this is the spirit of excitement, the schoolboy decides to capture it. Pointing the camera at the aforementioned, Hades is convinced that he has a strong magnetic field. Asking the schoolboy what he is doing, Jewelry tells him to take Patrigard and leave immediately. And the spirit of excitement at this moment is trying to understand what just happened. Looking at the blade shrouded in strange energy, he tries to understand what is happening now. Many questions are swarming in his head, but there are no answers to any of them. After all, when looking at this guy, only curses come to mind due to the inability to understand his nature. Hades encourages Jewelry, and Joy urges the boys to leave as quickly as possible. The schoolboy promises his friends to catch up with them as soon as he finishes here. Joy is shocked by this, saying that he can't stay here and needs to leave with them right now. But Jewelry interrupts her, repeating his words and adding that with him around, they will only be in danger. Hades also suggests that Joy leave, saying that if they stay, they will only get in the way. The guy is confident that Jewelry will succeed, given the current state of the spirit of excitement. The aforementioned one really still can't come to his senses, but is at least trying to get up. This turns out not to be the best idea, because the next moment his pain-filled scream cuts through the space. Hades points this out to Joy and tells her that everything is under control. Meanwhile, Jewelry's hand points a sword at his opponent, and he has another question. He doesn't understand why this kid looks like he doesn't know what's going to happen. This greatly defocuses, and the spirit of excitement swears harshly to itself. At this moment, two things happen, and it's not just Jewelry's blade that approaches him. Along with the image of a stranger that suddenly came to mind, a seal flashed on the forehead of the spirit of excitement. Veins begin to bulge all over his body, and a dark haze envelops the area around him. At the moment when the spirit's body turns inside out and his eyes begin to glow, Jewelry tenses up even more. The entity begins to choke and writhe in agony, which raises questions in the guy. He doesn't understand what's going on and mentally rhetorically asks what the hell this is. The spirit of excitement at this moment remembers how an unknown person asked for his child to be returned to him alive. The old woman then rightly noted that he could do it perfectly well himself. The stranger began to talk about the reason why this was impossible. He asked if it were different, would he have come to a place where there was such a stench? The old woman called her interlocutor's mouth dirty and suggested that they never had a choice. The stranger spoke again, promising to do everything necessary for her. The marks that formed in his hands immediately rushed towards their targets. The first of them turned out to be the forehead of the old woman, for whom this pass came as a surprise. And the second one landed on her familiar, covering the previous seal location. But that's not all. To avoid the temptation to get rid of the mark, it began to bite under the skin. This frightened the spirit of excitement, and he stuttered and asked the stranger what he had just done. However, the next moment, this question faded into the background as the entity gained power. Doubts immediately vanished from the spirit's head because this was exactly what he had been waiting for a long time. But when a strange sound was heard from the side, the guy turned his head in its direction. The thing was that the old woman also received what she now needed. However, her transformation did not end there, which puzzled the familiar. The mysterious stranger left, saying at the end that he was giving them until tomorrow. The spirit of gambling did not like the omissions, and he went to look for his mysterious contractor. However, he could not find it anywhere, although the entity immediately followed him. The spirit of excitement cursed harshly because he had already vividly imagined their conversation. At that very moment, a familiar voice was heard from behind, offering to help him. It happened so unexpectedly that the spirit could not even sense the aura of its interlocutor. So when he didn't answer, he himself spoke up and asked a question. The spirit of excitement asked the stranger who he was, if he was capable of such things. He was impressed by the stranger's ability to control Granny's spell, so he asked him about the power. The spirit's interlocutor was amused by the fact that he asked not one, but even several naive questions. However, he said that he was not obliged to answer questions from a non-entity like him. He moved so quickly that the spirit of excitement did not have time to catch even the slightest movement, and he, turning sharply, asked his interlocutor to stop and raised the question of their deal. The unknown man was silent, but stopped, ready to listen to the spirit, and he continued. He suggested leaving everything between them, but his interlocutor said that he could not do this, because not only are both the old woman and her familiar weak, but the latter is also weaker than his mistress. But the spirit of passion said that he served no one and was being held against his will. He continued to make excuses, but his interlocutor interrupted him, asking why this should bother him. The unknown person said that the conditions he set must be fulfilled flawlessly. The spirit agreed with this, but added that only he could bring the guy to him, since the granny's true form was literally a building. So he asked the unknown to give him the power that he gave her. The spirit of excitement even swore to his interlocutor that he would not let him down. The unknown person said that he could give him more strength, but he was not sure that this body could withstand it. The spirit of excitement was repelled by the very thought of it, so he tried to restrain himself and said that everything would be fine. However, at that very moment, a new symbol flashed on his forehead, causing the entity to cry out. With each passing second, his voice continued to gain power because the pain was simply unbearable. And the stranger, clicking his tongue in disappointment, said that this is exactly what he had told him about. He continued speaking, and his speech was about the fact that the spirit of excitement has no right to thirst for great power. And this applies not only to him, but to everyone who represents such a small vessel. However, without finishing expressing his thoughts, the unknown man suddenly fell silent, surprised, because the spirit of excitement was not only still moving, but its grip had become noticeably stronger. And then the spirit of excitement rose even higher because his will proved stronger than exhaustion. The entity reminded its interlocutor of his words that he would fulfill its wish. She clarified that all that was needed for this was to bring that schoolboy to him, and the spirit of excitement voiced its desire to him, which turned out to be freedom. Remembering all this, the entity now suddenly opens its eyes. She jumps to her feet and spins around as quickly as she fell. After this, the spirit of excitement instantly rushes towards Jewelry, firmly grabbing him by the throat. However, the schoolboy's left hand does not allow him to harm its owner. This forces the entity to retreat, since its reaction in this form is higher. While the spirit of excitement jumps away from him and lands, Jewelry sinks, his body finding it difficult to withstand such stress. The spirit of excitement slowly straightens up, raises its head, and lets out a laugh. He calls the schoolchildren fools and starts to giggle obnoxiously. Jewelry doesn't understand the reason, and his interlocutor asks how long he thinks it will take. The guy still doesn't understand what he's talking about, and the spirit begins to estimate the time, starting from 3 minutes. And then he explains that he means the time before Patrigard's death, when his lungs completely fail. At this time, already at a decent distance from that cursed place, Hades settles down. And although Joy cannot see the student's face, she calls out to him with concern. She assumes that the guy is tired and offers to help him, but he stops her. Calling the girl by name, Hades slowly, trying to collect himself, says the words, and then the schoolboy tells Joy that Patrigard is not breathing. The spirit of excitement, meanwhile, reminds his opponent that there is no soul inside this boy. The entity speaks with pleasure about whom Jewelry's friends took with them. Concluding that this is not Patrigard at all, but his cold corpse, the spirit of excitement begins to laugh. He calls the schoolchildren idiots, suggesting that they were so eager to give their friend a proper funeral. When all this fully dawns on Jewelry, the guy comes to his senses. Turning sharply, the guy is about to return to the antique shop for Patrigard's soul. However, this turns out to be a mistake, and the spirit of excitement says that it will not allow him to do this. The impact is so strong that Jewelry, slamming into the wall, leaves a huge dent. And the spirit of excitement shares with its opponent that it is still trying to understand how to control this power. He asks Jewelry to try not to die in his arms if she can. After all, he had promised his contractor to deliver him alive. Meanwhile, Jewelry voluntarily uses her left hand for the first time. The schoolboy asks for the power hidden within her to kill their inadequate opponent. There is a lull for a while, during which the spirit of excitement tries to understand what it is. Well, then Jewelry jumps up and rushes at his enemy, only now it is not him anymore. Since the spirit of passion now has more strength, he manages to dodge the sudden attack. And yet, such a sharp change in the student's behavior leaves him puzzled. After all, this boy now looks as if he has been replaced. His look alone is worth something. What makes the spirit of gambling even more puzzling is that Jewelry can move as quickly as he does. But the very next moment, the entity realizes that the guy is even faster than him. But the spirit of excitement is not going to die so easily, resorting to the help of the power granted to it. The next moment, they rush at each other simultaneously, not wanting to lose to each other. While the Black Dragon's power is impressive, it is unusual for Jewelry's body. The spirit of excitement also turns out to be no slouch, but he fails to touch Rizak. This creates a special barrier between them, which forces both opponents to separate. The human body, not accustomed to heavy combat loads, has a hard time. But the spirit of excitement does not remain without gifts, one of which is an impressive cut on the attacking hand. And yet, the entity is more accustomed to this, so it heals, and during this, it gives voice. The spirit of excitement says that he cannot help but ask, because ignorance drives him crazy. He asks Jewelry what the hell the guy has in his left hand. When the spirit asks what the hell this is, the schoolboy tells him that it's none of his business. And then the entity comes to the conclusion that there was a reason why Jewelry was looking for Mask. He asks the schoolboy about something he has hidden up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Hades and Joy are trying in vain to breathe life into Patrigard. The girl suddenly comes to her senses and begins to make assumptions about the schoolboy's spirit. She starts to ask about what if his spirit is still here, but Joy is interrupted. An unfamiliar male voice calls out to the school children, calling them boys and making them turn to look at its owner. He asks them what they are doing here. Are they really trying to break a couple of ribs? At the sight of this stranger, Hades and Joy are so taken aback that they cannot even utter a word. Meanwhile, the skirmish between Jewelry and the spirit of gambling continues, gaining momentum. It's very difficult for the guy, because his left hand literally pulls him along, sometimes causing hellish pain. The dragon's power sometimes causes a limb to twist in ways Jewelry would never have twisted it. However, on the other hand, it turns out to be very effective against their opponent. But the spirit of excitement is also holding up well, because now it has new strength. But Jewelry sometimes experiences great discomfort, since it is difficult to adjust to the hand if you are not used to it. The school child moves in constant fear and tension because he is afraid of losing something again. And his opponent, seeing this as an opportunity, shamelessly takes advantage of the advantage. But the power of the Black Dragon still proves faster, taking the body's owner away from dangerous attacks. But the schoolboy has to pay for it, gritting his teeth and enduring sharp pain. But the Black Dragon proves merciless, not allowing Jewelry to even catch her breath. The guy gets scared just thinking about what will happen next. He supposes that if he continues in the same spirit, he will drop dead before the spirit of gambling does. His opponent, however, feels confused just by looking at this guy. The schoolboy's body, trembling from exhaustion, cannot escape his gaze. However, the spirit of excitement suggests that it has acquired a mind of its own. Considering this dangerous for itself, the entity decides to end everything quickly. However, to achieve this, the spirit of excitement first wants to perform a deceptive maneuver in order to make sure of something. This does not escape the attention of his opponent, but he understands it all too late. Well, the spirit of excitement is already striking from the opposite side. Observing Jewelry's reaction, or rather its complete lack thereof, the entity rejoices. She mentally acknowledges the fact that she had guessed about it. This is how the spirit of gambling manages to figure out that his opponent's right side is completely inoperative. Intoxicated by his insight, the entity cheerfully addresses the schoolboy, calling him a friend. She says she has no idea what's going on inside him, but she asks. The spirit of excitement asks Jewelry if he thinks that what is inside him is too powerful for his body. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon's hand begins to move again. As the opponent's lips spread into a creepy grin, Jewelry asks him in a stuttering, trembling voice to wait. But it was not to be. The spirit of excitement, grabbing the schoolboy by the right hand, turns to him again. He asks Jewelry if he sees that his right hand is much weaker than his left. And at that moment, a terrible, sticky, and unpleasant premonition envelops the guy's entire being. And indeed, the next moment, Jewelry's body is pierced by pains such as it had never experienced before. The boy screams, and this scream, against his will, comes out desperate and drawn out. His opponent doesn't allow him to recover from the pain and immediately steps on the schoolboy, wanting to throw him onto his back. When this happens, the spirit of excitement secures itself and speaks again. He decides to settle for the fact that Jewelry was injured during the battle. And at the same time, the entity wants to break the guy's left arm, since he has fallen into its clutches. As the spirit of excitement begins to press on the limb, Jewelry screams again. However, something happens that neither of them could have expected. The power that has flowed into the opposite arm begins to rapidly heal the limb itself. And then the spirit of excitement is distracted from its occupation, suddenly detecting a strange movement to the side. While neither of the opponents can believe what is happening, the black dragon tests its strength. For a few moments, Jewelry is even distracted from her depressing thoughts, wondering what happened. His opponent experiences roughly the same thing, trying to digest what he saw. And the black dragon is not going to continue to hesitate, making a wide swing. However, something bites into the spirit of gambling's neck even before Jewelry's hand makes a move. This something turns out to be so fast and strong that the entity flies so far away. Jewelry, meanwhile, is trying to digest what happened, wondering who helped him. Along with all of the above, the spirit of excitement remains motionless, but it is still unknown whether it is dead or just unconscious. With these thoughts, Jewelry turns her gaze to the side from which the strange projectile came. On one of the shipping containers standing nearby, he notices a stranger with an onion. But the archer is not the only one watching what is happening. And Musk, expressing his admiration, notes that the matter has taken a difficult turn. The stranger looks at the schoolchildren silently, but they also remain silent. Then he comes closer and, turning to Hades, asks him to move away. Since the ghost hunter doesn't know him, he stutters and asks the stranger who he is. And then, watching his actions, he shouts, asking if this guy understands what he is doing now. Mask, having soberly weighed all the pros and cons, decides to make concessions. When the appropriate matter appears in his hand, he gives voice again. By releasing it to its owner, Mask voices the fact that in this case, he will go. Hades keeps trying to get the stranger to stop doing strange things to his friend, but suddenly, he notices how first one tear, then another, rolls down Patrigard's cheek. Joy, who is nearby, also notices this and screams in shock. And Hades, leaving the mysterious stranger, shouts out the name of his friend. He suddenly opens his eyes sharply and, coughing, tries to fill his lungs with life-giving air. And then he starts to feel sick, and Hades asks in disbelief if it really is him. They answer him, confirming these words and adding that he is real, but this is not Patrigard. Then Hades turns to the stranger, groaning and apologizing, but the stranger does not allow him to finish the sentence. Saying that it is already quite late, the guy asks them to return home quickly. The ghost hunter asks his interlocutor to stop, but Joy gently pulls him back. The girl asks Hades to look after Patrigard, and he is at first at a loss, but quickly pulls himself together and agrees. Joy expresses relief at this and informs her interlocutor that she will return. The girl remembers Jewelry's words, which the guy told them then, that he would catch up with them. This archer is the deity of the 12 earthly branches. Her name is Ruth. And looking at her now, Jewelry notices that she is not going to stop there. Making a motion with her hand as if she were drawing an arrow, the girl reads the summoning spell. She asks for her special technique, which is called the Poetry of Clairvoyance, to appear. The moment Ruth releases the arrow, the black dragon's power reacts to it. Having already moved to another limb, it forces its owner to avoid the irreparable. While Jewelry tries to figure out what's going on, Ruth fires another arrow, and it achieves its goal since it was released quickly, not allowing the black dragon to get its bearings. At the moment when Jewelry is also pinned to one of the columns, Ruth also does not stay in place. She sits down near the schoolboy and, looking at him, speaks up. The girl finds it strange that Jewelry's right hand holds a sword, since she has only heard about the left. Meanwhile, the sword falls from the weakened limb, not allowing the deity to finish his thought. What she sees the next moment leaves the girl completely surprised. Although the schoolboy pinned to the wall appears to be unconscious, his left arm moves, and she, sharply pulling the arrow that Ruth had shot out of her limb, surprises the girl again. After all, the power contained in this guy's right hand turns out to be powerful enough to break her arrow. However, the surprises don't end there, and the sword, which is already lying on the ground, begins to move. Ruth watches everything with a wary and collected expression, ready to attack or defend at any moment. Meanwhile, the guy's left hand firmly grasps the sword, not intending to hesitate. A quick, wide swing makes Ruth duck, but she admits it was close. The girl's expression changes with lightning speed, and she begins to move. Ruth skillfully moves away from her opponent, mentally acknowledging his skill. Well, by that time, the black dragon manages to completely take over Jewelry's body. Seeing that this guy's aura has changed beyond recognition, Ruth realizes that this is that very power. Meanwhile, Shire is still in the haunted antique shop, and although her owner is next to him, she does not say a word. The old lady's cheeks begin to run again as she is once again plunged into sad memories. The medium wonders how one of her familiars dared to betray her. At this moment, a light flashes in the darkness, illuminating a small space around itself. The granny immediately notices this and asks the stranger who he is. At the sight of the uninvited guest of this place, recognition flashes in Shire's eyes. He seems very familiar to him. And when a boy comes out into the world, the first thing his grandmother notices is the schoolboy's clothes. She asks if he is a friend of that strange guy and his friends, and the smoker confirms this. Then the old woman says that she is afraid, but she will have to take him hostage. The guy grins cheekily, allowing her to try it, but only if she tries hard enough. The old woman immediately begins her transformation, saying how impudent this is. The guy is not at all scared when he finds himself in pitch darkness. He is only slightly surprised. Something similar happens when several tentacles reach out to his hand, holding a cigarette. And even when they tightly bind all the guy's limbs, he does not show even a shred of fear. After this, the old woman appears as a schoolboy in person and speaks to him. She starts with a warning, saying what will happen if this boy doesn't stop being rude to her. The old woman begins to say that in this case, she will squeeze his throat but stop short, because the cheeky boy asks her if this was her best attempt. She lunges at him, calling him a little bastard and promising to tear him to shreds. And the very next moment, the nimble tentacles rush with lightning speed towards their victim. All this time, the old woman is impatiently waiting for the smoke to clear and for her to see the result of her efforts. However, when this happens, what she sees is completely different from what she expected. After the young hand puts out his cigarette, his calm voice is heard. The schoolboy asks his opponent if this is all she can do. The old woman began to stutter in indignation, asking the guy how this was possible and what he was. And he, tearing off part of an earring from one of his ears, slowly, keeping the intrigue, answers. When a schoolboy calls himself Whitblank Pine, the accessory in his hand begins to transform. And the guy, grabbing his future weapon more comfortably, orders him to appear before him. And the very next moment it happens, causing the old woman to gasp in fear. And Whitblank, without leaving the cash register, immediately begins to attack her opponent. He cuts through her body with one sure blow, but he doesn't finish there. A schoolboy decides to use a technique called flame balls, and they immediately materialize and rush towards his opponent. A chain of explosions does not take long to happen, and it all happens in just a few moments. People passing by mistake the flame balls for fireworks, amazed by their beauty. Well, Whitblank decides to capture this moment. He is one of the 12 earthly branches. When the guy, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, picks up his bag, he hears strange sounds behind him. A familiar voice begins to mutter, denying what is happening, which makes you look back. When he discovers that the old woman is still alive, Whitblank is amazed at how she is still holding on. Well, she doesn't care about herself, but about her dear children, about her familiars. She laments that it is too cruel and that she has let them down. The old woman calls her familiars her dear sons and says that she has completely failed. Whitblank gets tired of this lamentation and interrupts it with one sharp movement. The deity is outraged by the fact that someone like this creature dares to behave like this. He believes that a pathetic manifestation of hatred has no right to consider itself a human being. Suddenly, Whitblank's peripheral vision catches something, and he shifts his gaze there fully. It turns out that there is some kind of animal lying under one of the rubble, and the deity approaches there. Clearing the rubble with enviable ease, Whitblank is amazed when he realizes that it is Shire. Meanwhile, the fight between Ruth and the Black Dragon continues, and although the girl manages to dodge, the battle between them is almost equal. Her opponent shows no mercy and gives her no leeway, striking her with wide blows with his sword. When one of them hits a column and Ruth dodges, she can't help but express admiration. The girl agrees that Mr. Pratrum was right. Now, having verified it herself, she is completely convinced that this is a real black dragon. Suddenly, the alien force begins to leave Jewelry's body, but Ruth either doesn't see it or doesn't want to see it. She, making the appropriate movement, places an invisible arrow on the bowstring, asking it to appear. By that time, Jewelry had already fully come to her senses, trying to comprehend what was happening. However, before he can do this, his hand is pierced by the arrow of containment. A stabbing pain pierces the place where the arrow hit, and Jewelry begins to scream. At the same time, the guy feels as if something foreign is being pulled out of his limb and pulling on it. But the otherworldly chains are not limited to one direction, rushing to several places at once. Thus, the schoolboy is immobilized without the ability to use his left hand. Meanwhile, Ruth walks over to the pile of rebar and picks up two. The girl taps one against the other as if testing their strength. However, in the end it turns out that she is doing this for someone else, as if Ruth is sharpening one of the reinforcements with the other. After this, the deity walks leisurely towards his victim with a new weapon in his hands. Sensing something was wrong, Jewelry clenches his teeth as Ruth turns to him. A girl asks a schoolboy if he is right-handed, as if stating a fact, but he still confirms it. When she says she's glad to hear it, Jewelry, understanding her intentions, asks Ruth to stop. The girl promises that after the cut, the wound will heal on its own, so she asks the guy not to be afraid. Feeling the red-hot blade enter his flesh, Jewelry begins to growl, trying to hold back the scream that is bursting out. But from somewhere outside, a loud, familiar voice is heard, addressing Mrs. Ruth. When he asks her to stop immediately, even though the girl doesn't yet see its owner, she already imagines his image in her head. She does stop, because she turns towards the source of the sound, hoping to see Sure. The deity does not say anything out loud, but mentally addresses the ancestor Jewelry by name. And he asks his descendant to also immediately release the handle of his blade. The schoolboy actually listens to Shira, allowing Cutter to fall freely. A puzzled Ruth stares at the dog, remembering Pratrum's words. And the ancestor Jewelry turns to his descendant, asking him if he is wounded. In Ruth Prathrum's memories, she says that the Shire has now taken on a form very different from what they once knew. Another familiar voice reaches Ruth's ears, asking her if she thinks it's too much. Whitblank asks his colleague what the point is in attacking such a helpless person. Hearing the words that Jewelry is a human, the girl asks for the word again. Whitblank asks her if she's seriously planning to cut this guy, since, for example, Pratrum isn't here. As soon as she heard these words, Ruth jerked sharply, removing all her spells from Jewelry. Sheer turns to his descendant with concern, calling him by name, and Whitblank's sensitive ear catches a noise behind the whole company, forcing them to pay attention to its source. Casting a questioning glance towards the spirit of gambling, the deity sarcastically expresses admiration. When the entity realizes it has been noticed, Whitblank laughs and calls out to Ruth. He suggests that the girl still has unfinished business. As Ruth's arrow gains strength, the spirit of passion, realizing what awaits him, cries out, asking for mercy. He screams desperately, saying that this old hag is to blame for what is happening to him now. The fiery speech of the spirit of passion is interrupted by an arrow fired at his head. However, in the next moment, before disappearing completely, the entity manages to utter one more phrase. The spirit of passion calls the old woman who kept him in captivity a pitiful old hag. His voice echoes around the area for a while. It only subsides when the last drop of ink of his name has completely disappeared from the Book of the Dead. And after the spirit of excitement, there is nothing left in this world. Ruth doesn't understand how the entity managed to survive the blow of divine power, to which her interlocutor responds with a joke. But the girl refuses to believe that it was her fault and that she couldn't cope the first time. Ruth suspects that something is definitely wrong, as the spirits who had previously remained aloof have become restless. When Whitblank chuckled thoughtfully, the girl continued speaking, voicing her guess. She suggests that the reason for all this is right in front of them now. Whitblank agrees with Ruth that they can't just write this all off as a coincidence. Turning to Sher, the boy suggests that he leave Jewelry's cheek alone. Whitblank, reminding his interlocutor that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, notes that he didn't even say hello to him. The deity adds that he is disappointed by this. Sometime later, Whitblank's voice, agreeing with his interlocutor, is heard from Jewelry's apartment. The deity says that he believes it is time for Shiru to start talking. Referring to Jewelry, Whitblank asks what the hell this is. Sher doesn't like the tone of his interlocutor and coldly replies that this is his descendant. Laughing, Whitblank asks if, having turned into a dog, his interlocutor has become an idiot who barks nonsense. After all, the deity believes that this teenager is the shell of Shira's body. The latter pauses, then softly retorts, suggesting that she once was, although, he says, he does not understand how, having removed the seal that bound him, he woke up in the body of a dog. And for some reason, his body acquired a mind of its own, moved of its own free will, and even voiced its thoughts. Hearing these words, Ruth asks again in dismay, and Shire, ignoring her, continues talking. He believes that the entrance to his body remained ajar because spirits of all kinds hoped to get hold of him. Shir expresses confidence that amidst all this, the life in his body was weakening. He talks about what happened when he finally found his way back to his body. Shir says that it then accepted the black dragon, but rejected him. He admits that he tried to do this many times, but everything was in vain. Ruth sums it up by saying that when Shur was freed from the seal, the body was already sentient and even absorbed his power. Her interlocutor suggests that judging by the expressions on their faces, it was not their fault what happened. Ruth is angered by this and starts to ask why they would do this, but is interrupted. Whitblank asks Shur why he can't just accept what happened, and then he asks why they locked him here. He clarifies whether this was also in the name of maintaining the natural order of things. Ruth remembers Prithram's words again, this time about how he thought Shire had no memories of the past. And the girl says out loud that everything is exactly as Mr. Prithram said. To make things clearer to Shur, she explains that the problem is that his memory is failing him. The girl begins to tell him what to do if he really doesn't remember anything about his past. She advises him to do nothing and live in ignorance as he does now. Ruth explains this by saying that Shire is much closer to death at her hands than he thinks, and Whitblank agrees with the girl. But their interlocutor does not want to remain in the dark, so he assumes that he took a person's life. Or, he guesses that it might be related to his beginning, but Whitblank says that they have already said everything. He repeats his words that it would be better if Shire knew nothing more about this. Shir remains sullenly silent, and at this moment, Prithram and his words come to mind. Then he said that if they wanted, they would tear it to pieces and seal it again. And this makes Shira slowly start talking, and then he breaks down. By starting to bark, the dog says in a loud voice that his interlocutors have become completely insolent. Whitblank notes that he's acting like a real dog right now, and Shir agrees to refrain from asking questions. Yet he still has something that bothers him, so Shire turns to the deities again. He says that he has one request, and he wants his interlocutors to fulfill it. Shir shares with the deities his desire to obtain a book that describes the history of a certain period. Whitblank asks why he specifically needs a book if he can learn everything from the video. Shir doesn't understand what he's talking about, and the deity, looking around the apartment, assumes that Jewelry doesn't have Wi-Fi. Handing him his tablet, Whitblank suggests asking the student for help, as he is sure he knows how to use it. But the deity immediately warns his interlocutor that his efforts will most likely be in vain. Shir asks him not to be presumptuous, because he doesn't even know what he needs to find. Whitblank assumes that his interlocutor needs information about the earthly branches, but he adds that, unfortunately, there are simply no records of this, which leaves Shire puzzled. The deity says that there is no information on the topic that interests him in our time, just like it wasn't there when Shira was sealed. The guy ends by saying that his interlocutor will not find these recordings even in the following years, because there is no information about the deities of the 12 earthly branches in this world. Whitblank explains all this by saying that they were simply taken and erased from the pages of history. And all this is thanks to one creature called a dragon. Later, after leaving Jewelry's house, Ruth allows herself to breathe a sigh of relief. She admits that she was scared and was ready for a dressing down, while her interlocutor repeats the words she said earlier. They were about Sure being close to death at her hands, but the girl interrupts the guy, asking him to stop. Ruth reminds her interlocutor that he actually patted Sure on the head, and he argues that he is now a dog. The girl moves away from this topic and asks what they should do with the boy. She remembers that she failed to get the black dragon out of him, but there is something even worse. Ruth suggests that the problem is not just in her left hand, but throughout her entire body. Mentally figuring out what could be done about this, the girl comes up with an idea. She starts talking about cutting off Jewelry's head, but her interlocutor asks Ruth not to be dramatic. But the girl says that she can't do otherwise, because soon the man will hate her, and then Whitblank offers her a way out. To save himself from trouble, he offers to kill Sure, saying that even he can do it because he is helpless now. Ruth asks what will happen if his memories return, and reminds her interlocutor of what this man is capable of. The girl also reminds the boy of Prietrum's advice that they should keep an eye on the Shire. She suggests that Whitblank follow this advice, and he begins to hesitate before answering. The guy remembers that Mr. Praetrum still has a lot to settle with Sure. And he asks Ruth if she can fix everything and hand it over to Mr. Praetrum, but the girl is at a loss. The guy says goodbye to her until the next time they meet, and she notes that he never planned to kill Shara. Whitblank asks Ruth where she's going, and the girl asks for a ride to Booth. Time passes, and Jewelry shows no signs of life, but Sure stubbornly continues to sit next to him. Finally, the schoolboy can't take it anymore and asks his ancestor to stop staring at him. Sure asks him why he woke up so early, and Jewelry says that he can't sleep under such a stare. After this, the boy remains silent, and then his ancestor speaks up, addressing the schoolboy by name. Sheer politely says that he must scold Jewelry, and the ancestor asks the guy what he was thinking about when he held the blade in his left hand. Saying that Jewelry's actions are doing more harm than good, Sure asks him to never do it again. When the boy starts talking about the alien power within him, his ancestor advises him not to rely on it so much. Hearing the words about the left hand not belonging to him, Jewelry asks if it is just her. Sure doesn't respond to this, waiting for the guy to continue on his own, and this happens. Jewelry begins to remember that in a recent fight, his left leg and right arm also acted on their own. And not only them, at some point something similar happened to the whole body. Jewelry says that Sure used the power and possessed him to steal his body. He asks his silent interlocutor whether he is right about this, yet Jewelry doesn't let Sure get a word in edgewise, asking another question. Unable to fully voice it, the boy says that he heard that his body does not actually belong to him. Sure says that this is precisely the reason why he scolds Jewelry. He starts to talk about how his power is dangerous, but the student doesn't let him finish. Raising her voice, Jewelry declares that the only danger here is the Shire. The boy is furious at the words about being saved, because he knows that Sure left him to die in order to take this body. Sure tries to justify himself by admitting that he deceived him at the very beginning, but Jewelry interrupts him again. He asks if his interlocutor doesn't consider it a lie to hide the truth about his left hand. Sheer justifies himself by saying that the opportunity to tell him the truth simply did not present itself. Jewelry doesn't think so. He says there were plenty of such opportunities, and they began with what happened in the temple. Before he told Sure that his hand was moving on its own, there were plenty of chances. The guy asks his interlocutor if he really hopes that he will listen to him now. Sure starts to justify himself again by saying that he didn't think things would turn out this way, and Jewelry interrupts him again. He remembers that now that he thinks about it, he realizes they never discussed it. And Jewelry asks Sure what exactly he wants, assuming it's his body. Before speaking his next words, he remains silent, trying to find the right wording. And then Sure asks Jewelry to understand for himself that this body does not belong to him. Sure continues, saying that this body is his own. Jewelry becomes uneasy when the dog starts talking about his existence. This is because Sure refers to it as a mistake that should never have happened. At that very moment, a painfully familiar scene flashes before the guy's eyes. This makes his whole body go numb and his throat spasms, making it impossible to breathe. An evil voice rings in Jewelry's ears, accusing him of killing them. All these people say that his parents died because of him, so he shouldn't have existed. Before speaking, Jewelry pauses to keep his voice even. He begins his words with Shi's confidence that this body once belonged to him. In this case, the guy claims rights to this apartment, saying that it is his. And, giving in to emotions, Jewelry tells Shi to get the hell out of there. Calling the schoolboy a descendant, he asks if he is sure about this. And Jewelry, in confirmation of his words, overcoming the pain, gets up from his place and opens the door for the dog. A little later, the sky becomes covered with clouds and the first rumble of thunder is heard. At this time, Jewelry tries to sleep, but sleep persistently does not come to him. Meanwhile, the rain that had already started was not getting any quieter, but was only getting stronger, making the situation worse. Jewelry tolerates this for a while, still continuing her attempts, but they are in vain. Growling in displeasure, the schoolboy rhetorically asks out loud why it started raining now. Throwing a t-shirt on to keep warm, Jewelry steps carefully out of her apartment. What appears before the student's eyes makes him surprised, because he expected to see something completely different. Still, Jewelry is glad to see that Shire, to whom he has already become attached, is relatively safe in this weather. Then the guy is about to leave, but the old door makes a noise and a voice is heard from above. Politely expressing concern, Shi, calling Jewelry a descendant, says that he has nowhere to go. And then he apologizes to the schoolboy for the words he said in the heat of the moment. And he says that since the body is now his, he does not intend to take it away anytime soon. Therefore, Shi asks his descendant not to worry about this. Jewelry doesn't respond to this, and after staying for a little while longer, simply leaves. The rain continues all night, but stops by morning. The first thing Jewelry does after waking up is go to the bathroom to check her wounds. When it turns out that they have completely healed, the schoolboy involuntarily admits a funny thought. Smiling cynically, the guy mentally wonders if he is some kind of monster by any chance. Strange sounds are heard from the room, and Jewelry goes there to check their source. When the schoolboy sees how Shi handles the tablet, he is taken aback, but quickly pulls himself together. Unable to tolerate this attitude, Jewelry rudely pulls up his interlocutor and asks him to stop doing this. Shi calls his offspring insolent and begins to say, how dare he treat him like that? But he asks a question. Jewelry asks Shi where he got the tablet, and he replies that their guests from yesterday gave it to him. Shi tells the boy about what he was taught and says that it will help him study the archives he needs. He continues, conveying to Jewelry also the confidence of those people that he understands such things. The guy's face makes everything clear to Shiru, but he still politely asks if the student wants to take the tablet for himself. Shi promises to give Jewelry the tablet as soon as he finds what he wanted. And while the schoolboy is mentally delighted with this, his interlocutor sets him a condition. Hearing these words, Jewelry tenses up and asks what exactly is required of him. His interlocutor maintains a rather long, intriguing pause. And at this time, Jewelry manages to go over in his head the most sophisticated tortures. So when Shi finally speaks again, the boy breathes a sigh of relief. The dog talks about breakfast. His stomach immediately responds to this magic word. When Jewelry arrives at school, she hears the students talking about Patrigard's heavy workload today. Some people assume that this guy goes around apologizing to everyone for causing a fuss at school. But others counter, recalling rumors that Patrigard prepared for the role in this way, and these words are met with approval. As Jewelry passes by the school children discussing this, he is lost in his own thoughts. He assumes that Patrigard now remembers everything he did while his body was possessed by the spirit of excitement, and the former victims of the evil entity's tricks pay no attention to what happened. Jewelry suggests that it may be due to the reputation that Patrigard had earned even before the spirit of gambling's antics. And some say that he knew that this would happen and talked about it. Jewelry's friend says that a villain from a parallel world took over Patrigard's body only to die due to a dramatic outcome of events. Well, the culprit himself checks the list of those to whom he needs to apologize and notes that there are only 2 left. Leah asks her friend who he is going to see, and he replies that he is going to apologize to Manhwa. Hades encourages Patrigard's actions, and the girl defends him, saying that he is not guilty of anything. She is especially outraged by the fact that Patrigard must apologize to the one who put a curse on him. The students discuss this issue a little, coming to the conclusion that everything happened because of envy. Leah runs after her friend, asking him not to apologize to Manak, and Hades hints to her that he is not indifferent to her. The guy remembers how on one of the holidays Manek gave her chocolate, but she, without knowing it, ate it along with Patragar. As soon as Patragar's name is heard in the classroom, Manak begins to panic. While saying someone else's name to himself, the schoolboy thinks that this is the end for him. In his mind, Manak expresses confidence that now everyone at school will hate him. At this time, Patragard addresses him. When the schoolboy hears the latter's voice very close, he looks up and notices him next to him. Patragard apologizes to him for not recognizing him right away. He is amazed by this because on the day of those elections for class president, he himself cast his vote for him. Looking at Patragard, Manak cannot believe what is happening because his revenge turns out to be unfounded. The realization that he was wrong overwhelms the student with strong emotions. Not wanting to show his weakness, the boy hides his face, but at this time, he apologizes to Patragard. Manak's classmates, watching this scene, try to understand what is happening. At this time, Patragard is still trying to calm the crying Manak, telling him that everything is fine, and it makes Leah remember something from their high school days. That day she asked Patragard what he was doing, and the boy said that he was trying to remember all his classmates. The student says he got the list from their class teacher, but Leah thinks everyone will think it's too much. Meanwhile, Patragard, glancing at one of the students, notices something. He tells Leah out loud that Jewelry's birthday is coming up soon. Turning to the girl, the guy smiles charmingly, which embarrasses her. She addresses him mentally, asking a question that has been bothering her for a long time. And even when he leaves, this doesn't give the girl any peace because it looks very much like this guy is an angel in a human body. Approaching Jewelry's desk, Leah leaves a drink on it, saying that it is for him. This puzzles the schoolboy and casts a puzzled look at the girl. Jewelry asks his interlocutor what he did to deserve this. Before answering, Leah becomes very embarrassed, which makes her growl. And then she suddenly pulls the guy towards her and says that Joy told her that he saved Patragard and her. The girl says that she thanks Jewelry for this very thing. The guy, who became an unwitting witness to this scene, gasps in disapproval. The rest of Jewelry's friends ask him what that was and admire his present. The schoolboy asks Jewelry if he is cheating on Joy by any chance, and he says that is not the case. The boy's friends are jealous of him because they think that the two most beautiful girls in their school have fallen for him. They ask Jewelry which one of them he will choose, which makes the schoolboy indignant. Dory asks the boys to wait, reminding them that Joy didn't even come to say hello today. Someone suggests to him in response that he and Jewelry might have had a fight and laughs. The schoolboy himself recalls that Joy usually came to say hello, but this time, this did not happen. Looking at the blank screen of her phone, Jewelry tries to figure out why it's so quiet today. The schoolboy wonders for a long time whether the girl is really not at school today. When Jewelry passes by her class, pretending to be just like that, he is distracted from his thoughts. The guy flinches in surprise at the moment when a familiar voice calls out to him, and after Jewelry turns to his interlocutor, he offers him something. Already on the street, his interlocutor silently hands the schoolboy a drink. Accepting it, Jewelry, although feeling awkward, asks the guy a polite question. He asks Patragard how he feels after all these events. Along with this question, memories of traumatic events emerge in the student's memory. He remembers them all very well because at the moment when the spirit of excitement was committing atrocities, he was next to him. Therefore, Patragard honestly admits to Jewelry that he is not really doing well and he signed up for a psychologist. Only the schoolboy asks not to tell the others about this, and his interlocutor reluctantly agrees. Jewelry asks Patragard why he called him here because he is not going to answer his questions. However, his interlocutor says that this is not the case and he wants to tell him something. When Jewelry is surprised by this, Patragard says thank you and suddenly cannot hold back. This literally leaves the schoolboy dumbfounded, as it comes as a complete surprise. Meanwhile, Patragard squeezes out another word that strengthens his gratitude. Jewelry clarifies with the student that he, it turns out, saw everything. Patragard confirms this and answers positively to the question of whether he saw the dice game. When Jewelry denies his interlocutor's words about it being cool, something suddenly dawns on him. The guy checks with Patrigard, assuming that he was somewhere nearby all this time in the form of a spirit, and he asks why he didn't return to his body when Jewelry drove out the spirit of gambling. Patrigard says that at that moment something like a sealing was performed on him. The schoolboy adds to his words that it was someone wearing a ritual mask. Patrigard says that this man has been holding him hostage all this time. Later, as Jewelry walks down the school corridor, she can't get those words out of her head. The guy is surprised that Patrigard was held hostage not by this old woman, but by someone else. Jewelry suggests that the student might have confused her face with a mask, but immediately dismisses this thought. The boy's eyes widen in surprise when, to his surprise, he notices someone in front of him. For a few long moments, the girl is also at a loss, and an awkward silence hangs between them. But it is Joy who is the first to break the silence. A schoolgirl greets a boy, but this greeting is completely different from before. And then, she completely surprises him by moving from her place and continuing on her way. And everything would be fine if the girl had done the same thing before, but this had never happened before. It is for this reason that Jewelry remains standing there silently, stunned by Joy's strange behavior. This is so puzzling that the guy himself addresses the girl, but the voices of schoolgirls are already calling out to her. Watching Joy's friends interact with her, Jewelry decides not to interfere. But despite this, the schoolboy can't figure out what's wrong with this girl today. When Jewelry returns home after school, he hears a voice distorted by the speaker right from the doorway. He himself says nothing, but Sure, turning to him, notes that his descendant has returned. The dog addresses the screen, respectfully apologizing to whoever is on it and saying that his grandson has just returned. Jewelry is so taken aback by this that he asks Sure who he is talking to. The dog admires YouTube, and in particular, the fact that so many people have gathered to talk to him. The video is just coming to an end, and the blogger says goodbye to his subscribers, and Sure reciprocates. Turning to the dog, Jewelry expresses relief that he won't be bored for the next few days. Sure says that he will go with the boy if he is going somewhere, but the schoolboy retorts, saying that he cannot take him with him on a school trip. The meaning of these words is unclear to the dog, and he asks Jewelry to explain. Sure asks a follow-up question, asking why the boy is going if his school is leaving. Jewelry suggests that this could be useful for upgrading the mind. Sure begins to talk about how today's youth have not yet abandoned martial arts. Meanwhile, the guy tells his interlocutor that this food is for him. There are sausages and dried beef. When the video comes back on, Sheer asks if the man ever gets tired, as he talks non-stop. Addressing the blogger with respect, Sure suggests they talk another time, but he continues. Looking at this picture, Jewelry mentally wonders where he should start. Time passes, but Sure watches the video even at night, and the schoolboy can't stand it. The guy tells Sure to turn off the video, but the dog doesn't know how to do it, and then Jewelry has to tell him everything. The next day, when the boy starts to get dressed, Sure asks him where he is going so early. He says the guy needs more sleep and suggests he's not getting enough sleep. Jewelry tells Sure that he has a school trip today. Sure notes that the guy shouldn't have stayed up late then, and he reminds him of what happened that night. Jewelry bids Sure farewell until he returns, and Sure offers the student to take Cutter with him. The guy is amazed by this and asks why he needs this. Sure suggests that he might need the weapon for training, but the student counters. Jewelry slams the door after saying goodbye to her tenant, and he, having waited until the guy's steps died away, immediately fell asleep again. One of Jewelry's friends asks him if he made peace with Joy. He assumes that this happened, and the couple even met secretly, but his interlocutor objects to this. Dowry, recalling their last personal meeting, said that the clothes on the girl resembled those worn by Jewelry. Realizing where this is going, the guy hotly objects to his friend, saying that all the clothes look the same. He is about to continue defending himself, but a familiar voice is heard from behind, calling out to him. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, the guy turns around. It really is Joy, who says she brought some snacks for the road. While Jewelry is surprised by this, and his friends tease the guy, the girl expresses hope that he will like the snacks. Dewey takes it upon himself to check the contents of the package, and is warned that there may be a note inside. Someone says they can't believe the cookies aren't homemade, and is advised to stop watching teen shows. Dory says that he is about to die from the cloying nature of his friends, saying that they themselves are like these cookies. And they continue talking about this topic when suddenly a familiar male voice calls out to Jewelry. Its owner actually turns out to be Patrigard, and he asks Jewelry for permission to sit with him on the bus. The guy says he doesn't mind, but his friend is amazed at what's been happening to him lately. Dory talks about the love polygon, adding Patrigard to Leah and Joy, and asks who will be next. One of his friends asks what it means, who will be next, and meanwhile the school children are asked to take their seats. At first, they sit in silence, but then Patrigard awkwardly speaks up. He apologizes to Jewelry, saying he didn't mean to share him with his friends, but his companion says it's okay. Jewelry asks Patrigard what he wanted to say, but he says that's not why he sat down with him. The schoolboy says he just wanted to be friends with Jewelry, and the guy, who had not expected this at all, involuntarily tenses up, not believing his ears. When the buses start moving, some of the school children look out the window to make the time go by faster. Suddenly, one of them notices something in the dense forest that doesn't fit into the overall picture. He expresses amazement and asks his neighbor what it is. The boy says he just saw something white and big, and it just disappeared. The guy in the gray sweater regrets that the anomaly wasn't photographed, and his neighbor says he wouldn't have had time. The right-hand schoolboy asks if this is not the same spirit that lives on the mountain, but he is told that it was not him. The guy in the blue sweater, leaning towards the idea that it is a mythological tiger, says that it is surprisingly fast. Hades says that this creature can get from one peak to another in less than a minute. His classmate asks how much longer they have to go, and the ghost hunter starts talking. But he doesn't answer this question, but rather tells more about the white tiger. And while the school children entertain themselves on the road with whatever they can, the one they mistook for a tiger continues to watch. At the moment when this inexplicable something moves to the side, a familiar sign flashes on his forehead. When the buses arrive at the National Youth Center, the students are given 5 minutes to get ready. During this time, they must not only change into their sports uniforms, but also stand in formation in the corridor. Despite the students' dissatisfaction, they still comply with the requirement. And after that, the event for which they were brought here begins. They perform tasks of varying levels of difficulty, which not everyone can cope with. And after the necessary part of the training is overcome, one way or another, the students are allowed to replenish their strength. Meeting Jewelry, Hades greets him warmly, expressing his joy at the fact that they have crossed paths. When the guy wants to leave, the ghost hunter asks him not to do so because he has already searched for him. Hades expresses confidence that Jewelry will never believe what they have next in their program. Enthusiastic about the courage test, the boy says he finds it an excellent choice for a school with high paranormal activity. While Jewelry suggests that he choose the treasure hunt, Hades says that there is more to it. He shares with his friend what happened on the way here, which surprises his interlocutor. Hades is delighted because he wants to be among the lucky ones who see this animal. He invites Jewelry to look for the white tiger together, but he refuses, saying that he doesn't want to. Hades reminds his interlocutor of how he swore to always follow him, but Jewelry says it wasn't him, but Joy. The Ghostbuster says he hasn't seen her here, which makes Jewelry think. A memory of what happened in that corridor comes to his mind. But the guy quickly dismisses these thoughts and expresses out loud the assumption that the girl is taken. Hades notices that Joy looks depressed after her encounter with the spirit of gambling. However, he says that he can guess why this is so, and Jewelry asks his interlocutor about the reason for this. Hades reminds the boy of how he told them to get out before the battle with the spirit of passion. Jewelry begins to justify himself by saying that it was very dangerous there back then, and his interlocutor explains his own words. Hades believes that Joy might have thought that Jewelry considered her a burden, coming to the conclusion that she was only getting in his way. Although he adds that he has no reason to think so due to his skill with a sword, Hades offers to teach Jewelry some techniques since he can barely fight. Later, when they part ways, Jewelry still can't stop thinking about the girl. Whenever someone with a hairstyle similar to Joy's walks by, the guy's attention is immediately drawn to her. Some unknown force tugs at his tongue, forcing the schoolboy to call the girl by name. Turning around, Joy gasps. Either in surprise or in confusion, Jewelry still can't figure it out. His thoughts are now occupied with something else. The guy is surprised that it really was her. Turning over the words of apology in her mind, Jewelry hesitantly spoke up. He manages to say the beginning, but the guy is not allowed to continue. Joy is called out. A schoolgirl ran up to the girl and invited her friend to pop into the store. Joy asks her to wait and is about to turn to Jewelry, but stops. By that time, the student is already far enough away to be stopped. Later, Hades warmly thanks Jewelry for accepting his offer. The boy warns the ghost hunter that he didn't take the cutter with him, but the schoolboy doesn't consider this a problem. Jewelry immediately warns Hades that if they are noticed, he will dump everything on him, but this does not bother him either. They walk in silence for a while, but Jewelry breaks the silence, asking who exactly they are looking for. But the guy immediately pulls himself up short, assuming that this tiger will look like an ordinary one. Hades denies it. He says that one should not look for it by its appearance, since eyewitness accounts vary and the creature can change its shape. Hades adds that what they see may not be the tiger's original form. He also says that this tiger can read the memories of those it crosses paths with and recreate those you remember. Jewelry chuckles, asking why Hades is so sure he isn't that tiger. The ghost hunter returns the guy's grin, saying that otherwise the thing would be screaming by now. As soon as the schoolboy says this, it happens, causing Hades to curse. Because of this, the teenagers are discovered and approached, asking why they are not at the base. Growling in despair, Hades acknowledges the fact that they are caught and urges Jewelry to run. As they move forward, the voice does not subside, continuing to haunt the schoolchildren. And at some point, Jewelry decides to turn around. What he sees puzzles him. After all, what is looking at the guy now turns out to be very close, but for now, it is not attacking. The next moment, a strange feeling penetrates Jewelry's insides, and he loses his bearings. However, this does not last long, as he is saved by the voice of Hades calling him. At the moment when the guy finally comes to his senses, there is no one nearby. Hades asks Jewelry what's wrong, but he says, confused, that there's nothing. However, he can't stop thinking about what just happened and who exactly he saw. Later, glancing at her watch, Jewelry is surprised that it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. Mentally noting that he wants to sleep, the guy considers whether he should go to his room. When a familiar male voice chants his name, Jewelry turns towards him. The guy asks Hades about what is happening now and where he came from, and he says that he needs his help. The ghost hunter says he has lost his equipment, but he is afraid to look for it alone. And although Jewelry tells this guy that he is something, he agrees to help. Sometime later, he asks Hades how much longer, since last time they didn't go this far. Jewelry suggests that the ghost hunter may have simply left his equipment at the base. Then the guy notices a sign warning of danger and starts talking about it. Grabbing Hades by the jacket, Jewelry asks him if he didn't see the sign, and the ghost hunter at that moment says that he found what he wanted. When Jewelry tries to clarify what exactly Hades means, he suddenly approaches him and grabs his hand. The schoolboy again doesn't understand what's happening and starts asking his opponent a question, but stops short. What he sees in front of him next makes Jewelry tense up. Well, the one who has been pretending to be Hades all this time slowly and ominously pronounces his name. At the same time, in another place, while Joy is doing the layout, one of the girls asks her a question. A schoolgirl asks her if there is someone she is in love with. Joy answers too quickly and categorically, to which he receives a question if this is true. Another girl, trying to remember Jewelry's name, expresses confidence that there is something between them. Her friend intervenes, while Joy tries to wriggle out of it, but the schoolgirl stands her ground. The girl gets the idea to tell his fortune using tarot cards, since the shaman's daughter is never wrong with them. The schoolgirl, becoming animated and looking over the cards, begins to talk about the guy Joy is in love with. The girl draws one of the cards, wondering what he is like. At first, Joy just doesn't want it to happen, but then things get even more complicated. Now, the girls who started all this are getting scared, and at first they just open and close their mouths. And then the schoolgirl, having drawn the already familiar death card, says in confusion that this guy is dead. And the second girl at this moment suggests that Joy really isn't in love with anyone. Meanwhile, Jewelry hears the creature standing before him addressing him, and it confirms the words that it really can change its shape. Sharply turning jewelry towards the abyss, the creature pushes the schoolboy into it and continues talking. It also confirms that it can read the memories of those it meets, and it perfectly recreates the person you remember from appearance to behavior. Falling into the abyss, jewelry has no choice but to scream. And the creature suddenly groans in confusion, repeating the words that were spoken to it. After all, that man in the mask asked for this child to be delivered to him alive. The realization that he shouldn't have harmed this guy comes to the tiger slowly and gradually. Meanwhile, jewelry continues its fall, already descending to the level of the trees. Realizing how this could all end in the worst case, the guy growls in fear. However, for now, everything is going well, and jewelry even manages to catch on to something. But his happiness does not last long, as the branch turns out to be not strong enough. And yet, this turns out to be enough to soften the fall. But the landing still isn't the best, forcing jewelry to exhale through clenched teeth. Some strange sounds are heard from above, and this makes the guy sharply raise his head. And although, peering into the darkness, he doesn't see anyone there, he doesn't intend to sit still and wait for jewelry. So the schoolboy gets up as quickly as he can and rushes into the thicket, trying to blend in with it. So far, no one is pursuing him, but jewelry is not sure that will last long. So he runs as fast as he can, wondering what awaits him if this creature really was the mythological tiger. The guy is afraid to imagine what could have happened to the real Hades. Worried about her friend, Jewelry decides to call him, but he is sleeping too soundly. Hearing the words that the subscriber is not answering, the guy expresses hope that Hades is safe. After this, the student tries to determine his location, but he is unable to do so even after a reboot. But Jewelry knows for sure that he needs to return to base as soon as possible. A sound similar to stomping is heard somewhere nearby, and this makes the guy tense up. The next moment, Jewelry hears a familiar female voice, and this puzzles him. And while he is surprised that Joy is here, she asks the schoolboy if he is okay. Jewelry starts to talk about how she found him, but stops short as a thought occurs to him. Meanwhile, the girl tells how she read the tarot cards, and the cards told her that he was in danger. Although these words sound plausible, the guy is worried about something else. How could she find him? Joy says she always knows how to do it, and Jewelry asks her not to say that she put a tracker on him. Along with the words that they need to go, the girl takes the guy by the hand, which makes him confused. Jewelry asks Joy what she is doing, referring to why she took his hand. The schoolgirl doesn't see anything wrong with this and asks if he's embarrassed, but the boy denies it. He starts to say what he means, but then his phone rings. Glancing at the number, Jewelry finds out that it is Joy calling him. And while it's getting through to the guy, the girl standing next to him speaks up again. She invites Jewelry to hold hands, which only pushes the student towards the right idea. Taking a look at her, the guy is convinced that such a face is not typical for this girl. Jewelry decides to accept the challenge, and as soon as he does, a worried schoolgirl's voice comes over the speaker. Joy, without waiting for an answer, asks the guy if he is currently in danger. Jewelry doesn't know how best to respond to this, because the tiger can probably hear everything. And yet the schoolboy decides to answer negatively, which surprises the girl. Jewelry finds a way out of the situation. He says that his clothes are a little worn, but Joy does not understand him. Telling her not to worry about it, the guy thinks that her sixth sense is incredible. But Joy still doesn't give up, asking inquiringly if everything is okay with Jewelry. When the guy remains silent, she asks him again if he can say it right now. And then Jewelry answers negatively, saying that everything is fine with him. By completing the call, the student is finally convinced that the person in front of him is not the real Joy. The guy decides to play along with her, and then at the first opportunity to dump her somewhere. Moving from his place, Jewelry invites the creature next to him to go, calling him by the name Joy, and he offers to hold her hands when they return to the base. But suddenly, the guy's confidence evaporates as he realizes that he cannot continue to go further. What is wrong becomes clear to the student the very next moment. When Jewelry gives the girl a puzzled look, she says she finds it funny. She asks the schoolboy if he really just talked on the phone with the real Joy. Realizing that he has been found out, Jewelry thinks that he needs to run. But he doesn't have time to do this, because the very next moment he suddenly flies into the air. Tiger starts talking about Joy, believing that this girl always appears at the wrong time. The creature wonders why the schoolgirl called Jewelry now. At this moment, the guy, feeling a surge of courage, says that he figured it all out himself. Tiger asks him not to lie, saying that the girl from his memories looks exactly like this, and Jewelry interrupts her, advising that if a creature copies someone, it should do it correctly. The schoolboy explains his words by saying that the tiger is now wearing his clothes. His interlocutor does not respond to this, but his hair slowly rises upward. However, after this, they suddenly rush towards their victim, biting into its neck, and the tiger, in an otherworldly voice, tells Jewelry that it's time for him to sleep. At this moment, the guy, driven by the instinct of self-preservation, tries to take a breath, and before his eyes flashes a treacherous memory of how Sure offered him to take Cutter with him, and his own naive and stupid words about how he doesn't need it make Jewelry feel regret. But the guy justifies himself by saying that no one could have known that he would need Rizak here. The memory of this, the strength of his feelings, awakens a dormant power in Jewelry. And while the guy is still in his right mind, he looks at his hand in bewilderment, because he can already see how something very familiar is beginning to materialize in her. When the cutter's handle fully emerges, the boy grabs it like a life preserver. And at the same moment, the power of the blade responds to this movement, as if recognizing its true owner. The gaze trajectory of the creature holding the jewelry changes along with its location. And all because the guy manages to deftly twist and turn and free himself from the bonds. Finding herself in a different place, Jewelry slowly rises, straightening up to her full height. The schoolboy puts the cutter in front of himself, primarily to look at it in surprise. Looking at the weapon, Jewelry wonders how it got there in the first place. But the black dragon inside him does not allow him to think about this for long. He literally pushes Jewelry forward, throwing him at the enemy. At first, when he sees in front of him what is clearly an enemy, the guy feels uneasy. However, the very next moment, he becomes determined, wanting to show the tiger where the crayfish spend the winter. Approaching his opponent, Jewelry swings, but his opponent manages to dodge. Realizing that there will now be a real fight between them, the tiger decides to make a strategic retreat. Jewelry is racing after him at full speed, but the point here is that it is not his own speed. And, trying to even out his breathing, the guy mentally acknowledges the fact that his body is not obeying him again. And this turns out to be dangerous because a tree appears right in front of him. Because he is not in control of his own body, the outcome is as expected. As he settles down, Jewelry hisses in pain and anger, but at the same time, there are also grateful thoughts in his head. The guy understands perfectly well that if it weren't for the black dragon, no one knows what could have happened. At the same time, Jewelry allows the thought of using her left hand to enter her head, and then he starts thinking about what he needs to do to defeat this tiger. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted, and the guy, not believing his ears, succumbs to inspiration. When that voice calls his name, Jewelry finds it hard to control himself. The moment the woman appears from behind the tree, the schoolboy's attempt to speak fails. But he still pulls himself together and, stuttering, with a voice trembling from the emotions that overwhelm him, addresses his mother. Somehow, the voice of reason manages to reach Jewelry, and he switches over. In his mind, the guy tries to finally and irrevocably convince himself that this is not his mother. Jewelry reinforces her point by saying that this creature only imitates those it saw in its memories. But it's especially difficult to admit this when you look at the face of someone close to you. So, as Jewelry approaches her opponent, she tells herself not to look at him. And yet, along with the obsessive image, uninvited memories stubbornly creep into the guy's head. And the creature standing in front of him, sprinkling salt on the wound, says that he is very, very sorry. When it continues to apologize to its baby in its voice, Jewelry is overcome with emotion. However, the black dragon inside him is not familiar with human weaknesses, and he is gaining strength. At the moment when the guy asks in a low voice to stop, he himself does not fully understand to whom exactly this request is addressed. But nevertheless, he stubbornly continues to ask, and his voice grows stronger with each passing moment. This continues until it turns into a scream, and Jewelry refuses to believe what is happening. The schoolboy only realizes who exactly he is asking to stop at the last moment. And at that moment, a picture completely opposite to what is happening appears before his eyes. When the creature's blood hits his face, other events come to mind in Jewelry's mind. As he watched his mother fall before him, the first evil voice appeared in the boy's head. He screams, blaming Jewelry for causing this to happen. Becoming increasingly sinister and furious, he reproaches the boy for killing his parents. This woman tells Jewelry that he is no better than an evil spirit. And, looking at the results of his actions right now, the student understands that this cannot be argued with now. Jewelry's heart begins to race, his breathing becoming ragged and heavy. The cutter falls out of the boy's hands as a sense of responsibility overwhelms him. Torn apart by strong emotions, Jewelry begins to scream hysterically, expressing all his pain. And the lifeless body of his werewolf mother, as luck would have it, is still there, only making the situation worse. But the schoolboy, busy with his grief, does not see how the white tiger's eyes open wide. It turns out he is still alive. The creature's hair immediately stretches out, instantly rushing towards its unwary victim. However, a strong gust of air comes from the side, preventing the tiger from reaching its target. The person who created it turns out to be a person we already know, and he performs the reverse flow. This is the same technique of Praetrim, called the reverse mirror. After all, she reveals to the world the true appearance of shapeshifters in order to dispel the doubts of their victims. And at the same moment, the first cracks appear on the surface of the perfectly smooth surface. And after them, the creature reveals its original appearance, losing its illusion. The white tiger is confused about what just happened because he was not familiar with this technique yet. And Praetrim appears before his opponent in all his glory and folds his fan. When he calmly turns his gaze to Jewelry, the boy continues to breathe heavily. And then Praetrim rudely pulls him up, ordering the schoolboy to immediately pull himself together and get ready. Meanwhile, the tiger begins to lose his temper, realizing that his plan has failed. Praetrim takes this in stride, swinging his weapon and performing one of his techniques. He asks for the ice wind to appear, and he immediately rushes towards his goal. However, the white tiger, sensing the threat looming over him, decides not to give up without a fight. By activating its own ability, it produces an unexpected transformation. Even Praetrim is surprised by this because he had not even thought about the possibility of such an outcome. And before him appears not just Jewelry, but the cutter's sword flaunts in his hand. The creature, without a second to hesitate, leaps at its opponent, forcing him to retreat. But Praetrim doesn't go far, and the false Jewelry catches up with him. Due to the powerful confrontation of forces, the hand of the deity begins to tremble. This does not escape the gaze of his opponent, and he grins, pleased with himself. And yet Praetrim's gaze remains calm because he is confident in himself. The white tiger knows something is wrong when he hears a scraping sound coming from under his blade. Where the two weapons touch, not only does the area become frosted, but cracks appear on one of them. The outcome becomes obvious. The false cutter shatters into pieces, causing the werewolf to be stunned. Once the creature has moved far enough away from its opponent, it begins to speak. From his words, it becomes clear that the white tiger is comparing two weapons. And, completing its transformation, the creature concludes that Praethrim's fan is more powerful than the sword. Remembering the name of the technique that the deity performed, the white tiger repeats it. Now, it's time to be surprised by Praetrim, because even though this is his technique, it looks different. And the tiger begins to go berserk, crushing everything in its path, thus testing its new strength. Then Praetrim, realizing that things are bad, approaches Jewelry in order to be able to protect him. Looking at his copy and the traces of destruction it left behind, the deity wonders. It simply cannot believe that this monster managed to copy his divine power. And the white tiger, as if in confirmation of this, remains silent because his jubilant grin speaks for him. They look at each other for a few more moments in silence, then one of them takes action. While making the appropriate movement, the white tiger recites the words to activate the ice wind technique. However, his opponent is not at a loss. He produces a reverse flow in response. The deity uses the mirror again, but this time it is a different variety. It is river. Praetrim begins to speak. Calling the monster a fool, he asks him a question. The deity asks his opponent if he seriously thought that his pathetic offspring could compare to him. By opening his fan, Praethrim activates a stream of power taken from a forest branch called the tiger. Raising his hand upward, the deity suddenly lowers it, striking the ground with the weapon. The moment Praethrim looks up at his opponent, he calls out to the mighty mountain. As soon as the last word leaves his lips, peaks begin to rise from the earth. They rise up right in front of the creature, shielding it from Prathram and Jewelry with their wall. However, the white tiger is not going to give up so easily. He already has a plan. Noticing his opponent's movements, Prathram is at a loss for a few moments. And when he comes to, someone else calms the white tiger, preventing him from carrying out his plan. But the unknown man doesn't limit himself to the white tiger when he notices Prathram in front of him. Quickly drawing his sword from its sheath, the man in black throws it at the deity. Prathram manages to fight it off without much effort, but busy with this, he doesn't notice something. While the deity parries the blow, the masked man rushes to his next target. Prathram notices him at the very last moment, but doesn't have time to do anything. Finding himself right in front of Jewelry, the unknown person already raises his hand to strike. Wanting to do at least something to somehow delay the inevitable, Prathram activates the reverse flow. His plan proves successful, and the deity seizes on this opportunity. It appears next to Jewelry, waving its fan to move while moving. And at that moment, when the unknown person already finds himself at his final point, there is no one left to strike him. The masked man deliberately positions his scabbard so that his sword fits neatly into it. And then he turns to the white tiger, who turns out to be his ally. Asking him what he is waiting for, the stranger tells the creature to go in pursuit. As soon as he heard these words, the white tiger came to his senses and expressed his agreement. He immediately jumps up from his seat, hurrying to carry out the order of his superior. The man in the mask remains standing in the same place for some time, silent and motionless. Meanwhile, Prathram and Jewelry have already completed their move, and the guy expresses delight. The deity tells the student to go further on his own. If he has come to his senses, he is perplexed. He starts asking Prathram how he is, but he makes the guy stop with his painful cough. Jewelry expresses concern for his interlocutor, who advises the schoolboy to run as far away as possible. Prathram ignores questions about his health and asks the guy to just make it before 11. Jewelry is surprised by this wording, so he asks about it again to clarify. The guy asks what will happen then, but his interlocutor says that something is starting. At first, a distant noise and rustling of branches reaches their ears, but no one is visible. However, it soon becomes clear who exactly was disturbing the peace of the forest. As the white tiger approaches its victims, it activates reverse flow. He hopes to get them, but Prathram disrupts the werewolf's plans, preventing Jewelry from being harmed. Supporting his actions with words, the deity says that it is all useless, as was said earlier. And now he himself waves his fan, calling upon the ice wind to attack. Small fragments of ice begin to fly at the white tiger from all sides, sticking together and forming spikes. This continues until the creature is hidden from view by its opponents. And when it seems that victory is theirs, it becomes clear that this is not the case at all. Prathram reacts almost instantly, realizing where this is all heading. It is for this reason that he rushes towards the guy to save him from trouble. Well, the deity's plan turns out to be successful, but the price is corresponding. But it all starts to dawn on Jewelry only when he sees the drops flying into the air. The schoolboy curses rudely and loudly addresses Prathram, calling him a kid. However, the deity speaks only one word. It tells Jewelry to run. For a few moments, the guy tries to figure out what to do. When the only correct answer appears in his head, the student begins to call out to his left hand. But since he does it out loud, Prathram rudely forbids Jewelry to rely on the black dragon. Turning halfway towards the schoolboy, the deity tells him to simply run. And while they are chatting, the man in the mask is already quite close. When he stands right in front of him, Jewelry's insides freeze. And the next moment, the schoolboy begins to feel his mind slipping away from him. The watch on the teenager's wrist starts to malfunction, but he doesn't pay any attention to it. And suddenly, not far from the scene of action, someone lands almost weightlessly in a clearing. The masked man looks away from his target and turns his gaze to the intruder. A familiar fan appears in his hand, and the deity begins to speak in a voice that sounds somewhat familiar. Waving his fan, a noticeably changed Prathram produces a stream of icy wind. And although the masked man tries to evade him, his attempt proves unsuccessful. Therefore, the particles of the ice wind, which turn out to be much more powerful than the previous ones, catch him. Something similar happens to the white tiger. The creature begins to scream from the realization of what is happening and the pain. And the noticeably grown-up Prathram says that now his time has come. Looking at the back of the man standing in front of him, Jewelry wonders. The guy mentally tries to understand what just happened. Looking at the changed Pratrim, he cannot understand that it is he, and while he is trying to figure out who it is, something lands not far from him. Noticing a white tiger's eye next to her making strange sounds, Jewelry screams in fear, and he, having tossed and turned a little more and growled, suddenly began to evaporate. Pratrim, addressing his interlocutor, says that he is not his equal. He continues, asking how then does he even dare raise his blades against him. For a moment, the masked man hesitates, as if considering what he should do. After this, also without uttering a single sound, he rushes towards his opponent. Not a single emotion flashes across his face, even when they are dangerously close. Pratrim allows his opponent to appear behind him, while still remaining motionless. However, as soon as he tries to strike, the deity reflects it at the most opportune moment. But the masked man makes a maneuver that allows him to take the lead. And it's not just a momentary advantage, he manages to cut through Pratrim. However, to his regret, this turns out to be just an illusion of the deity. And in the very next moment, it itself puts its opponent on his shoulder blades. This is not enough for Pratrim. He takes another action and gives voice. Addressing his opponent, the deity expresses doubt that he came here of his own free will. So, pausing long enough to allow the enemy to change his mind, Pratrim speaks. He asks the masked man who sent him, but he turns out to be incredibly responsible. His thirst for life is strong. When smoke appears around, it turns out to be quite acrid. Realizing this fully, Pratrim is forced to cover his face. This delay costs him the opportunity to end it all. But the deity does not want to let go so easily of the one who dared to encroach on him. However, when the haze begins to clear, an unexpected character appears before him. At the sight of it, the hand, which had previously been firmly resting on the formidable weapon, begins to tremble. The animal that appeared in front of Pratrim stood motionless, afraid to move. For a few long moments, the deity is even lost at the sight of him. Well, the dew looks into the eyes of the man standing opposite her meekly, as if waiting for his further decision regarding her. Pratrim lets the animal go, watching it go. At this moment, Jewelry watches everything with wide eyes, trying to comprehend what is happening. Pratrim, pouring his power into the fan, activates the reverse flow. At that moment, when the now familiar haze surrounds Jewelry, he cries out in surprise. He begins to speak, addressing the deity and trying to ask him a question, but is interrupted. Pratrim finds himself too close and does what he has already done before. Jewelry's consciousness eludes him, never allowing the schoolboy to figure everything out. And Pratrim, looking at him silently for a while, speaks up, addressing the Black Dragon. He remains deaf to his interlocutor, or only pretends that this is so. Then Pratrim turns to him again, unwaveringly, the tone of his voice still calm. When the one in front of him remains silent, the deity continues. It advises the Black Dragon to leave the boy's body before his patience runs out. Nothing happens for literally a second, after which the schoolboy's lips stretch into a creepy grin. Repeating his interlocutor's words, the Black Dragon says that he is no longer the same as he was before. However, he mercifully allows Pratrim to try. The Black Dragon says that the sealing of the Shire left an imprint on the deity, and it is clearly visible. The creature begins to talk about what will happen if Pratrim tries to drive it out. It says that in that case, this little man will also die. The Black Dragon notes with pleasure that the body, once succumbed to death, is alive only thanks to him. He speaks of his master's need for his presence and asks if Pratrim knows how often he calls upon him. And the Black Dragon notices that in this case, Pratrim is powerless. The creature laughs evilly, suggesting that a deity cannot take human life. The Black Dragon mockingly calls Pratrim the deity of the earthly branches by name. Well, he hits his interlocutor in the face, unable to tolerate such impudence. His mouth remains motionless and silent only for a moment. After this, Jewelry shudders as if waking up from a nightmare. The next moment, the guy screams in surprise and falls. Kaya. Jewelry starts to ask a question, but Pratrim interrupts him. He asks the schoolboy to follow him, promising to take him to his base. Jewelry has a lot of questions spinning around in his head, but he manages to choose one. At first, when asking this question, the student speaks hesitantly and pauses, but towards the end, his voice strengthens. Jewelry asks Pratrim to clarify if he is that guy. Instead, the deity asks the student to state his name, and he is taken aback by the surprise. And yet, Jewelry fulfills the request, but immediately begins to talk about something else. But Pratrim interrupts him again, addressing his interlocutor by the given name. The deity begins to speak, and his words concern what Jewelry should not do. Pratrim asks the boy not to trust his inner strength so blindly, and the next moment, the deity tells why he is asking for this. It turns out that it was with the help of this power that Shur destroyed his entire family. Pratrim continues to tell how this man doomed him to certain death. And the deity says with compassion that Jewelry was born to become the vessel of such a creation. However, Pratrim begins to talk about what happened. Despite the path predetermined for him, he says that Jewelry rejected the destiny prescribed to him by the natural order. The deity retells his story, noting how the schoolboy persevered, managing to remain himself. And at that moment, Jewelry involuntarily recalls Shur's words that his existence is a mistake. This student begins to feel overwhelmed with emotions, and his interlocutor says that he tried hard. And this turns out to be stronger than the pain of realizing betrayal and resentment, causing Jewelry to be surprised. A glimmer of hope appears in his gaze as the guy looks at his interlocutor, but still, echoes of stubborn words that it would have been better if he had never been born continue to sound in his head. Pratrim continues, noting that Jewelry lived his life well. But he says that, unfortunately, no one is given the ability to foresee all the challenges of fate and its difficulties. This is precisely the fate of one who has rejected the natural order of things. However, Pratrim does not give up on this. On the contrary, he begins to propose a solution. When Jewelry hears these words, tears of relief and gratitude come to his eyes. Because by calling the teenager dearest, the deity says that he will protect him on his untrodden path. Pratrim says that he will do this because Jewelry is worthy of this world. By calling the schoolboy a child, the deity asks him to raise his head. He says there is no longer any reason for him to bear this burden alone. Even when the Pratrim disappears, Jewelry continues to stand in the same place. He can't get what happened here out of his head. Looking at his hand, the schoolboy recalls the last words spoken by the deity. Raising the blade into the air, it said that now it would bring Jewelry nothing but trouble. Therefore, Pratrim took it upon himself to take Rizak away for an indefinite period of time. Since Jewelry didn't quite understand, he decided to ask his defender a question. After hesitating a bit, the guy asked Pratrim why he was helping him.